Chapter 561. When Master Liaochen learned that the King of Hell had come to visit, he said Buddha and didn't seem surprised. Or rather, he was calm about everything. He continued to knock on the wooden fish and recite sutras, waiting for someone to come. Li Hongyuan did indeed carry Jingwan to Master Liaochen's meditation room. His room was in the deepest part of White Dragon Temple. In other words, they had to pass through the entire temple. There were many onlookers along the way, and some even came to offer incense. It was a disgrace to this peaceful place of Buddhism. However, regardless of whether they knew of Li Hongyuan's identity, no one dared to stop them. White Dragon Temple didn't lack visitors throughout the year. The nobles who saw this scene couldn't help but be surprised and puzzled. What was wrong with Jin Xin Wangfei? Li Hongyuan carried Jingwan to Master Liaochen's room, while the others stayed outside. Two novice monks came out of the room. Facing Li Hongyuan, they put their palms together and bowed slightly, saying Ba. Then they turned and left Li Hongyuan's side. Master Liaochen's room originally only had a bed, a cabinet, a table, and prayer mats. Usually, there were only two. There were no chairs, but now, there was a small couch with a clean mattress. It was obvious who it was prepared for. He couldn't sit on the prayer mat with Jingwan in his arms. Thus, Li Hongyuan put Jingwan down, tidied his clothes and hair, and then knelt down on the prayer mat in front of Master Liaochen. He was calm and composed, his movements smooth and pleasing to the eye. However, when Master Liaochen met Li Hongyuan's eyes, which were full of negative emotions, he sighed inwardly. When Li Hongyuan first came to him, he had tried his best to resolve his hostility. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Everything was about cause and effect, and some things couldn't be forced. Although he didn't know the specific origin of the hostility, he had a general idea. Master Liaochen's gaze swept over Jingwan. Ba, the one who tied the bell, should untie it. However, many things were not so idealistic. The road you idealized might be the stumbling block of others. You had to find a way to get rid of it or stop it. Therefore, the actions of others would become the obstacles under your feet. The road would become bumpy, and there might be many forks in the road. One of them would probably lead to a dead end. It all depended on one's path. Of course, luck was also important. Master, do you have a solution? Master Liaochen's SS room. No solution. Even if he was facing a demon king, one wrong word could make him flip out. Master Liaochen didn't lie, nor did he give a half-hearted answer. He did what he had to do. Li Hongyuan's expression didn't change. He didn't seem surprised by the answer. Wan, you'll be fine, right? Li Hongyuan had always been calm and collected. Even if something out of his control happened, he wouldn't panic. He could also afford to lose. If he suffered a loss, he would find a way to get it back. However, the main premise was that Jingwan wasn't involved. If Jingwan was involved, he would feel uneasy and unsure. He would need someone to comfort him. Even if it was a lie, he was willing to accept it. Master Liaochen only said, Buddha. He didn't say anything else. It wasn't clear whether this meant that something was unspeakable or that he wasn't sure about Jingwan's safety. Li Hongyuan's expression didn't change. His earlier uneasiness didn't appear at all. This prince will be leaving for a while. I'll have to trouble you to look after Wan. Li Hongyuan had come here with hope in Master Liaochen, but he hadn't placed all his hopes on him. Now that he had an answer, he naturally had to think of another way. He had been prepared to keep Jingwan by his side, no matter what he did, but now he changed his mind. He might not trust others, including Mama Gong, but Master Liaochen was worthy of his trust. He believed that Jingwan would be safe in Master Liaochen's monastery. Master Liaochen's ability was unfathomable in Li Hongyuan's eyes. Those ghosts and monsters wouldn't work here. Most importantly, Li Hongyuan knew Master Liaochen's weakness. He didn't want to lose his mind and start a large-scale war. He also knew that the thread of reason was in Jingwan's hands. Master Liaochen would probably risk his life to protect Jingwan if anything happened. In other words, his trust wasn't based on Master Liaochen's personality, but on his ability and weakness. Li Hongyuan didn't care whether Master Liaochen was scheming or treacherous. He didn't care how prestigious Master Liaochen was outside. Perhaps he was already used to Li Hongyuan's way of doing things. Ba, if your highness doesn't mind, this humble monk can take care of her highness for a while. However, your highness should act quickly. This humble monk can only protect her highness for 3 months at most. Even if Master Liaochen was an otherworldly expert, he was still a human, not a god. 3 months of starvation was the limit. Li Hongyuan nodded. That's enough. This prince will take his leave now. If nothing had happened to Jingwan, Li Hongyuan wouldn't have minded remaining passive. He could take the initiative one day when he got impatient. But now, he couldn't just sit around and wait for death. Li Hongyuan looked at Jingwan for a moment. Her heartbeat, pulse, and breathing were clearly there, but she didn't respond to his calls. Li Hongyuan had been like a pool of stagnant water because of his strong self-control. Now he was boiling and bubbling, filling the air with melancholy. Master Liaochen saw this and only twirled his prayer beads, silently chanting scriptures. Li Hongyuan put his hand on Jingwan's belly. The little one in her belly moved obediently. Li Hongyuan had liked this since yesterday. Although the child didn't respond every time, it did respond more often than usual. The little thing he didn't like was his only consolation. He took it as Jingwan's response. Li Hongyuan missed Jingwan dearly, but when it came to leaving, he was decisive. In the yard, Li Hongyuan did not stop walking. He left directly. Bodyguard Qian, Gong Jiao, and the other secret guards followed him silently without hesitation. Granny Gong and the others naturally stayed behind. Later, Master Liaochen ordered people to clean up the meditation room next door. It would be Jingwan's resting place. Li Hongyuan had prepared a lot of things before he came. Although it wasn't a complete set, he had brought everything Jingwan used every day. Therefore, the meditation room was completely changed. No one would think it was a meditation room just by looking at it. Master Liaochen had seen it but didn't say anything. He had always been generous and benevolent. As long as it didn't violate any of the Buddhist rules, he would be very tolerant. Master Liaochen came and put something in Jingwan's hand. The princess doesn't need to eat for the next 3 months. Since there is no need to eat, there would naturally be no physiological problems, and the body's functions would be reduced to the lowest. However, Master, our princess consort is pregnant now. If we do this, will it affect the child? Ba, this is inevitable. Now that mother and child are one, if the mother doesn't eat, the child can't grow. If it continues to grow, it will consume the mother's body. At that time, the princess will be in danger. Of course, the relic will also affect the child, but it won't affect the mother's body. The child's growth will be much slower. If there are no problems in the later stages, the child will be born 2 months later. Even so, the mother will quickly lose weight. The best way is for the princess to wake up as soon as possible. Granny Gong clenched her fists. Master, can you read our princess's fortune? In fact, Granny Gong knew that the prince had already done it when he was still alive. Master Liaochen shook his head. Ba, this poor monk can't. In Master Liaochen's eyes, Jingwan's fate was very messy. Because she was from another world, and because Jin Xin Wang had changed her fate, perhaps there really was a tribulation in her life. Once this tribulation was over, her fate would probably smooth out. Granny Gong thought that perhaps the outcome would be very bad, but she didn't expect that it couldn't be read. How could it be that even Master Liaochen couldn't read it? She, who had always been calm and composed, was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Chapter 562. Your Highness is a kind and benevolent person will be blessed by heaven. Anyway, it was Master Liaochen's consolation, which was more or less useful. But it was limited. As long as Jingwan didn't wake up, Gong Mingyao would be worried. Although Li Hongyuan didn't say what he was going to do, Nanny Gong could basically guess it. Nanny Gong only hoped that everything would go well for him, and that he would come back as soon as possible. But she knew that it was impossible for everything to go well. There would be many twists and turns in the process, and it might even be very dangerous. After all, those people had done everything possible to set up such a trap. How could they let him escape so easily? Although they didn't say it explicitly, in fact, everyone knew that in essence, they were targeting the prince. It was very likely that they wanted to lure him out of the capital city of Qiyuan. What they wanted was probably his life. However, even though he knew it was a hopeless situation, Li Hongyuan still stepped into it without hesitation. After all, those people did have his lifeline. To deal with a person, it was common sense to have his lifeline, especially for a person like Li Hongyuan, who was so powerful that he couldn't be shaken. His weak spot might be the only way to deal with him. From the beginning, they had expected this. Li Hongyuan arranged the most complete guards around Jingwan. However, there were always so many unknowns and accidents in the world, which could be said to be impossible to guard against. Therefore, it was not only Jingwan who was worrying. To some extent, Li Hongyuan was more dangerous than her. Nanny Gong put a small bed next to Jingwan's bed. She had to sleep with her at night. Although she didn't have any physical needs, it didn't mean that she didn't have to care about anything. She had to wipe her body, massage her, wash her hair regularly, and move out of the room to see the sunlight. In this way, it lasted for a day or two. In the capital city, Lu Chengdi's people came to find her. Although Li Hongyuan brought a lot of people with him, they were fast enough. In fear of the living hell, no one dared to question them. Outside the city, even if ordinary people saw them, they would stay far away from them. In this way, Lu Chengdi's people didn't find out where Li Hongyuan and his people went in a short time. It was because the noblewoman who went to the White Dragon Temple to offer incense accidentally mentioned it to her family, and then reported it to Lu Chengdi. This time, no matter how one looked at it, it was unusual. Li Hongyuan's quick action showed the seriousness and urgency of the matter. In fact, some people knew how much of a scoundrel Li Hongyuan was. It was not as exaggerated as the rumors said. He had a sense of propriety and would not cross the bottom line. This time, it could only be said that something had really happened, something big. When the Luo family knew that Li Hongyuan took Jingwan out of the capital city with him, it was inevitable that they would think more. Especially the two elders, who knew more than others, almost subconsciously thought that this matter had something to do with Jingwan. Madame Luo couldn't sit still. When she knew that they might still be in the White Dragon Temple, she immediately sent people there. Therefore, she was only a little behind Lu Chengdi's people. It was completely expected that these people would come to the White Dragon Temple. Therefore, Granny Gong had already thought of a way to deal with them. Ordinary people couldn't know about Jingwan's current situation. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to say it, because the living hell would definitely think that they were behind it. Even the Nine Lives Demon Cat didn't have the ability to fight with the living hell in the capital city. So, Wang Fei suddenly had an unknown illness. The doctors in the mansion couldn't do anything about it. In a hurry, His Highness came to the White Dragon Temple to ask Master Liaochen for help. Fortunately, Master Liaochen knew the reason, but the medicine used was very rare. This time, His Highness personally led people to look for the medicine. Granny Gong wasn't worried that the lie would be exposed because Master Liaochen was still there. He definitely wouldn't expose the matter. With him, Lu Chengdi's people wouldn't suspect anything. Master Liaochen was a person of virtue and prestige. No one would think that he would lie. The people behind the scenes might know that Master Liaochen treated Li Hongyuan differently through this matter. However, they couldn't do anything about it. In fact, it was quite stupid to go against Master Liaochen. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Besides, monks didn't lie. However, Master Liaochen didn't need to say anything. In his monastery, no one would be stupid enough to ask him for confirmation. Speaking of which, even if he revealed something afterwards, it would at most be Granny Gong using the tiger's skin as a banner. It would have nothing to do with Master Liaochen himself. The people who came were easily sent away. Even if some people suspected that something was wrong, they couldn't find Li Hongyuan. Jingwan was in a deep sleep. Master Liaochen said that it was better for her to stay in the White Dragon Temple. No one dared to take her away. It didn't matter what the others thought. However, the Luo family wasn't so easy to send away, especially when Madame Luo came to the White Dragon Temple a day later and sat beside Jingwan. Tell me what happened. You better not fool me. Granny Gong knew how important Jingwan was to Madame Luo. Madame Luo's health had improved a little in the past few years. However, she had been seriously ill and had almost died. Therefore, she still needed to be very careful in all aspects. No one knew what the outcome of this matter would be. Granny Gong was hesitant. Madame Luo had sharp eyes. "Tell me, I could still take it." Granny Gong slowly exhaled and sent the others away. Although they all knew what happened to the princess, there were more inside stories that they didn't know. In front of Madame Luo, they had to tell her everything. This was also the way to convey the current situation to the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. When the prince wasn't in the capital, they needed someone to stabilize the situation in the capital. They couldn't allow an unmanageable situation to arise during this time. Granny Gong stood in front of Madame Luo and explained the cause and effect clearly. Even the details, including the possible situation that Jingwan and the child in her belly might face, were clear. There was no need for Madame Luo to ask. Madame Luo's face remained calm from beginning to end. After listening, she turned to look at Jingwan. There was worry in her eyes, but she didn't lose her composure. She reached out and carefully placed her hand on Jingwan's belly. Her heart ached. Jingwan had been in front of her since she was a few years old. She watched her grow up little by little. There was no one more considerate than this child. Even if she loved her to the bone, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. The Luo family might not be the top wealthy family, but they had never let her suffer. And after she got married, her husband was especially pampered, which made her calm temperament become a bit more delicate. As her paternal grandmother, of course she was happy to see it. Originally, Luo Lao Forin's only worry was what would happen if Jin Qinhuang had a change of heart in the future. But she didn't expect that at this juncture, such a disaster would happen, and even life and death would be hard to predict. According to what you said, the prince is going to southern Qi, in response to Madame Luo, is most likely so. Even if he had brought people with him, it was no different from him going alone into the enemy country. In this situation where there was no official letter of exchange, if he was discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the people in power in southern Qi might not have known that he had poisoned his own granddaughter. If it was all planned, then they would be waiting for him to go. Even if southern Qi wanted to make a move against the royal family of Qi Yuan, they shouldn't have chosen Prince Jin as their target, unless the prince's secret power has been exposed. Even so, logically speaking, southern Qi should have thought of a way to bring this matter to the emperor or to drive a wedge between the other princes to disrupt the internal affairs of Qi Yuan and then reap the benefits. But now, they have lured him out of Qi Yuan's capital. This doesn't make sense. Madame Luo, based on the prince's current power, the emperor can't suppress him and the other princes can't defeat him. If we wait until the prince succeeds, he'll be a threat to other countries. The best way is to get rid of him before the prince completely grasps the situation. Although Madame Luo knew that Li Hongyuan's power was very strong, she didn't think that it was strong to this extent. Even her own master didn't fully know. So, the person who brought the prince's power to southern Qi must have a thorough understanding of the prince's situation. Is he a spy or a traitor? Gong Mama frowned slightly. It shouldn't be either. Gong Mama's words weren't without purpose. If the other party had a thorough understanding of the prince's situation, perhaps they wouldn't have done such a thing so easily. The consequences of thoroughly angering the prince were truly unbearable. In addition, the people who knew His Highness's situation the most should be the few hidden guards around him. These people were basically in charge of a certain area. Therefore, other than His Highness, and perhaps Her Highness, no one knew everything about His Highness. What do you mean? Madame Luo looked at Gong Mama with slight confusion. I'm more inclined to think that the person has some understanding of the prince, but in his heart, he knows that this is only the tip of the iceberg, so he is extremely afraid of the prince. But this estimate was far from enough. Madame Luo nodded. Now that she put it this way, it made sense. After that, the room fell into a long silence. Madame Luo sat there quietly for nearly 2 hours. You must take good care of your mistress. In a few days, I'll come again. After all, she had been through a lot. It was also at this time that Madame Luo became more rational. She knew that it was useless to stay by Jingwan's side now, so she might as well return to the capital. Other than passing on what she had learned today to her master, she also wanted to do her part. In the past few years, Madame Luo didn't like to go out because there was no need. Now it was time for her to go out. Never underestimate the seemingly insignificant things in a noble house. What Madame Luo knew now told her that the commotion in Qi Yuan should be over soon, perhaps after her grandson-in-law returned. Although the trip to the southern Qi kingdom was dangerous, she didn't think that Li Honyuan would fall there. In the following days, even if she moved more frequently, even if some people were suspicious of her, it didn't matter. The Luo family's current power was there. It was impossible to topple the Luo family in a short period of time. Moreover, the Luo family had a powerful alliance that helped each other. Even if someone wanted to overturn the situation during this period of time, it wouldn't be so easy. Gong Mama didn't know about the change in Madame Luo's heart, and she didn't need to know. The best way to help was to do their jobs well. Acting without authorization would only disrupt the overall situation. That night, as usual, Gong Mama gave Jingwan a full body treatment. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on Jingwan's belly. These days, she had stayed by Jingwan's side almost all the time. The little master had only moved slightly once. Perhaps she had noticed it, but even if she added up all the times, it still wouldn't reach the number of times she had moved in one day. Gong Mama could only check her pulse again and again to make sure that Jingwan was keeping up with the child. This kind of situation, to a certain extent, was quite torturous. Ever since Jingwan's accident, Gong Mama's vigilance had been raised to 120%. She always slept very lightly. The slightest sound would wake her up. Tonight, Gong Mama slept very soundly. The sound of footsteps sounded in the courtyard. It didn't sound light or heavy. It was like a normal person walking at a steady pace. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Although it was not the 15th day of the lunar month, under the night sky without any clouds or fog, the moonlight was not bad. Through the door, a vague shadow was drawn. The shadow didn't stop. Step by step, it walked to Jingwan. Then, it took out a small luminous pearl to illuminate the area. It took off the Buddhist prayer beads around Jingwan's wrist. When Jingwan first went to the White Dragon Temple, Li Honyuan asked Master Liaochen for it. It untied the knot of the Buddhist prayer beads, took out one of them, and put the same beads on it from the purse at its waist. It took off the Buddhist prayer beads, put it back into the purse, and made an excuse. After making sure that it was the same as the original one, it was put back on Jingwan's wrist. Chapter 563. Finishing everything, he left the meditation room and closed the door. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a Buddhist chant, Amit Ba. It made him pause for a moment. However, he did not show any signs of panic. He looked in the direction of the voice, squatted down, and bowed politely. Master, Amit Ba Buddha, for benefactor to visit in the middle of the night, what is benefactor's purpose? There was a moment of silence, followed by a soft chuckle. In this world, no one can compare to Great Master when it comes to the heart as clear as a mirror. Great Master should know that I have no ill intentions, at least toward Wang Fei. Amit Ba Buddha. Great Master Liao Chun twirled his Buddhist prayer beads and didn't say anything else. Great Master is a person outside of worldly affairs and doesn't easily get involved in worldly affairs. It's just that Great Master's heart cares for the common people and sympathizes with the common people. In the end, you can't completely walk outside of worldly affairs, so to a certain extent, you got involved in this matter. However, this is actually quite good. No matter what you think of Jin Xin Wang in your heart, or your purpose in helping him, Wang Fei is innocent. She shouldn't be involved in this bloody game, so this is really quite good. Great Master Liao Chun had a benevolent countenance. It was unknown how old he was, but in this world, no one would dare to say that he was number 2. This kind of person with a healthy body, clear eyes, and even under the dim moonlight, he could still see the other person clearly. In the end, there were only a few people in the world whose fate lines were messed up. This was a pitiful person. It's late at night, and the dew is heavy. Benefactor should go back and rest early. Amit Ba Buddha. Many thanks to Great Master. Knowing that tonight's matter, Great Master Liao Chun had let it go. How he came, how he left. His gait didn't change, and he didn't deliberately hide his head. He was very magnanimous. Great Master Liao Chun looked at the meditation room Jing Wan was in for a moment before walking over. His footsteps really didn't make any sound. He didn't need to borrow anything and walked to Jing Wan's side accurately. He reached out to check her pulse. If his guess was correct, she should wake up in 3 days. His gaze fell on the prayer beads on Jing Wan's wrist. Others couldn't see it, but in his eyes, the change in the prayer beads was clear at a glance. It was as if a purple bead with a black color had appeared in the middle of a pair of golden beads. Although the color seemed a bit unknown, Great Master Liao Chan could sense that this bead was harmless and could solve the problem of Jin Qin Wangfei. The human heart, right and wrong, the twists and turns. Great Master Liao Chun brushed his sleeves and left the meditation room. The door closed automatically, and the room seemed to have changed invisibly. Mama Gong stirred and then abruptly woke up. She frowned and got up to light the lamp. First, she checked Jingwan's condition. From head to toe, she didn't miss a thing. Then she turned around and carefully looked at the windows, door, and some other details. She didn't find anything wrong, but based on her former Shadow Guard's intuition, she couldn't relax. Then, Granny Gong opened the door and looked around. There was no problem, but she couldn't get rid of the strange feeling. Mama Gong couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. When the person who returned to his room from Jingwan's room entered the room, he was shocked to find someone in the room. In reality, it wasn't a pleasant feeling, but he didn't make a sound. He looked at the person standing motionless by the bed. Even under the moonlight, the person didn't have the slightest temperament of the moonlight. Instead, he was so gloomy that the moonlight outside paled in comparison. He didn't look like a living person, and it was very unpleasant. He didn't speak, and she didn't speak either. It's so late. Why did you go find her? The scene seemed to be going on forever. The person standing by the window finally opened his mouth. His voice was a little hoarse, but it was not the kind of voice that sounded like he was not fully awake or deliberately lowering his voice. Instead, it sounded more like his vocal cords had been damaged. It sounded a little harsh to the ears. The Wang Fei is the mistress. It's normal for her to stay up all night. But you're not trusted now. Everyone else was implicated. You're the main culprit. The woman sneered. We're the same. Neither of us is a good person. But speaking of which, you're quite bold to come here at this time. Did you really think that His Highness took away all the good men? No matter what the truth was, the fact that he could stand here was already the best explanation. The person by the window tilted his head slightly. Under the faint moonlight, his eyes were clear and terrifying. Not only that, there seemed to be something wriggling on his sunken face. It was enough to give people goosebumps. The woman's expression changed slightly. You're really disgusting. Perhaps it was not the first time that he had been looked at or spoken to in such a way, but he didn't react at all. Perhaps his calm attitude angered her. I don't know how the Wang Fei will react when she sees you like this. Will she be frightened or disgusted? Out of 10 people, at least 9 of them would see you as a scourge, and the remaining 1 would have fainted at the first moment. Finally, there was a change of emotion in his eyes. He was not a beast, but a yiksha. However, he didn't do anything in the end. No one knew whether he was too lazy to care or disheartened. He threw the thing in his hand over. The thing inside can remove the sleeping bug. Take her out of White Dragon Temple in 3 days. You really think highly of me. It's already very difficult to put the sleeping bug on the Wang Fei. Now Nanny Gong doesn't allow any of us to get close to her. How can you remove the sleeping bug on the Wang Fei under her nose? Do you want me to expose myself directly? We haven't crossed the river yet. Are you ready to burn the bridge? The woman held the porcelain bottle in her hand and said lightly, That's your business. If you can't do it, what's the use of having you? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite all of you out? The person in front of the window sneered. Li Hongyuan can come back. You don't have to say anything. We won't have a good ending. He's dead. No matter how much you say, it won't help. It turns out that in your eyes, His Highness still has a chance to live. I thought you were very careful and set up a fatal trap. Speaking of which, I really think highly of you. This has nothing to do with you. You just need to do your own thing. With a flick of his sleeve, He brushed past the woman and strode away. After the silence returned, the woman casually threw away the porcelain bottle in her hand and sat down on a simple wooden chair. She rested her chin on one hand. Compared to the indignation and mockery she had before, she had completely calmed down. In the darkness, her mind drifted. Those people all treated her as the mud on the ground. They could step on her however they wanted, and she had to follow the path they arranged. There was no freedom, no dignity, and no sense of self. In Jin Xin Wang Fu, it was actually her happiest time. She didn't need to greet people and send them off. She didn't need to sell her smile. Most of the people in the Fu were respectful and flattering because she was Wang Fei's personal servant. And those who knew her identity, even if they didn't trust her that much and put her out of many things, they never looked down on her. She had a lot of silver on her and should be the wealthiest person among all the cheap people. When she got it in her hands, she hesitated. Aunt May was in the flesh business, so why did she treat her differently? It was fine if she delayed the reception time, but before she left, she even gave her a lot of silver, saying that it was the money she had sold herself for. If her days in the Fu were not broken, she might really be grateful to Aunt May for the rest of her life. When Wang Fei and the others were still in the northwest, suddenly one day, someone came to her door and told her story. Her father was a shadow guard who was carefully groomed by others, and her mother was just an ordinary woman. When they walked together, they were not blessed by anyone. The reason why she could live until she was a few years old in front of her parents was because her father risked his life on one dangerous mission after another. Her mother was similarly stuck in the mud and struggled bitterly, and these were still far from enough. They never raised a useless person, and from that time, she was deliberately groomed as a chess piece in a situation that she was completely unaware of. Blood pools and mud, wails and cries everywhere, starving people all over the mountains. Her closest relatives were not there. Following her mother's dying words, she must live. Alone and without anyone to rely on, she struggled bitterly, suffered all kinds of humiliation, and fell into the dust of a prostitute. These were all part of the process of grooming her. It was about time. It was time for her to play a role. Only, she was so lucky that she entered Jin Xin Wang Fu without any effort from those people. They said that the reason why Jin Xin Wang Fei kept her was because she first protected Jin Xin Wang Fei's servant girls. Therefore, she did not owe Jin Xin Wang Fei anything. To be able to serve Master was an honor that a lowly person like her could not ask for. Her miserable fate was all created by them, but now she still had to work for them. How laughable! She had no way to refuse because her parents were still alive. There were some things that she had to do. If she did not have any memories of them, perhaps it would not matter. However, her memories of them were very deep, very deep. Because of those deeply engraved memories, it made her suspect that it was actually done deliberately. She was too young and did not have the ability to judge, so she easily thought that they were good, very good. She even suspected that they were not her parents at all. Everything was a means to control people. Suspicion was suspicion, but feelings still held the upper hand. As for whether they were really still alive, she did not dare to gamble. It was just that people like them were born to be pinched. If they wanted to pinch flat, they would be pinched flat. If they wanted to roll, they would be rolled round. In the darkness, Fu Rong revealed a strange smile. Speaking of which, Jin Xin Wang was alone. Southern Qi still needed this kind of treacherous and unpredictable thing like goo. They actually had to find a former way to work together to deal with it. Jin Xin Wang was too powerful, and these people were too useless. Just as Master Liaochen had predicted, Jingwan really did wake up 3 days later. Gong Mama almost cried tears of joy. Chapter 564. Half an hour after Jingwan had her meal, the child in her belly also became active. Perhaps it was because it had been holding it in for too long, but now it was a little too active. In fact, it was a little uncomfortable, but Jingwan showed a rare smile. After Granny Gong's initial joy, she realized a problem. Since someone had tried so hard to put the sleeping spell on the princess consort, then the sleeping spell would not lose its effect after a while. Who was the one who removed the sleeping spell? And it had happened right under her nose. It was very likely that this person was the one who had used Sing Yi as a tool, but was not caught. Now, this person had done something similar again. How could she tolerate it? Nurse Gong suddenly thought of the first few nights. Her intuition told her that something was wrong, but in reality, she did not notice anything strange. So was it really that night? Nurse Gong did not show it on her face, but her heart was terrifyingly gloomy. The first time, it could be attributed to carelessness because of the tight security. What about the second time? What should she do? She could indeed say that she was incompetent. Nurse Gong was not angry because she had been provoked again and again. It was mainly because this situation was completely out of her control. She felt that it was very troublesome. She was afraid that something would go wrong at some unknown time. In reality, it was not a matter of when something would go wrong. It was a matter of letting the princess wake up at this time. It was a big problem. Nanny Gong looked at everyone with a scrutinizing gaze. She became more and more cautious in her actions. Not only was she careful about Jingwan's food and clothing, she was also very careful about her own, because now she was almost certain that she had fallen into a trap that night. If she wanted to protect her master, she had to first prevent herself from getting into trouble. Another doubt arose in Nurse Gong's heart. The prince thought that Master Liaoqin's place was safe enough to let the princess stay and took away all the secret guards. But how could this situation be explained? Nurse Gong, is there something wrong? Granny Gong hesitated for a moment. Judging from the princess consort's attitude after she woke up, she should not be unaware of the current situation. Logically speaking, everything happened after she fell asleep, so she should not be aware of it. Then, it could only mean that either the princess consort had sensed something before the incident, or she was actually aware of the outside world during this period of time, but just could not wake up. Jingwan did not speak again, obviously waiting for the other party to take the initiative to explain. Granny Gong had been by Jingwan's side for 5 or 6 years. She knew that Jingwan's mind was actually very clear. She had seen and understood a lot of things. Even if she didn't say it out loud, it didn't mean that she didn't know. Even if he told her everything now, especially that His Highness had entered the tiger's den, she might not be able to bear it. However, if he didn't tell her, would Her Highness not be worried? Sometimes the unknown would cause people to let their imaginations run wild, even to the point of fear. If they knew, they might even come up with a good idea. In the end, Mama Gong told Jingwan everything that had happened. Jingwan was calmer than Nanny Gong had expected. From the beginning to the end, not to mention her expression, even the look in her eyes did not change. Wang Fei, are you Jingwan raised her head and immediately understood what Nanny Gong meant. She shook her head and said, Nanny, I've been regarded as Prince's weakness. She stated a fact in a low voice. Wang Fei, that's not the case. You and His Highness, Nanny, you don't have to say that. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. I won't let my imagination run wild. Jingwan knew her situation better than anyone else. Therefore, even if she was worried and anxious, she had better not act on her own. Otherwise, not only would she not be able to help, but she would also cause trouble. Wasn't there a lot of similar plots in the TV series and movies in her previous life? Although many of those things were required by the plot and had some artistic elements in them, it was absolutely possible in reality. Therefore, it was important to know one's own limits sometimes. Therefore, Jingwan's current situation was somewhat similar to Li Hongyuan's when she fell into a deep sleep. The more worried and anxious she was, the more she forced herself to be calm and rational. Seeing Jingwan's reaction, Nanny Gong was both happy and worried. However, it was much better than her going to look for His Highness recklessly. Later, Nanny Gong told Nanny Gong about the person who made her suddenly wake up and her suspicion of Master Liaoqin. You're overthinking Master Liaoqin's words. After all, that person wanted me to wake up, not harm me. Plus, masters aren't people of this world. They care about karma and reincarnation. They won't interfere rashly. It's already not easy for them to stay here temporarily. I can't force anything more. As for the rest, Mama, have everyone wait outside and come in one by one. I have something to ask. Nanny Gong knew that Nanny Gong had a plan, so she didn't say more and did as Nanny Gong said. Now, the servants serving Jingwan were basically those who serve her closely in Prince Yu's mansion. In addition, there was Eunuch Mu, who was regarded as a burden by Li Honyuan and didn't take him away. There weren't many of them. They asked one question after another. It was more like a private chat between the master and the servants than an inquiry. It was a very casual kind. Except for one person, the others didn't have any purpose. When Fu Rong appeared in front of Jingwan, Jingwan put down the teacup in her hand, which was specially prepared for her by Nanny Gong. She looked at Fu Rong. In fact, she was almost the same as before. She was born a prostitute, but she didn't have the slightest trace of a prostitute's aura. Originally, she thought that she was not fated to meet a procuress who treated her well. Now that she thought about it, she was still too naive. However, even if there was no such thing, and Fu Rong was deliberately cultivated, then presumably she would be sent to some people by all means. However, under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be her husband. Did she invite a wolf into the house? Jingwan was a little self-deprecating. Fu Rong, what do you want to say to me? Having said that, Jingwan still felt that Fu Rong was a little strange. In fact, before she had the accident, she didn't think of such a thing. But after she woke up, she thought about it and basically determined the target. But she felt that Fu Rong was deliberately reminding her. After all, she had been very normal before and didn't show any clues. If she was the only one who noticed it, other people also didn't notice it. It was enough to show that there was no clue. But what was the purpose of her doing so? Did she think that she was brave because of her skill and that the end of the matter would develop as she planned? Did she deliberately provoke her? Or did she mean to remind her? Your Highness, you've given me a new life. Fu Rong, you're too serious. At that time, you saved Bai Xiao first. I'll just let you stay by my side. It's not a big deal. Moreover, even if I didn't help, you would jump out of the fire pit sooner or later. Jingwan interrupted her calmly. Your Highness, do you really think it will be like this? Without Princess Consort's shelter, this servant would have been humiliated and changed hands again and again. This servant would have become an insignificant plaything that anyone could trample on. Princess Consort's slight effort is the grace of giving this servant a new lease of life. Fu Rong stood upright with slightly lowered eyebrows and narrowed eyes. It was a very standard posture, the posture of a qualified maid in a noble courtyard. Jingwan was silent. She wanted to ask, in this case, are you biting the hand that feeds you? But she didn't ask because it was meaningless. Why did you wake me up? Someone doesn't want your Highness to stay in White Dragon Temple anymore. Fu Rong told her the truth. Oh, they have His Highness's weakness. Can't they do anything to him? When Jingwan said this, she was a little proud. Look, this was her man. No matter what they did, they still couldn't hurt him. His Highness is a wise man. Ordinary people can't be compared with him. If they want to take him down, they naturally need more bargaining chips. So it's not surprising. So, the fact that I'm awake now can't be spread to him anyway. More than that. In fact, if you don't leave White Dragon Temple, His Highness can't come back, at least not within 3 months. Your Highness, you have more than one kind of poisonous insect. Another kind of poisonous insect can really control His Highness. Chapter 565. So, this was a chain of events, and everything had been planned long ago. First, she was put to sleep to lure her husband out, because, under normal circumstances, only she could stop his journey. Then, after he went out, he found that things were far from simple. Even if he found a way to solve the sleeping goo, he was bound by another goo in her body. No matter whether her husband was sure or not, he would not act rashly even if he had a trace of doubt about her. And she was woken up by them. She knew that her husband could only have a chance if she showed up. On the other hand, if she showed up, she might become a bargaining chip for someone to threaten her husband again. Under normal circumstances, there is no need to say what choice to make, but those people really grasp the weakness of human nature. However, this deadlock sometimes needed external forces to break. Even if it was an unfavorable factor, it was definitely better than endless delay. So, Jingwan did not even need to think about what choice to make. Can I know what the other goo in my body is? Substitute goo, a very special kind of goo. Fu Rong did not hide and said truthfully. So, I am now a substitute for someone, and that person is very likely to be the person the prince has to face directly. To what extent does this substitute goo substitute? Does it bear the other person's injury or die for the other person? Princess, you are smart, but the substitute goo has not reached such a level. If the person being substituted is injured, the substitute will bear half of the pain, and the duration is the same. If the person being substituted dies, then the substitute will be weak and permanent, and there will be a reduction in lifespan. So, this substitute goo does not seem to be worthy of its name. However, for an insect to achieve such an effect, it was already heaven-defying enough. This kind of thing should not be so easy to raise. How many are there now? Fu Rong was silent. The goo worms come from the southern Qi kingdom, and my parents are from the former Wei kingdom. Jingwan finally showed a surprised expression. She picked up the tea and took a sip. There was no warmth in her eyes as she smiled. Furong, tell me, should I say that you two joined forces for one person and two countries, or should I be proud to have such an outstanding husband? His Highness should be proud to have a princess like you. Jingwan looked at Fu Rong. It was such an obvious compliment, but in Fu Rong's words, it seemed like she was just saying that the weather was good. Because it was ordinary, it seemed sincere. He was obviously loyal, but he chose to betray her. Jingwan's eyes flashed, but she said, Furong, I still have some doubts. I hope you can answer them for me. Whatever I can say, this servant will definitely tell Princess Consort. From what Fu Rong had said before, it could be seen that the scope of what she could say was far greater than expected. However, it was likely that she would not say the most important thing. I just want to know how you did it. According to the guards of the Wang Fu, if you didn't have the ability, you would have disappeared from the world the moment you made a move. But not only did you do it, you didn't let anyone find out. To a certain extent, you even dragged Gong Jiu down with you. Jingwan paused and lowered her head in thought for a moment. She seemed to have understood something. And the main point is that you're not afraid of poison. Is it because of your body, or did you use external methods? Replying to Princess Consort, it's external methods. Jingwan nodded. It seems that you took more than one kind of medicine from Gong Jiu. Gong Jiu is a cautious and careful person. He knows how many things he made. Although he may not check every day, after this incident, Gong Jiu should be more cautious in the future. Some things probably won't be taken out casually. Even if he takes it out, he will basically carry it with him. It was simply forcing out the rhythm of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Princess Consort, you're too serious. For some things, it's already very lucky to succeed once. Not to mention that it's impossible to have a second chance. The same method won't work for the second time. Jingwan didn't comment, but she agreed with what Fu Rong said in her heart. For some people, making the same mistake twice was absolutely unforgivable. Either they walked into a dead end, or some very terrible things would breed. Fu Rong, Jingwan's next words, might be the real topic. She obviously talked to Fu Rong much longer than other people. When Granny Gong came in, her eyes obviously had a different meaning when she looked at Fu Rong. She had always been relatively calm, but at this time, there was a sharpness in her eyes, as if she was going to cut Fu Rong alive. However, Fu Rong maintained the proper attitude, which was respectful, quiet, and reserved. Princess Consort did Fu Rong. Jingwan raised her hand slightly to stop Granny Gong from continuing. Don't think too much. Was it something that could be stopped just because she said not to think too much? Jingwan didn't say anything more. She casually gave a few instructions and then went to find Master Liaochen. Jingwan might have called Master Liaochen a fraud in her heart, but in fact, she was very confident in his ability. Perhaps she was an atheist in her previous life, but after experiencing time travel, her husband's rebirth, and even seeing a ghost, she accepted things that couldn't be explained by science. Master Liaochen probably knew that Jingwan was going to visit him, so he had prepared tea. It's good that you're awake, Princess Consort. Master Liaochen twirled the Buddha beads and smiled warmly. Jingwan also smiled. This time, I'm also thanking you for your help. Otherwise, His Highness wouldn't know how to deal with it. Your Highness, you're being too serious. His Highness always has his own ideas. Even without the White Dragon Temple, he would still be able to deal with it properly. Jingwan didn't comment. Even if she could deal with some things well, others would make things easier or save her trouble. Therefore, she couldn't deny the other person's credit. In fact, she couldn't express her gratitude, but she should at least show enough sincerity in her words. However, Jingwan felt that the best way to thank Master Liaochen was that her husband wouldn't cause trouble anymore and wouldn't do terrible things so easily. Jingwan picked up the teacup and took a sip. I'm here not only to thank you, but also to say goodbye to you. I'm sorry to have disturbed you these days. Master Liaochen didn't seem surprised. It made sense. Even if he couldn't see Jingwan's fate, he could make some guesses from other people. Have you thought it through, Princess Consort? Let's wait. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. After all, nothing is more important to His Highness than Princess Consort's safety. Master, some things have to be done. As the saying goes, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. If you avoid it this time, you may not be able to avoid it the next time. And if you avoid it, the second disaster may be even more dangerous. I haven't studied Buddhism, but it should be easy to explain, Jingwan said calmly. Master Liaochen nodded. Just like how he hadn't agreed to be the matchmaker between Jingwan and Li Honyuan, some things couldn't be left out. If he skipped to a good ending, then other things would arise to make up for the missing part. The smoother things were at first, the more difficult it would be later. One part of the difficulty would increase to 3 parts, or even more. In that case, I won't dissuade you. I only wish you a safe trip. Master Liaochen put his palms together and prayed. If you don't mind, I'll draw 3 safety talismans for you. I couldn't ask for more. Thank you, Master. No matter what kind of talisman Master Liaochen personally drew, it was all about fate. If those talismans were to fall into the outside world, they would be priceless. Jingwan had already planned. One morning, she took the medicine from Fu Rong and did it herself. Naturally, Nurse Gong wouldn't suspect anything. So the aggrieved and angry Nurse Gong was drugged again. If she knew that it was her master who drugged her again, what kind of expression would she have? But Jingwan was her master, so she couldn't do anything but sulk. There was no way she could get back at her. The amount of medicine Fu Rong stole from Gong Jiao was limited. Now there wasn't a single drop left. Except for Nurse Gong, it wasn't difficult for Jingwan to send the others away. Everything was done calmly. With one hand on Fu Rong's arm, it was as if they were taking a stroll. Not long after they left Master Liaochen's meditation room, Sister He blocked their way. Princess, please let this servant go with you. Obviously, Sister He knew Jingwan's plan. Jingwan sighed in her heart. She miscalculated. 4 of the original 7 maidservants were married. The other maidservants were not valued as much as the original ones. Although they were given first-class rations, they were doing second-class things. As for the remaining 3, Qing Ju committed a crime and was left in the palace. Only Fu Rong and Sister He were left with her. Originally, in Jingwan's opinion, Sister He was all brawn and no brain. Of course, she wasn't brainless. It was just that compared to others, she was weaker in intelligence. She liked martial arts more and planned to spend the rest of her life with martial arts. Jingwan originally thought that it would be fine as long as she left White Dragon Temple. As for what happened after that, she would naturally take care of it as long as Granny Gong woke up because she had left a letter. However, she did not expect to be caught red-handed by Black Sister. She did not know when Black Sister started to pay attention to it. Sister He, this trip is very dangerous. You won't be of any use if you follow me. Instead, you may lose your life. Even if we are of no use, I don't think we will be a burden to you. Princess, you are pregnant now. It will be better to have one more person to take care of you. As for my life, from the moment I served Wang Fei, everything of this servant belongs to Wang Fei. There is nothing to care about. Immerse said calmly, do you have to follow me? Wherever you go, I will go. Sister He was very determined. Can't I order you to stay? Princess, please forgive me. Special circumstances require special treatment. If I can come back alive, I am willing to be punished. Jingwon had no choice but to agree. If they delayed for a long time, Nanny Gong wouldn't be able to leave when she woke up. Other people might not be able to persuade her to stay, but Nanny Gong could, and she was sure that she could do it. Furong had no more medicine with her, so this was her only chance. Sister Hei, if possible, try to protect yourself. Sister Hei was silent. Obviously, she didn't listen to her at all. Jingwon didn't say anything more and continued to walk. Sister Hei glanced at Fu Rong, who had been quiet all the time, and walked to the other side of Jingwon to be a qualified guardian. Jingwon didn't say anything, and they also maintained absolute silence. Since they wanted to take Jingwon out of the mountain, the carriage was naturally prepared. The horse was just a horse, and the appearance of the carriage was quite ordinary. But after getting on the carriage, Jingwon slightly narrowed her eyes. The comfort in the carriage was almost as good as the carriage that her husband specially prepared for her. To be honest, even if she was very valuable, she was just a bargaining chip and a hostage. As long as she was alive, she was valuable enough. Such good treatment was completely unnecessary. It looked very strange. No matter what she thought in her heart, Jingwon didn't show it on her face. Anyway, in her current situation, it was good to have a comfortable environment. But she didn't know if she would be seriously sick in the carriage. Although under normal circumstances, the condition of carriage sickness was very small. Of course, although the carriage was comfortable enough, there were still some disadvantages. For example, the whole thing was like a small prison carriage. The window was a lattice, and the curtain was outside, so it couldn't be opened at all. But there was a skylight above, and there seemed to be a baffle on it, so there was no need to worry about the wind and rain. Such a design was to blind her. Under normal circumstances, she should be directly blindfolded. So, it could be seen that the other party had put in a lot of effort. Jingwon had a faint guess in her heart. What she had to do now was to wait quietly. Not wanting her to spy, Jingwon was too lazy to pay attention to anything. She closed her eyes and rested. Anyway, she didn't have the ability to distinguish things and directions outside by listening to subtle sounds. Time passed by quietly. She felt every movement of the baby. Perhaps the baby cared for her mother, so it didn't move violently. Moreover, Jingwon didn't show any signs of dizziness or chest tightness. It couldn't be better. And in the next part of the journey, Jingwon also found that the journey was not fast. It seemed to be completely based on her endurance. This was different from what she had expected. After all, her husband had been gone for a long time. Normally, they should have rushed to catch up, but now every once in a while, they would let her down to get some fresh air and exercise. And in terms of food, they were also meticulous. 3 days later, the person Jingwon wanted to see finally appeared. Although she had expected it, she was still very surprised when she saw it. Chapter 566. This surprise didn't last long. It almost disappeared in a flash. Young Master Sunday, Jingwon said. Princess, Luo. Sun Yilin paused. Some words seemed to be on the tip of his tongue before he came up with such an address. Logically speaking, there was no problem with this address. However, it seemed to have a completely different meaning when it came from Sun Yilin's mouth. It was a little indifferent and seemed a little unwilling. Jingwon's eyes were still on his face. She was exceptionally magnanimous. She didn't have any emotional fluctuations in her heart, but she was more or less curious. She knew that his face was burned and disfigured because of the fire. However, when she met him when Duchess Ding passed away, his face was still covered with a white cloth. It didn't look as serious as it was now. It was not the first time that Sun Yilin met people with such a face. He could completely ignore other people's gazes. However, when this person was Jingwon, he still felt embarrassed. He had an impulse to hide and hide. Although he tried his best to hide, there were some things that couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to. Especially in front of people he cared about, there was always a sense of uneasiness. It was a little awkward. Whether it was the former young Master Sun Yilin or the later Sun Yilin, whose temperament changed greatly and became unpredictable. It was not at all similar to the former young master Sun Yilin or the later Sun Yilin, whose temperament changed greatly and became unpredictable. There was a reason why he didn't see Jingwan at the first time. However, when he saw her and mustered up the courage to face her, compared to Jingwan, Sun Yilin's eyes seemed a little unscrupulous. He moved his eyes inch by inch on Jingwan's body. It seemed that the former etiquette and the noble young master who was quite respectful to women was just an illusion. Now he was the real him. However, Jingwan didn't really care about these things. It was just that she didn't want to lose a piece of flesh, so she didn't retreat at all. However, Sun Yilin's thoughts. To her, Sun Yilin was actually just a passerby in her life. He really didn't hold much weight. If he wasn't Sun Yijia's closest brother, and if it wasn't for her husband, who was super jealous, constantly thinking about him, Jingwan was afraid that she would have already forgotten about this person. Jingwan thought that her marriage with Sun Yilin was ruined by someone. She didn't feel guilty because she knew that even if no one was involved between her and Sun Yilin, most of it would fail. Therefore, she didn't feel sorry for him. Except for those who had been in the limelight for a long time, being stared at like this more or less made people unhappy. Previously, she thought that Sun Yilin had already let go of her. She didn't feel anything from the beginning to the end. She was just happy that her husband wouldn't use this as an excuse to make a fuss. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. This was definitely not narcissism, but Sun Yilin's behavior was too obvious. She couldn't even pretend that she didn't know. Jingwan actually didn't agree with this situation. After all, it was just a one-sided love. It wasn't mutual love. Jingwan found it hard to understand. Perhaps it had something to do with her personality. She couldn't fall in love with someone first. Moreover, they had only interacted with each other a few times. How did he fall in love with her so deeply? Jingwan felt that this was extremely inconceivable. In Jingwan's eyes, it was unreasonable for someone to resort to unscrupulous means because they couldn't get what they wanted. As for those who hurt others because of love and hate, it was even more despicable. After all, the other party didn't owe them anything. Of course, before the matter was clear, Jingwan wouldn't jump to conclusions. What Sun Yilin was doing now might not have anything to do with her. Jingwan thought that her sentiments weren't to the point where she would take everything on herself. Even if it was really related to her, she expressed that she wouldn't take the blame. If just breaking off the engagement could make him turn evil, then it would make people suspect that Sun Yilin's mind was actually only 3 years old. Or maybe he was seriously in the second stage of middle school. As long as he didn't get what he wanted, he would destroy the world. Sun Yilin's gaze finally fell on Jingwan's stomach. There was an unknown darkness in his eyes. Jingwan was unmoved just now. But now, she couldn't help but move her body. Her hand was placed on her lower abdomen. Her defensive posture was too obvious. Sun Yilin saw this and calmly withdrew his gaze. He concealed his attitude. He didn't say much about Jingwan's movements. As for what he was thinking in his heart, no one knew. "Are you okay?" Perhaps because he had adjusted his state of mind, Sun Yilin was much gentler. His negative emotions seemed to have dissipated, but he still deliberately ignored the way he addressed her. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Sunday. I'm fine." This wasn't a polite remark. Jingwan was really fine now. Sun Yilin sat down beside Jingwan. "That's good. If you need anything, just let me know." "Is that so? I thought that as a hostage, I should have the consciousness of a hostage. If the treatment was too good, it would give people the illusion that they were a VIP. If the situation became worse later, there might be a psychological gap." This wasn't good. Sun Yilin was silent for a moment. "You're pregnant now. If you have any request, it's not too much." He paused. "Even if it's not a special situation, you deserve the best at any time. Young Master's son, you're from a famous family. I think you know the etiquette and rules better than anyone else. You've overstepped." Sun Yilin was silent. For a moment, the corner of his mouth twitched. It was strange, evil, and gloomy. Rules? I follow the rules too much. That's why I was schemed against and robbed of my wife. Jingwan's heart jumped slightly. Did Sun Yilin know everything? That's impossible, right? What do you mean, young master's son? It was best to stop this topic. However, Jingwan needed to know more information now. The more she knew, the more advantageous it would be for her in the future. So it was best to follow his intentions and slowly fish for information. What do you mean? Sun Yilin once thought that Li Hongyuan didn't treat Jingwan well. A man like that, with a high status and no power on the surface, would do things his own way without any scruples. Compared to those with power, he was much more casual. Without power, he was pampered even more. If he didn't have power, the emperor would favor him even more. If he didn't have power, there would be no restrictions. A person like that would definitely be self-centered and wouldn't consider other people's feelings. Moreover, he was also a womanizer. Whoever became his wife was destined to be neglected and wronged. However, reality was different from what he thought. He didn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. He stubbornly thought that if it wasn't him, no one would be able to give her happiness. But the truth was, that's right. How could Li Hongyuan tell you what he did? Wouldn't that be exposing his despicable, shameless, and dirty side? Even a shameless person would still pay attention to his image sometimes. Young master's son, it's not gentlemanly to criticize our prince behind his back. Sun Yilin looked at Jingwan. His eyes never left her. He was somewhat unhappy that Jingwan was so protective of Li Hongyuan. However, from Jingwan's point of view, he could understand. But when he thought that if Li Hongyuan hadn't interfered, Jingwan would be protecting him now, the gloominess in his heart became stronger. I used to be a gentleman, but what was the result? I regret it now. If I had been a villain, I believe the result would be completely different. It's enough to regret it for a lifetime. Jingwan frowned slightly. She felt that the current situation was a little bad. Sun Yilin reached out and seemed to want to smooth her eyebrows. Jingwan subconsciously avoided it. Sun Yilin was not angry. He put his hand down and put on the back of Jingwan's hand. When Jingwan wanted to pull away, he increased his strength so that Jingwan could not succeed. This was the person he liked. Because of the etiquette, even when they were engaged, they did not touch each other's skin. Now, it seemed that he got what he wanted, and there was a strange excitement. Jingwan did not pull him, but her face was completely cold. Let go, Jingwan. This address made Sun Yilin's unwillingness disappear. However, it was still not intimate enough, and he was not satisfied. I won't hurt you, and I don't want to hurt you. This is all I want now. So, please don't refuse me, okay? I'm a married woman, and if I'm a lady, I shouldn't be violated by you. You're simply unreasonable. Sadness flashed in Sun Yilin's eyes, and his face became cold. Wan, it doesn't matter what you say now. I've already decided to be a villain. Now, I'm the knife, and you're the fish. Even if it's not for anything else, even if it's for the child in your belly, you shouldn't do anything to anger me, right? Jingwan did not resist, but her eyes became colder and colder. If her impression of Sun Yilin was good before, now it was completely negative. Sun Yilin knew that Jingwan would hate him, but he couldn't control himself because he knew that this might be his last chance, and he didn't want to give up. It doesn't matter if you hate me. We'll have a lot of time in the future, and I'll gradually change your opinion of me. In the future? You'll live in hell in the future. Jingwan sneered. Wan, do you think I can't win against him? Let's not talk about winning or losing for the time being. Wan, do you know what Li Hongyuan is doing now? You have a beauty in your arms, and you've probably forgotten her name. In this way, do you still think about him? Jingwan didn't believe a single word. She believed that even if those people had used some kind of method to put a curse on him, he wouldn't do anything to hurt her. Jingwan didn't even have that kind of confidence in herself. She had seen that man's ability and his tenacity. She believed that as long as it was something he wanted to do, there was nothing he couldn't do. This kind of mentality was simply to the point of blindness. Sun Yilin's heart was burning with jealousy. This was an emotion that he had never felt before. Why could a man like Li Hongyuan gain her trust so much? Insidious, cunning, treacherous, and arrogant. There was nothing praiseworthy about him. He even deceived everyone in the world, but took all the benefits. It seems that if I don't let you see it with your own eyes, you won't believe it. So let's wait and see. In fact, I don't want you to see that kind of scene. As a wife, no matter how much feelings you have for your husband, you won't feel good when you see him being intimate with another woman. The deeper the feelings, the greater the hurt. It's really not easy for the son of an aristocratic family to have such awareness. These words might be praise in normal times, but now it was more sarcastic. I just don't want to use this kind of method to test the depth of your feelings for him. If that's the case, you really don't need to test it. I can tell you now that I'm sincere to him, and I'll never change it until death. Sun Yilin suddenly increased the strength of his hand. Jingwan was in pain, but her face was expressionless, and she didn't show any weakness. Sun Yilin's expression became somewhat deranged. You should have been mine. If it wasn't for Li Hongyuan's interference, you and I should have lived together and followed each other in life and death. Jingwan's expression was shocked. It wasn't Sun Yilin's words that made her like this, but his face. That pit, which originally looked like an ordinary scar, now seemed to be alive. Something was wriggling under the surface. Not only that, the scar was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. She even suspected that at some point, his entire face would become that terrifying appearance. Your face, Jingwan couldn't help but cry out. The deranged Sun Yilin seemed to be strangled by his neck. For a moment, he was speechless. Then, he seemed to come back to his senses and hurriedly reached out to cover his face. Don't look. His actions were really like those of a disfigured woman, as if the most embarrassing thing had been discovered, and he was panicking. Jingwan couldn't help but frown. Even a 3-year-old child could tell that this wasn't normal. Not to mention other things. Was Sun Yilin really disfigured by fire at the beginning? She didn't know if it was because of the change on his face, but Sun Yilin suddenly got up and rushed down from the carriage in a panic. That posture was so embarrassing. Jingwan's frown deepened. She now suspected that Sun Yilin was also controlled by the goo worm. Of course, even if that was the case, what he did was unforgivable. Jingwan sat in the carriage, lost in thought. Outside the carriage, there was a faint sound of little Blackie's voice. She seemed to be arguing with someone. She could basically guess the reason. After all, a stranger ran into her carriage. As someone by her side, how could she be indifferent? Jingwan didn't do anything. Little Blackie might be suffering some bad treatment now, but if she paid too much attention to it, it might make things worse for her. Her current treatment was because of Sun Yilin. Other people with unknown origins might not be willing to give her preferential treatment in their hearts. Therefore, the only one who suffered would be the people by her side. Little Blackie was the only one. Jingwan slowly closed her eyes, hiding all her thoughts. The curtain of the carriage moved again. Jingwan opened her eyes and saw Sun Yilin appear again. His face no longer had that strange change, but the scar on his face had increased by at least 1/10 compared to before. Chapter 567. The curtain of the carriage moved again. Jingwan opened her eyes and saw that Sun Yilin had appeared again. His face no longer had that strange expression, but the scar on his face had increased by at least 10% compared to before. Sun Yilin, on the other hand, was very calm. It was as if the previous embarrassment had never happened. If it were not for the special situation, Jingwan would have praised his good composure. Maybe it's presumptuous, but I still want to ask. Shouldn't young Master Sun tell me something? Sun Yilin smiled. There was no gentleness like before. Instead, there was a strange sense of fear. There's nothing to say. Jingwan stared at him for a moment and closed her eyes. Her intention to refuse to communicate with him was obvious. Sun Yilin seemed to be unaware. He sat down, poured a glass of water, and took a sip. His action was as if he was tasting the best wine in the world, with some intoxication. During the whole process, his eyes were on Jingwan's face. So, what he was tasting was not water or wine, but beauty. Wanwan, no matter what kind of life you've been living in the past, whether it's bitter on the outside or sweet on the inside, I can guarantee that I'll do my best to give you the best of everything. There won't be anyone else by your side. I can even treat the child in your belly as my own. So, can you forget about the past? Sun Yilin said to himself wishfully. He did not get a response from Jingwan, but he was not angry. He continued to look forward to a beautiful future. From the picturesque scenery in Jiangnan to the vast snowfield in the north, from the treasures in the sea along the coast to the magnificent mountains and fields, everything was so beautiful. However, without a good mood, no matter how beautiful things were, they were equal to nothing. No matter how much he yearned for something, if the person who accompanied him was not the one who cared about it, he would become dim and lose interest. Jingwan finally could not listen to it anymore. She opened her eyes and said, "Young master's son, aren't you too self-righteous? Have you ever asked me if I was willing? It's okay. As long as you forget the past, you'll only see me in the future. At that time, you'll definitely be willing." Sun Yilan's voice was exceptionally gentle. He even reached out and gently stroked Jingwan's hair. Jingwan's pupils shrank. She didn't feel any warmth. Instead, she felt as if she was being stared at by a poisonous tongue. Her hair stood on end. She didn't know anything about goo worms, so she didn't know how scary they were. She didn't know if there was really a goo worm that could make people forget their past. If there was, then it was definitely something that Jingwan didn't want to see the most. Is Wanwan afraid? Don't worry, it'll be fine. You won't feel any pain. It'll be very easy and simple. Jingwan pursed her lips. Actually, she still didn't understand. What was it that caused the former #1 young master in the capital to become like this? Could it be that it was only because he found out that her husband had disrupted their marriage? Was she really that important to him? They had only met a few times and didn't know each other well. She didn't think that she was that special. Why did he miss her so much? No matter how she looked at it, it was like a big joke. Jingwan really wanted to ask, "Do you really like me?" Or was it because of the unwillingness in his heart, coupled with the fact that someone else had done something to turn what was originally a normal relationship into a special one, turning ordinary love into obsession? Or was it because of some other factors that caused him to turn into a demon? Jingwan didn't ask any of these questions. "Where are you taking me?" Jingwan asked. She originally thought that they were going to a place where her husband was, but now she wasn't so sure. Sun Yilan smiled. "Why, Wanwan? Do you want to elope with me directly? I want it too, but it won't work. If we don't settle some things, even if we elope, we won't have a peaceful life. Although I don't want you to see anyone other than me, I don't want you to stay in one place forever. So I have to get rid of all the future troubles." After getting the answer she wanted, Jingwan closed her eyes again. Sun Yilan's current appearance was really ugly. It wasn't his appearance, but his attitude and his heart. If this continued, Jingwan was worried that she would vomit. "Wanwan, you're actually very happy, right? To be able to see him again, I actually don't understand how someone like Li Hanyuan could gain your favor. Clearly, you are the one who can't tolerate men being half-hearted. How can you let bygones be bygones just because he changed his mind? He used to change people around him constantly, and it's highly likely that he will do so again in the future. Do you think that he will always stay by your side wholeheartedly? That's impossible. I'm different. Even now, I haven't had any physical contact with any woman. Besides, Wanwan, don't you think you're being unfair? Li Hanyuan has a lot of debts. I only had a small problem with my body, and it was set up by others. Our marriage is over just like that." Sun Yilan. Jingwan couldn't take it anymore. She opened her eyes and looked at him coldly. "What I do now and what I do in the future has nothing to do with you. Also, you'd better be clear about one thing. Even if no one else interfered with our previous marriage, do you think it's okay? Even if you were set up by others, it's because the loophole in your body was too obvious. Others didn't have to do anything to make you suffer. What's wrong? Has your temperament changed? And even your mentality has decreased to that of a 3-year-old? You're acting like I'm ungrateful and heartless in order to climb up the social ladder. Sun Yilan, let me tell you, I don't owe you anything. Don't nag in my ear. Do you know that you're really annoying?" A trace of hurt flashed across Sun Yilan's eyes. He didn't even notice it, but his expression was still calm. "Wanwan, is that how you think of me? That's really sad, but it's okay. I know that pregnant people are a little temperamental and often can't control their emotions. If you're unhappy, you can vent it out. I'll forgive you." Jingwan actually regretted saying those words after she said them. She was afraid that she would offend Sun Yilin in a moment of carelessness. If that happened, she would be the one to suffer, especially the child in her belly. In the end, when she heard Sun Yilin's words, she really wanted to vomit. What kind of person was this? He was the real perverted lunatic, wasn't he? Jingwan suppressed the anger in her heart and really decided not to say another word. After that, Sun Yilin continued to whisper in Jingwan's ear. He didn't say anything in an orderly manner. He said whatever came to his mind and didn't mind that he was thirsty. For a full hour, Jingwan could be considered to have seen it thoroughly. It was also the first time that she realized that there were also times when a person who read too many books had a bad side. Young Master Son, can you please leave? This princess wants to change clothes. This kind of thing was usually quite embarrassing. But now, Jingwan didn't feel it all. Sun Yilin still wanted to continue and prepared to leave with a little regret. But when he lifted the curtain of the carriage, he turned back and looked down at her condescendingly. Wan, I don't like how you call yourself, so I hope you'll pay attention next time. I can't bear to hurt you, but even a clay figurine has a temper. I may not be able to suppress it all the time. I won't do anything to you, but it doesn't mean that I'll be so tolerant to others. Sun Yilin, what do you think of your sister with what you're doing now? If you let her know, what will she think? Sun Yilin's expression didn't change. He was calm and unruffled. Wan, how many people do you think will know about this in the end? She will still be like how she was in the Luo family. I thought you would say that when we conquer the capital, you'll even give her a title of nobility. Jingwan said sarcastically. I'm not that ambitious. Qi Yuan may be declining day by day, but it's not that bad. Obviously, Sun Yilin was admitting that he had defected to the enemy country. Since that's the case, you should know that you may not succeed in this matter. What will you do when the time comes? Don't I still have you? You've done a lot for her. I believe that you won't vent your anger on her because of me. Yes, I won't. But she's in the Luo family and has to face the Luo family every day. When the time comes, will I be able to change her situation with just one sentence? Everyone has to rely on themselves to live their own lives. Sun Yilin got down from the carriage, and his voice was a little shaky. Jingwan secretly clenched her fists and took a deep breath to suppress her anger. Blackie quickly got into the carriage to serve her. Her eyes were full of worry. When she saw that Jingwan's clothes were neat and she was in good spirits, she heaved a sigh of relief. Your Highness, don't worry, I'm fine. Sun Yilin won't do anything to me. You should take good care of yourself. Blackie clenched her fists and her eyes were burning with anger. She looked like she wanted to chop Sun Yilin into pieces. Your Highness, what happened to him? How did he become like this? Blackie was angry, but she also could not believe it. There was a trace of pity in her voice. They were all familiar with Sun Yilin's good reputation. Who knows? Jingwan's voice was a little muffled. Subsequently, Blackie helped Jingwan to change her clothes. Fu Rong also came to help. However, she was coldly refused by Blackie. If she still had doubts at the beginning, how could she not know now? In Blackie's eyes, Fu Rong was an ungrateful ingrate. It was already her limit to not beat her. How dare she hang around in front of her and her highness? She was really looking for death. Fu Rong, Blackie is enough. You don't have to come again. Jingwan said in a low voice. Fu Rong's eyes darkened. Your Highness, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid at any time. Then she squatted down and turned away. Her footsteps were still not light or heavy. What is it? Your Highness is not afraid. It's you who are despicable. Blackie said hatefully. Jingwan was thoughtful. Fu Rong seemed to be implying something. She didn't just come to comfort her. From that day on, Sun Yilin appeared from time to time. He didn't spend as much as the first day, and Jingwan could basically completely ignore him. Later on one day, it seemed that someone came, and the itinerary suddenly accelerated. Jingwan thought that Sun Yilin slowed down the itinerary, which made the people behind him dissatisfied. The itinerary was accelerated. Compared to before, Jingwan was indeed a little uncomfortable. However, it was not a big deal. Her appetite was a little weaker, her spirit was a little worse, and there was some faint soreness in her body. Blackie saw it in her eyes and was anxious in her heart. Sun Yilin's worries were also expressed. He even had a dispute with the other party's people. In the end, the itinerary slowed down a little. Therefore, Blackie's resentment against him weakened a little. Occasionally, she looked at Sun Yilin with a complicated expression. Jingwan smiled with a little weakness. She was really a straightforward girl. Her mood could change so easily. After traveling like this for nearly 6 or 7 days, the carriage stopped again. Because the road before was still smooth, Jingwan slept in the carriage and was a little drowsy. Jingwan only thought that this time's stop was similar to before. It was just a break in the middle, until Sun Yilin once again boarded the carriage. Wan Wan, you will soon be able to see our Jin Qin Wang. You say, if he knew that you had been eating and living with me all this time, and that I carried you to him, what do you think he would do? Jingwan was completely awake. Her heart was a little excited. She opened her eyes. If that's really the case, then congratulations. You are one step closer to the road to the underworld. Wan Wan, by saying this, do you think that he won't have any ill feelings towards you? Is Jin Qin Wang's breadth of mind that broad? Jingwan mockingly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Not to mention that there was nothing between her and Sun Yilin. Even if there was, a certain someone's anger would only be vented on Sun Yilin and the people behind him. No matter how terrible things he did, he would never hurt a single strand of her hair. This kind of 100% trust seemed like it couldn't be torn apart. In Sun Yilin's eyes, it was especially dazzling. He felt particularly hateful and had the urge to destroy it. Why couldn't it belong to him? The hand that fell on Jingwan's head followed her hair and felt her neck, slightly exerting force. Jingwan's expression became colder and colder. She looked at Sun Yilin without the slightest fear. She completely ignored the scar on his face that was once again squirming and expanding. Sun Yilin suddenly let go. He buried his head and took 2 deep breaths. When he raised his head again, the scar on his face had once again expanded and stopped squirming. Other than that, there was nothing else. Wan Wan, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. I really didn't want to. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Jingwan didn't say a word. Sun Yilin withdrew from the carriage. Outside, there were noises again. Jingwan raised her head to look. The light from the skylight dimmed a lot. Presumably, it was already close to evening. She didn't know where it was outside and didn't know where her husband was. However, knowing that he was nearby, her heart settled down. At the same time, the longing that was suppressed in the bottom of her heart also broke out. So much so that the corners of Jingwan's eyes were a little wet. In the end, she didn't let those tears fall down. She reached out to wipe them away and laughed at herself. This person, when she had someone to rely on, she became delicate. The warmth and tenderness, it wasn't only aimed at men, it was actually easier for women to indulge in it. Chapter 568. Jingwan could not determine their approximate location based on the environment alone. However, regardless of whether it was the weather or the overall journey, she could conclude that they were still in Qiyuan. Moreover, they were still far from southern Qi. This was not in line with her initial estimation. Therefore, she was more certain that those people were targeting Li Hongyuan. Jingwan originally thought that they would spend the night here. However, she did not expect that after a short rest, they would continue on their journey. However, they abandoned the carriage and seemed to want to ride horses or walk on foot. Jingwan's horsemanship had improved greatly. Even if the road was rugged, as long as the horse was not galloping, it would not be a problem. Therefore, she rejected Sun Yilin's offer to take her. However, she was about to be 5 months pregnant. Moreover, it was winter and her clothes were much thicker. Therefore, when she got on the horse, she frowned slightly. Blackie was carrying a large bundle that was almost half her height. She stood beside the horse with a worried expression and looked up. Your Highness, do you want me to take you? Jingwan shook her head. No need. I'm fine. Jingwan touched her lower abdomen and said in her heart, Baby, bear with it. When this matter is over, you should be able to settle down. Jingwan grabbed the reins with both hands and looked coldly. Naturally, she was thinking about more than this. She guessed that it was not only this matter that was happening, but also the capital. During this period of time, if there was no trouble in the capital, Jingwan would doubt their intelligence. In fact, in her opinion, these two matters were complementary. Blackie was worried about Jingwan. No matter what, she would not leave Jingwan's side. Relying on her good health and martial arts, she insisted on leading Jingwan's horse personally. Blackie encountered many difficulties along the way, but she solved most of them in a simple and violent way. She knew that these people would not do anything to the princess, so she did not show any mercy. Later on, when she was surrounded by several people, she showed that she did not care about her life. If they really wanted to do anything to her, she would definitely drag them down with her. In the end, these people could only use silent violence. At the same time, they also had to prevent her from kidnapping Jingwan. Obviously, in their opinion, Jingwan did not come out willingly. She would definitely try to escape if she had the chance. Now that the target was close at hand and the horse was there, they naturally could not let the master and servant be together. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. Enough. Let's get on our way. If anything happens to you people, you can commit suicide to atonement. Perhaps they were indignant in their hearts, but Sun Yilin still had some prestige among these people. Therefore, Blackie led the horse in the middle. The others were either riding or walking around. In short, they did not want to let a fly fly in. Jingwan looked at them and did not comment. She did not take it seriously at all. They basically trotted along the way, but the more they went, the more they went. Even if there were torches all around, they could not tell the direction. In this way, for more than 2 hours, they turned left and right on the road. They did not know where they went. If this continued, Jingwan really could not bear it. Stop, don't go. As soon as the voice fell, Blackie immediately reined in the horse. It could be said that the order was strictly followed. However, how could the others be happy? For a time, all kinds of unpleasant words came one after another. Jingwan did not take it seriously at all. She held Blackie's hand and directly got off the horse. These people's opinions were never within the scope of her consideration. These days, she also saw clearly that although Sun Yilin was suppressing them on the surface, in fact, there were other reasons why these people did not dare to touch him. As for what it was obvious. She still had great value, and on her husband's side, it was obvious that those people did not succeed at all. Jingwan was not arrogant, but she was quite at ease that she wanted a rest. After that, Sister Hay deftly found a place to tidy up. She untied the big bundle behind her, but it turned out that it was full of thick and warm things. This work was spread out for Jingwan to use. Not only that, she also quickly entered the forest. Not long after, she picked up a lot of dead branches and withered grass and lit a fire. She also took some utensils without asking. First, she made some soup for Jingwan to drink to warm her stomach and body. It was enough to show that Blackie's survival ability in the wild was absolutely excellent. Even if it was the wilderness, because she was well taken care of, Jingwan quickly recovered and looked a little sleepy. During this period, Blackie had already used the existing things in the forest to build a simple hut for Jingwan. Jingwan sighed in her heart. Her own maid could be a wilderness survival expert. The others were not so lucky. They were a group of rough people, and their ability to take care of themselves was limited. It was good enough that they could eat plain water and sleep on the ground. Originally, they could have a good sleep in the latter half of the night. However, because of Jin Xian princess consort interference, there was nothing left. Their resentment was naturally heavier. However, Blackie scowled and angrily stood guard outside like a cold-faced female yaksha. She looked like she would fight to the death with anyone who caught up. On the other side, in a valley, there was a simple farmhouse. There were about 3 rooms, but they were all brightly lit. Jin Xian Wang Li Honyuan was in one of the rooms, sitting casually with his eyes closed. He looked cold, and his whole person was cold to the bones. The 2 people next to him were like door gods. Their breathing was very slow. A man in black came in from outside. Master, Wang Fei has already reached the forest 10 li away. Chapter 569. Li Honyuan opened his eyes. However, they were as dark as a pool, bottomless. There was no trace of the warmth that he should naturally show when he heard about Jingwan. If Jingwan suddenly stood in front of him, she might think that he had changed. The people around Li Hongyuan were in a state of extreme tension from morning to night. That kind of oppression seemed to be able to suffocate people at any time. Even if their master didn't say or do anything, just a glance from him would make you feel like you were stripped naked and placed in a world of ice and snow. That kind of feeling of being frozen from the inside out would make you lose all ability to think and move and become a little lamb at the mercy of others. Before their master married Wang Fei, he was also very terrifying. He was ruthless and unpredictable, but at least he made people feel that he was still a human. But now, he really didn't seem like a human, but a true heartless devil. Even if he was terrifying, he was still human. No matter how terrifying a person was, most of the time, he was normal and reasonable. They were shadow guards, men of sacrifice. Everything belonged to their master. When they faced their master, there was no fear. No matter what he did, in their eyes, they could accept it. It was a normal thing, but now it was completely different. They were on the verge of death all the time. It was not a clean death, but a death of torture and fear that made even their souls tremble. There was no time like this when they wished for Wang Fei to be here. However, they were also very worried. Was Wang Fei really suitable to see the current Wang Ye? Even if Wang Fei had an unparalleled position in Wang Ye's heart, even if the whole world added together couldn't compare to her, Wang Fei occupied all of Wang Ye's heart. But what if Wang Ye didn't have a heart? Did that mean that in Wang Ye's eyes, Wang Fei was the same as other people? Wang Fei and Wang Ye were deeply in love. Because nothing major happened, there was no situation where they would accompany each other in life and death. However, they were very clear that if there really was such a time, they would definitely be together until death. It could be seen that if Wang Ye broke off his feelings for Wang Fei, how big of a blow would it be to her? Wang Fei's current situation was special. Under such a big shock, it was possible that, however, they still had hope in their hearts. Even now, the princess consort was special in the prince's heart. His Highness was afflicted with the love-sealing goo, which sealed the master of another female goo that was paired with the love-sealing goo. Under normal circumstances, after being afflicted with such a goo, His Highness would only think of the other goo's master. He would be obedient to her and would be indifferent to everyone else. However, His Highness's current situation was that he treated everyone the same. There was no such special uniqueness. The love-sealing goo was really just a love-sealing goo. The owner of the female goo tried to get close to him, but she almost lost her life. If it wasn't for the fact that the female goo had absolute control over the male goo, if the male goo's owner had any thoughts of harming the female goo, it would immediately bite back. Because of the bite back, that woman escaped from the hands of the prince. However, they couldn't do anything to that woman. Not to mention that the male goo would control its master to protect the female goo, which was even more powerful than the love-sealing goo. It wasn't completely ineffective on its master. It would occasionally work. In addition, it was said that the woman had a type of substitute goo, which was the mother goo. The owner of the child goo would take the outside world's harm on her behalf. The child goo was in the princess consort's body. Although they were skeptical of this theory, after witnessing the strangeness of goo these days, they would rather believe it than not. Therefore, they were in a passive position now. However, they weren't completely passive. At least, they knew about the princess consort situation. They weren't as ignorant as some people thought. It was obvious that His Highness valued and was loyal to the princess consort. Even if he trusted Master Liaochen, it was impossible for him to not have any protection. However, these people were hidden in the dark. On one hand, they were protecting the princess consort, and, on the other hand, they were monitoring to find the traitor. Therefore, it was a joke that the news of Jingwan waking up couldn't be spread. Perhaps they couldn't know where Li Hongyuan was, but they had special channels to pass on information. The development of the situation was just a matter of following the trend. What's the situation? His voice was cold, as if he was asking about something ordinary. The person who came and lowered his eyes and gave a simple account of what had happened. He didn't need to look to know his current expression. In the past, If His Highness heard that another man had approached the princess consort with ill intentions, His Highness would definitely fly into a rage and tear him to pieces. But now, there was no reaction at all. It was obvious how abnormal this was. Under normal circumstances, even if a man didn't have feelings for his wife, he would still be possessive and wouldn't tolerate others touching her. Why didn't he have any reaction? Was it because he didn't care at all? If that was the case, His Highness should have ordered the death of the female goo poison's owner. The male goo poison's owner was absolutely loyal to the female goo poison's owner and would protect her without question. But if the female goo poison died, the male goo poison would die with her. This was probably because the woman who created the goo poison wanted a man to have absolute feelings for her and didn't want to drag him down with her because she loved him. As long as he didn't do it himself, everything would be fine. According to His Highness's personality, how could he be willing to be controlled by others? He was only affected by the goo poison's owner's emotions, not his personality. In fact, without the goo poison's shackles, he would only be more unscrupulous. But he didn't. Except for the time when the female goo poison's owner wanted to get close to him, he didn't do anything else. Was he affected by the goo poison? Or was he still concerned about the princess consort's safety? Li Honyuan closed his eyes again. Get ready. We'll settle this tomorrow. Yes, master. Put out the lights and get out. The three of them didn't make a sound. They quietly put out the lights, went out, and closed the door. Li Honyuan was in the dark. His situation wasn't very good. The goo poison's influence was actually more serious than his subordinates expected. The reason why he was completely cold like ice was that he couldn't easily affect his emotions. Once his emotions fluctuated, the goo poison's influence would be aggravated. If it was aggravated, it meant that he might inexplicably have feelings for the female goo poison's owner, which was something Li Honyuan was very resistant to. He only had his emotions locked, not his memory. Perhaps he couldn't feel his love for Jingwan, but the bits and pieces of his time with Jingwan were very clear memories. If he looked at those memories without emotions, he couldn't be completely indifferent. On the contrary, perhaps because he had his emotions locked, he didn't have any emotions to restrain his abnormal possessiveness. He wanted to lock Jingwan up. Therefore, how could he not care about the person who dared to peep at Jingwan? It was just the first time he lost control of his emotions, and he was almost controlled by the goo poison. Therefore, he had been suppressing himself and suppressing his emotions in all aspects. This was similar to the state when Jingwan fell into a deep sleep. He was extremely tense. That kind of feeling was definitely uncomfortable. If one's willpower wasn't extremely strong, it was absolutely impossible to do it. It should be known that according to the history of the barbarians, the goo poison had been around for thousands of years, and there had never been a precedent of failure. There were many strong-willed bigwigs, but in the end, they couldn't escape from it. It was like an instinct of an irrational beast. Li Honyuan slept very little at night, even less than before he married Jingwan. Moreover, it was very light. Even if he slept, he was only in a half-awake state. This was because he was in a dream now, and his emotions in the dream were very strong. The suppression was too strong. Li Hongyuan's face was like an iceberg, but under the ice layer, it was like a volcano erupting to the extreme. The ice layer outside was very hard, but in fact, it was also very fragile. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't break no matter how hard it was knocked. However, if the opportunity was right, it might break with a light tap. What was the result of a volcano eruption? The people were in a terrible situation. Although Jingwan had a good sleeping environment, she didn't sleep very well. In addition to the deliberate noise outside the simple hut, it was also because she always dreamed. The things in the dream were naturally not so wonderful. She had been wandering in a half-asleep state, and people outside could feel her uneasiness. Jingwan finally woke up completely, but she didn't make any noise and didn't intend to get up. In the dark night, even if outsiders couldn't see her, it couldn't change the fact that her eyes were empty and lifeless. The child in her belly suddenly moved. Jingwan came back to her senses and reached out to gently stroke her belly. Li Honyuan was also uncomfortable. The dream that almost disappeared a few days ago came again at this time, and it came fiercely, with the momentum of monstrous waves ruthlessly sweeping towards him. The situation in the dream made him unable to wake up for a while. The violent mood fluctuations made the goo poison that was originally quiet move violently, affecting Li Hongyuan's mood. It was simply a vicious cycle. The male goo poison was so obvious. How could the female goo poison not react? If it reacted, how could its master not notice it? As a result, the door of the house at the other end was opened. A beautiful woman, wearing a foreign costume, crossed the threshold gracefully and walked gracefully towards Li Hongyuan's side. However, the woman's walking posture seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with her temperament. Her appearance was obviously bright and flamboyant, and her dress showed enthusiasm, but her posture was restrained and quiet. The woman was blocked outside the door by Li Hongyuan's subordinates, but the woman didn't mind. She raised a shallow smile, and her whole person became lively in an instant. The corners of her eyes were raised, and the red lips were upturned. Even without deliberate seduction, she could make people charming and affectionate. Her whole person was like a burning flame, hot and strong, making people unconsciously sink into it. However, Li Hongyuan's subordinates were like soulless puppets, completely ignoring her. When the woman encountered such a situation for the first time, she might have been angry. How could anyone escape from her beauty and charm? Over and over again, she got used to it. Her whole mind was on Li Hongyuan, a man that even the love-locking goo poison couldn't lock. He was indeed worthy of her attention. The strong desire to conquer made her throw everyone else aside. As far as she knew, the love-locking goo poison had indeed appeared before, but it didn't succeed from the beginning. Therefore, when Li Hongyuan didn't fall in love with her at the first moment, she wasn't surprised. If it really succeeded immediately, she would be disappointed. She liked challenging things. And these days, she didn't give up. On one hand, she used various methods to influence him, and on the other hand, she waited quietly. She originally thought that the best opportunity would be when the Jean Princess consort appeared. To be honest, to let that woman, who seemed to be soaking in a honey pot, watch helplessly as her husband hugged another woman and whispered sweet words to her. That helpless and disbelieving look made people feel exceptionally happy. But she didn't expect this opportunity to be brought forward. But this was also good. Are you sure you want to stop me? Your master isn't in a good condition now. However, the secret guards guarding the door were still indifferent. Even if they didn't completely doubt her words, they didn't intend to move aside. All right, I'll wait here. Anyway, the longer I delay, the higher my chances of success. The woman smiled gently and elegantly, which didn't match that face of hers. Others might feel that her charm was boundless, but those who had a clear mind only felt that it was strange and unpredictable. The female goo that activated the love-locking goo poison continuously influenced the male goo. The male goo's reaction became more and more intense, and Li Hongyuan's suppression on it seemed to be weakening bit by bit. It was like an invisible war. On the other side, Jingwan once again fell into a half-awake state. Dreams came one after another. No matter what kind of dream it was, as the person in the dream, even though the sun was shining brightly, the environment wasn't very clear or bright. However, Jingwan's dream this time was a little unusual. She didn't know where she was. It seemed like she was running for her life. There were people around her, and they were doing their best to protect her. One by one, they died. As for her, even though she was pregnant, she was still skilled in archery and horse riding. However, because she had been running around for a long time, she didn't have a fixed place to stay. She couldn't eat or sleep well, and her body gradually couldn't bear it. She became thinner and thinner. If it wasn't for her good foundation, she might have lost her child long ago. Under such circumstances, the child was born prematurely, and in the end, it was difficult to give birth. In the middle of nowhere, there were only guards around her who didn't know anything about this. She couldn't give birth to the child, and in the end, she chose to cut open her stomach. Jingwan held her stomach. She didn't know when, but fine beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Her mouth overflowed with painful moans. She seemed to know that she was dreaming, but she couldn't wake up. Moreover, it was clearly a dream, but she seemed to feel a sharp pain. Hey, May was guarding outside. How could she not sense anything at this time? She hurriedly opened the small door made of branches. The fire outside was cast in, and Jingwan's happy face was clearly shown. Your Highness, Sister Hei panicked. Your Highness, how are you? Were you feeling unwell? Your Highness, don't scare this servant. Your Highness. Sister Hei was very regretful. Very regretful. Why? Why didn't she learn something in this area? Otherwise, she wouldn't be unable to do anything at this time. How could such a movement not attract attention? Sun Yilin and Fu Rong quickly came over. The worry and anxiety on their faces were not fake. Hey, May was like a mother hen protecting her calf. They were not allowed to get close at all. Hey, May, don't be capricious. Now, Princess and the child are more important. Fu Rong softly advised. Hey, May stared at her angrily. She wanted to ask her who she was showing her attitude to. Wasn't she the one who took Princess out of White Dragon Temple? If Princess stayed in White Dragon Temple, how could such a thing happen? However, Hei Mei also knew the severity of the matter at this time, so she didn't argue with them. The simple hut was quickly and carefully opened. Sun Yilin carefully lifted Jingwan's upper body, took out a medicine, and was about to feed it to Jingwan. But he heard a sound. A short arrow was shot from the dark and directly shot through Sun Yilin's hand. The medicine in his hand naturally fell to the ground. Sun Yilin groaned in pain, and then there was a small sound in the forest. Before other people could react, the black shadows in the forest rushed out one after another. Dozens of people quickly controlled the scene. Just by looking at their movements, they knew that they were definitely not ordinary people. In addition to the initial groan, Sun Yilin's other hand was holding Jingwan steadily. He turned a blind eye to the bloody hand and the arrow in his hand. One of the black-clad people went straight to Sun Yilin with an indescribable cold breath. Compared with others, there was no bloody smell. However, the momentum was absolutely not to be underestimated. The footsteps were steady and powerful. When the other party came closer, Sun Yilin saw clearly that it was a woman. Judging from her appearance, she was at most in her early 30s, but it was difficult to judge her age from her behavior. However, the other party seemed to give him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She quickly took out the medicine and quickly fed it into Jingwan's mouth. During this time, Hei Mei subconsciously tried to stop her, but she couldn't stop her at all. Hei Mei was so anxious that her eyes turned red. In a situation where she had no choice, she could only watch Sun Yilin feed Wang Fei the medicine. At least, she could feel that Sun Yilin wouldn't really hurt Wang Fei. But this unknown person. Who are you? What did you feed Wang Fei? If she wasn't firmly suppressed, Hei Mei probably would have hit her directly. Hei Mei, you knew that Princess left White Dragon Temple, but you didn't stop her. This crime, I will go back and reason with you. This voice couldn't be more familiar. Hei Mei was a little sluggish. Mama. Mama Gong snorted coldly and ignored her. Young master son, please step aside. Along the way, she didn't know how many times she wanted to rush out and chop Sun Yilin directly. In fact, Sun Yilin was not surprised by the appearance of this group of people. Thinking about it, a person like Li Hongyuan could deceive everyone. How could his mind be so meticulous? How could he let them take Princess out of White Dragon Temple so easily? It made sense that there were people secretly protecting her along the way. And it was very likely that he had his own reasons for letting Princess leave White Dragon Temple. And if he really did something to Jingwan along the way, he would probably be dead. Jingwan moved from Sun Yilin's arms to Mama Gong's arms. Mama Gong took Jingwan's pulse and carefully touched her belly and lower body. She could feel that the child was moving, and her lower body was not wet. She was slightly relieved. There should be no blood. However, she couldn't let her sleep like this. Princess consort. She gently tried to wake her up, but it obviously didn't work. Mama Gong was worried that Princess had been poisoned again. Ayuan. Jingwan was suddenly trapped in the dream, and her body swayed uneasily. Princess, wake up. Let me take you to His Highness. You will see His Highness soon. Princess Sun Yilin saw this and heard Jingwan call a Yuan again and again. If she didn't love him to the core, she wouldn't be like this. He lowered his eyes and pulled out the arrow in his hand expressionlessly. Then he walked to one side, casually applied some medicine, and tore a piece of white cloth to wrap it. That was all. He glanced at Jingwan, who was still in the dream and didn't know what she was dreaming about. Some things, even if he didn't want to believe it, were the truth. The others were all detained, but those who resisted were killed directly. Of course, there was no trace of blood left. Anyway, they now knew the specific location of their master, and these people were worthless. As for Sun Yilin, he didn't do anything to him, not knowing whether it was because of his cleverness or other reasons. Outside Li Hongyuan's room, the woman in a foreign dress smiled brighter and brighter. She was so happy that she was about to seize the fruit of victory, and the bell in her hand was ringing. At a certain moment, her smile widened again. She thought to herself, it's done. However, in an instant, her smile froze on her face. Wan. Li Hongyuan's voice suddenly sounded in the room. The people outside, whether it was the woman or Li Hongyuan's subordinates, were all in disbelief. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed slightly, and she almost fell to the ground. She couldn't believe that she had succeeded, but the male parasite was completely suppressed. Not only that, the male parasite almost died, which affected the female parasite in her body and caused her to be injured. The female parasite wanted the male parasite's absolute loyalty and love, but she gave the male parasite her own life. That's right, if the female parasite died, the male parasite was unaffected. On the other hand, if the male parasite died, the female parasite died. As for the latter, they didn't know what had happened to make their master let out such a miserable and desperate cry. Granny Gong worked tirelessly, and Jingwan suddenly woke up. Her eyes were filled with extreme pain, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes drop by drop. Jingwan didn't recover for a long time. Princess Consort! Princess Consort! Granny Gong was very worried. Chapter 570. Jingwan raised her head mechanically and looked at the familiar, yet strange face in front of her. She then recognized who it was. Nanny, I heard Yuan calling me. Her tears were still falling drop by drop. Nanny Gong didn't know what she dreamed of that made her so sad. It made one's heart ache. Don't be sad, princess. We will see His Highness soon. After a long while, Jingwan finally recovered. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and calmed down. However, even if she took the pregnancy medicine, the effect was not so fast. She still felt a little uncomfortable now, so she still leaned on Nanny Gong and didn't move. She stroked her belly from time to time. As she slowly recalled the dream, she suspected that it might not have been a simple dream. Regarding her husband's past life, even though he did not explain it to her in detail and only mentioned it vaguely, she seemed to be able to make some connections now. Perhaps it was something that he had experienced in his past life. It might be a little absurd to think like this, but Jingwan felt that it was the truth. It was the truth. She could feel the pain and sadness in such a tragic end in the dream. What about the person who experienced it bit by bit? This was not the most important thing. Even if she died tragically, she was still dead. The person who was really suffering was the one who was alive. Her family didn't know what happened, so it might be better. But what about him? Jingwan didn't dare to imagine how she survived that period of time. If it were her, she might have completely collapsed, let alone become the emperor and create a prosperous dynasty. At that time, she might not have understood his deep feelings. She didn't know what he had experienced after her death. But from her point of view now, it was a very cruel thing to entrust the child to him and ask him to take care of the child. What was left could be his spiritual sustenance, or the real culprit who opened the scars again and again. Tears unconsciously rolled in her eyes again. Your Highness, Mama Gong called out worriedly. At this time, even though Nanny Gong was dressed in black, she was not the fierce female protector. Instead, she had been by Jingwan's side for a long time. Even though she was strict and proper, her aura was gentle. No matter how one looked at her, she did not look like a decisive person. I'm fine. Jingwan rubbed her eyes and held back her tears. Mama, let's go find His Highness now. She couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't suppress her longing for him anymore. At this moment, it completely exploded. She wanted to see him. Every cell in her body was clamoring to see him. She wanted 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 to see him. Okay, let's go now. At this time, naturally, whatever Jingwan said was the truth. No one had the heart to go against her wishes. However, Jingwan's condition didn't seem to have recovered completely. Under such circumstances, there was still a huge risk for her to go on the road. They had to take care of her emotions, but they couldn't ignore her health. For a moment, they were in a dilemma. When Mama Gong gently stroked her belly, Jingwan realized that what she needed now was rest. She unconsciously clenched her fists. In the end, she suppressed the intense longing again. This might be the only child between her and Ayuan. If it was gone, there probably wouldn't be another one in the future. Mama, do you have anything on you that can calm me down? Rest for another 2 hours. It was good that Jingwan could control her emotions. Yes, Your Highness. Rest assured. When it's time, I'll call you. Jingwan nodded, closed her eyes, and tried to empty her mind as much as possible. It was not an easy thing to do. However, as the saying goes, a mother is strong. When there was no one to rely on, she would be tenacious and have extraordinary perseverance. Li Hanyuan knew the Luo Jingwan best in his previous life. No matter how she changed on the outside, she never changed on the inside. Under the effect of the calming incense, Jingwan fell into a deep sleep. This time, she didn't have any dreams. It seemed that she slept very well. During this process, Mama Gong had been paying attention to Jingwan's situation. Fortunately, she had gradually stabilized. Mama Gong put her hand on Jingwan's belly. Good child. Now you know how to care for your mother. As if in response to her words, she felt a slight squirming under her belly. This time, Nurse Gong smiled very sincerely. Regardless of whether it was the little heir or the little Cannon princess, he would be the most outstanding and filial child. When 2 hours were up, they confirmed that Jingwan had almost recovered. Although she was still far from her peak state, it was not something that could be recovered in a short time. She needed a quiet and stable environment to recuperate slowly. Obviously, such conditions did not exist now. It was better to settle the matter as soon as possible and return to the capital. When Jingwan woke up, she found that during this period of time, they had made a sedan chair. Although it looked simple, it was as delicate as possible. It was cushioned with a thick and soft blanket, so there was no need to worry about its warmth or comfort. Mama Gong did not let Jingwan get up. She directly carried Jingwan and put her on the sedan chair. After tucking in the corner of the blanket, Mama Gong made a silent gesture. For people came forward and lifted the sedan chair. Then, the surrounding scenery began to recede. The speed of receding was quite fast. However, Jingwan did not feel the slightest bump. As for Mama Gong, she was by her side and remained relatively still. She didn't even move up or down. It was obvious that the 4 sedan bearers were walking at the same pace. She was also walking at the same pace as them. Seeing this, Jingwan's heart relaxed a little. With these people around, it meant that her husband had already made arrangements. In that case, his own safety shouldn't be a problem. Your Highness, we are going a little too fast now. You may feel dizzy. Take a rest. Soon, we will see His Highness. Mama Gong said softly. Okay. She could feel that things might have really reached the most critical stage. Now, there was no point in thinking too much. Things should be as they were, one step at a time. Thinking about things before reaching that stage seemed to be of no use other than wasting her mind. And right now, the taboo thing for her was probably worrying. As for Sun Yilin, Jingwan did not want to think about it anymore. It did not matter whether he had a reason or not. Some things were done. After all, Jingwan had already thought it through. Even if her husband wanted to kill her, she would not frown, let alone now. Therefore, no matter what his ending was, she would accept it. No, it had nothing to do with her. When the time came, the only thing she could do was to hide his actions and not let him implicate Sun Yijia. Sun Yijia was her sister-in-law, her best friend, and the mother of her nephew and niece. Sun Yijia did not know anything about Sun Yilin. She was living a good life now. She should not be implicated by Sun Yilin. Even though in this feudal dynasty, there were many cases of guilt by association, Jingwan was at most half a native of Qiyuan. As long as she had the memory of her previous life, she could not be completely assimilated into this society. In her previous life, no matter how heinous the crime was, there was no mention of the family members being implicated. However, if the matter was too serious, Jingwan would not be able to bear no grudges against her sister-in-law like before. After all, when she saw her, she would inevitably think of Sun Yilin. Not being implicated did not mean that she would not vent her anger. She was not a saint. She was not close to Sun Yijia, but she was not closer to her husband. Sometimes, it was already the limit to be able to control her emotions and not vent it on the innocent. Therefore, she could only hope that things would not be too bad. Jingwan inadvertently looked up at the sky. It seemed that the sky was about to brighten. It seemed that tonight was much faster than she thought. Yuan, Li Hongyuan's current situation was not good. He was trapped in the dream. Once again, he clearly experienced the darkest and most painful period. Did he and Jingwan enter the same dream? Or was it a coincidence that they had the same dream at the same time? However, now no one could get close to him. Although he was still leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, without any movement, and even his breathing was very weak, his attack power was actually very terrifying. It was as if he had lost his mind. He attacked indiscriminately. Whoever got close to him would die. Even if Gong Jiu wanted to help him, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly. As for the woman, she had already been thrown far away by the people around Li Hongyuan. Although their actions were gentle because of the substitute goo, it was also a fact that she was thrown away. A woman being treated like this was as embarrassing as it could be. Unfortunately, even though Li Hongyuan was currently being controlled, anyone by his side could not be underestimated. Furthermore, this was the Qiyuan region. Even if it was an unknown, desolate mountain or forest, it was still Li Hongyuan's territory. Even if the other party had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, they would not dare to easily do anything to this group of killing gods. Thus, after that woman was injured and embarrassed, she was so angry that her face turned ashen and she gnashed her teeth. In the end, she could only forcefully endure it. Naturally, the determination and hatred in her eyes became even more obvious and intimidating. Li Hongyuan's secret guards saw that this woman was not so simple. Looking at her, she might even have a grudge against their master. Moreover, her obsession seemed to be a little too deep. This was even more strange. However, they were very clear that they had never seen such a woman around their master. This could only mean that her face did not belong to her. Or she had a very close relationship with someone who had a deep relationship with their master. Perhaps there would be an answer to these questions soon. Even if there was no answer, it did not matter. No matter if it was love or hatred, it was all settled. It was not a big deal. Who would care about who she was? The woman returned to her room and smashed everything in the room. Her anger seemed to have distorted her whole face. However, as she smashed, she suddenly stopped. She felt a burning pain on her face. Then, her face suddenly oozed blood and seemed to be eroding little by little. She covered her face with her hands in horror and hurriedly put on her gauze hat. Guards, guards, bring a sacrifice from the dungeon. Hurry, hurry, she was furious and anxious. A woman's voice came from outside. However, it was not the official language of Qiyuan. It did not seem to be a common local language in Qiyuan. It should be a more minority language. It might not even exist in Qiyuan. Soon, there was a noise outside. A beautiful girl, who looked to be at most 13 or 14 years old, was dragged in by two women who were also wearing alien costumes. They threw her to the ground rudely. The girl probably knew what was going to happen to her. From her eyes to her expression, she was full of deep fear. However, she could not speak. She could only make whimpering sounds from her throat. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Even if she could not speak, It was obvious that she was begging for mercy. The woman bent down. Kodan's hand, which was as red as blood, pinched the girl's chin. However, that hand, which should have been smooth, delicate, and beautiful, now looked like it had shrunk. Blue veins bulged out. Her skin was dry and dull, and there were slight wrinkles. "It's your honor to be my sacrifice, but you don't have to be so excited." The woman's other hand was gently caressing the girl's face. "You're really beautiful. However, you're also really annoying." It was as if she was whispering to her lover. However, the woman's fingernails scratched the girl's face. From light red marks to bloody marks, the girl's eyes were filled with fear and pain. Perhaps it was because of the deep fear that she could not move, but her body was trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps it was because of the sweet blood on the girl's face, but the woman's arm suddenly moved. Gradually, on the inner side of her wrist, a large bulge appeared. Her skin was pushed open, and it even seemed a little translucent. When it was pushed to a certain extent, it broke open with a bang. A dark mass of something crawled out from inside. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a spider covered in fine fur. And because the girl's line of sight was the closest, she seemed to vaguely see a human face on the spider. She was originally just an ordinary peasant girl. Because her family was relatively wealthy, she had always been pampered. She was innocent and naive. One day, she was deceived and kidnapped. Soon, she knew the fate that she might face, because she had seen it more than once in front of her. She had been terrified all day, hoping that she could be rescued, until this moment, the last desire to live made her struggle with all her might. She suddenly exerted force. The hand that was pinching the girl's chin directly cut through her skin. Blood flowed out, causing the spider to become even more restless. And because of the other party's resistance, the woman became angry. She grabbed the girl's hair and directly stuffed the spider into the girl's mouth. "I gave you face, but you don't want it." The girl was still struggling. However, the struggle now was perhaps not just for the sake of survival. However, the skin of the woman who was separated from the spider became worse and worse. If it was only a young woman, then a middle-aged woman, then perhaps she had already become an old woman. It was just that no one could see her face, so no one knew how terrifying she had become. However, because of that change, the woman became more and more irritable. The young life under her hand became the target of her venting. She pinched and kicked like a crazy woman, and the girl gradually stopped struggling. She aged visibly until she looked like she was 70 or 80 years old. And finally, the woman released her hand in disgust. The old girl, who only had one last breath left, fell to the ground. Then, a bright red spider crawled out from her collar. Compared to the black spider from before, it was more than a size bigger. Following the woman's extended hand, it crawled back into her body. The wound on her wrist instantly disappeared without a trace, and the originally aged skin also became smooth and elastic again. Her hand was also slender and jade-like fingers. During the entire process, the woman seemed as if she had eaten a celestial medicine. She let out sighs that could cause one's bones to soften, and the evil aura on her body also disappeared without a trace because she had recovered her youthful beauty. She took off her veil and smiled. She was still that peerless beauty that could cause one's soul to turn upside down. Without needing her to say anything, the girl on the ground was dragged out like filth. "Get ready, I want to take a bath," the woman said with a bit of laziness. And the two women, serving by the side, narrowed their eyes. "Saintess, do you want to take a normal bath? Or do I even need to say this kind of thing? What use do I have for you?" The laziness instantly turned sharp. "Saintess, please forgive us. We will go and prepare for the Saintess." The two begged for forgiveness and fear, then hurriedly left, afraid that the Saintess would use them to feed the beauty goo if they were a step late. Beauty goo, as the name implied, could make an ugly person beautiful, and could also make a person maintain their youthful beauty. However, from the actions of that so-called Saintess earlier, it could be seen how cruel the method to maintain one's beauty was. For the beauty goo to be effective, it needed to be fed with young and beautiful women, and those unmarried beautiful women were the best choice. The more beautiful the sacrifice was, the longer the user could maintain their beauty. However, no matter how beautiful the sacrifice was, it would only be effective for a month at most. After the effect was over, the user would have to eat more sacrifices. However, as the number of sacrifices increased, the effect would gradually weaken. And as the user's age increased, the effect would also weaken. In the end, a life might only last for 2 or 3 days, or even 2 or 3 lives at a time. It was enough to show how vicious this beauty goo was. And those who used the beauty goo to maintain their beauty had already surpassed the category of humans. They were worse than beasts. And this saintess was actually not very old, only in her 20s. One sacrifice could maintain her beauty for a month, but she still wanted to use the bloodbath. Bloodbath naturally used blood, and the source of the blood was the same as the sacrifice. However, how much blood could a person have, and how many lives would be sacrificed in one bloodbath? Although the effect of the bloodbath was to maintain one's beauty, at the beginning of using the beauty goo, it could only be used as icing on the cake. Correspondingly, because the beauty goo was raised too well, the beauty goo would become greedy and want to eat more sacrifices and eat more frequently. This so-called saintess, when did she have the sudden urge to use a bloodbath? Such a person, words like snake, scorpion, and beast were no longer enough to describe her. A bathtub was quickly carried in. Then, when she saw the amount of blood in the bathtub, the saintess was furious. Why is there so little blood? In fact, it was already quite a lot. If she sat in the bathtub, it would reach her lower abdomen. Saintess, please forgive us. There are no more sacrifices in the dungeon. This place is remote, and there is no one around. The sacrifices were all found from other places. Because of the recent arrests, the Chiyuan authorities have been paying attention to the nearby places. Shut up, I don't want to listen to your explanations. No matter what method you use, continue to get me more sacrifices. Now, it's time for you to sacrifice yourselves, the saintess said coldly. The two women's eyes were filled with deep fear, and their bodies trembled slightly. However, they did not panic and quickly knelt down. It's our honor to sacrifice ourselves for the saintess. However, there are no other sisters around now. When the time comes, who will serve the saintess? The saintess knew that they were just making excuses, but it was the truth. She needed someone to serve her. I'll forgive you for now. Go and get some water to add to the bathtub. How am I supposed to bathe with so little blood? The effect of the blood would definitely be weakened if it was added to the bathtub. This made the saintess very unhappy. However, it was better than nothing. Thus, after she was ready, she submerged herself in. After a while, she slowly raised her head. Her face was covered in blood. It was disgusting no matter how one looked at it, but she enjoyed it. Perhaps it was the effect of the beauty parasite, but the blood gradually faded. In the end, it became clear water. The saintess stood up from the bathtub. She looked rosy and lustrous. Her skin was even better than the best silk. She used the softest cloth to dry bit by bit. Standing in front of the mirror, she carefully observed her body inch by inch. It was as if she was looking at the most perfect piece of art. Narcissism might not be a big deal, but narcissism to a certain extent was no different from a pervert. However, it was already winter, and there was definitely no heat in this thatched hut in the wilderness. Was she not afraid of the cold? The cold might be tolerable, but the changes in the body could not be eliminated just by tolerating it. However, this saintess was dressed very lightly before. Even those who practiced martial arts all year round had thicker clothes than her, but there was no change in her body. This was very abnormal. After using the blood to nourish her body, the injuries caused by the emotion-sealing parasite seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 571. After admiring his body, a deep darkness appeared in her eyes. She licked her blood-red lips and said, "Should I say, you are indeed the man that I have taken a fancy to. Even at this point, you can still survive. Things are getting more and more interesting." She turned around and wanted to see her prey again. Even if she couldn't get close, the closer she got, the stronger the connection between the love-locking parasites would be. Of course, the love-locking parasites couldn't be more than 10 miles away from each other. The farther they were, the more irritable the parasites would be. Correspondingly, the master would also feel very uncomfortable. What's going on? I can't sense anything at all. It's impossible. How could this happen? The holy maiden frowned. Things seemed to be a little out of her expectations. She was originally very sure of this, but now she couldn't help but have a trace of doubt. In fact, from the beginning, some of the feelings that should have been pleasurable were not so penetrating. How should she put it? It was like the meridians all over her body. They should have been unobstructed, but some subtle places seemed to be blocked. She didn't know where exactly the blockage was. She ignored it because she couldn't find it, but now this feeling became stronger again. He had spent a lot of time and energy, but things didn't develop as expected. This was already annoying. If things went out of control, then it was even more intolerable. She took the risk again to get close to Li Hongyuan's house, but she was also mercilessly blocked. The holy maiden didn't advance rashly, but she also didn't retreat. At this moment, it seemed that everyone was immobilized. They were motionless in their original positions. The sky was getting brighter. Come in. In the house, Li Hongyuan finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, the world seemed to come alive. Even the holy maiden felt the existence of the male parasite in his body. In terms of perception, it wasn't that she didn't gain anything. At least, the male parasite's control over him seemed to have increased. So, she must have thought too much before. Master, the person at the door hurried in. Prepare water for a bath. Previously, he was not much different from being pulled out of the water. After sitting for so long, his wet clothes seemed to have dried a lot. It was quite uncomfortable to stick to his body. Moreover, he was a bit of a neat freak. Li Hongyuan's bathing process was neither fast nor slow. It was quite normal. The only abnormal thing was that Gong Jiu was serving him. However, since Eunuch Mu was not around, it seemed that anyone could serve him. Stepping out of the door, he welcomed the faint light of dawn. He was incomparably handsome and spirited. Perhaps because he was emotionless, he didn't seem to have the slightest bit of mortal aura. He was more and more like a god from the nine heavens. When facing him, one only wanted to submit. He tilted his head and looked at the so-called saintess. Because of the emotion sealing goo, they were supposed to be the closest people to each other. But now, he was looking at her as if she was nothing. She herself was not so relaxed. No matter how proud and conceited she was, she could not help but tremble. Her legs went soft. If she did not grit her teeth and hold on, she might have made a fool of herself on the spot. It was as if he didn't take the other party seriously at all. For some people, what was even more intolerable than contempt was disregard, and this sanus was one of them. The trembling of his body became more and more obvious. This time it was due to anger. Tell the servants to prepare a meal for the princess. He had no feelings for her, but he still kept thinking about her. This made the saintess' heart burn with pain. Jealousy was about to drown her. However, no matter how turbulent her emotions were, they could not affect Li Hongyuan. Although her emotions actually affected the emotion-sealing goo in his body, what could she do? No matter how unwilling she was, there was nothing she could do. After coming to her senses, she suddenly realized that the Luo Jingwan was coming. She knew it clearly, but how did Li Hongyuan know it? Logically speaking, he shouldn't know. It was a surprise she prepared for him. Now, looking at the people around him, she found that they were not surprised at all. They looked calm, which showed that they had known the news for a long time. So, things were really beyond her expectation? Damn it. Calm down, calm down. Even if it was beyond her expectation, Luo Jingwan still had the substitute goo in his body. Therefore, even if things were not so perfect, she still had the initiative. They could not touch her. On the contrary, they had to protect her well. As long as she was alive, there would always be a chance to turn the tables. She had endured it time and time again. Back then, when she was in the most pain, she had endured it. So what if she endured it now? The meal was ready. Li Hongyuan also ate some. Compared to before, he ate more. Li Hongyuan put down his chopsticks and slowly wiped his hands with a handkerchief. He looked as if he had completely recovered his former elegance. There were no negative emotions, and he was no longer as cold as before. When the princess arrives, serve her the meal well. Then, come back to find me. Yes, it was so normal that it was abnormal. During this period of time, he had been abnormal. Suddenly, he became normal. That was abnormal. Since the princess was here, and she was still attentive and considerate, what was wrong with staying and waiting? Was it because they had no feelings for each other? Taking care of her was their former friendship, but he could not accompany her everywhere like before. In fact, Jingwan and the others were already outside the colonel. But because they did not know the situation inside, they did not act rashly for the time being. And the people outside had basically been dealt with. When they were discussing how to contact Li Honyuan, the person in the call came out. It was the leader of the guards. "Greetings, Your Highness." Normally, Jingwan's heart should have calmed down a little after seeing him. However, for some reason, her heart was beating a little faster. It wasn't because of nervousness or excitement. It felt more like a bad feeling. "Where's your prince? Is he okay now?" This was the thing that worried Jingwan the most. As for the others, "Your Highness, His Highness is fine. His Highness had ordered the servants to prepare breakfast. He was just waiting for you." Jingwan unconsciously clenched her fists. If so, he should have come to see her in person. But he did not. "What is the situation? Tell me clearly. Don't hide anything." Actually, Guard Qian was not clear about his master's condition. So, he said whatever he wanted to say. Except for the substitute Gu, he did not hide anything. The reason why he hid the substitute Gu was that he did not want her to feel burdened. But he did not expect that Jingwan actually knew. Emotion-locking Gu. Damn it, Jingwan really did not hate those worms as much as she did at this moment. But he could resist such a domineering and strange thing. Jingwan felt warm and distressed. She knew that it was not easy to resist something that had never failed. Did he have no feelings for her anymore? Although Jingwan was a little sad, but it did not matter. It could be solved. Moreover, if a sincere relationship could be easily swayed by a worm, it would be too childish. If it could be swayed by external things, it could only mean that it was not real enough, not deep enough. She believed in him. Jingwan loosened her clenched fists and lightly exhaled. Then let's go in. She wanted to see who was coveting her husband. Jingwan's reaction was out of Guard Qian's expectation. But, after thinking carefully, it seemed that it was understandable. Their feelings were sincere, and their trust for each other was incomparable. With Guard Qian leading the way, the journey was smooth and unobstructed. But it was someone who thought of ways to bring her here. There was really no reason to stop her. Moreover, the initiative was in their hands. Perhaps they did not even care whose hands she was in now. There was nothing special about the colonel. Basically, it was obvious at a glance. Why did the other party choose such a place? Jingwan did not believe that there was no reason. Jingwan originally thought that her husband, even if he did not go out to pick her up, should be the first to see her after she came in. But now, there was not even a shadow of him. And the person who carried the female Gu of the emotion-locking spell was also not seen. However, according to Jingwan's estimation, the female Gu of the substitute Gu in her body should also be with that woman. Because only in this way, many things would make sense. Regarding this point, Guard Qian hid it from her, and she did not intend to ask. After entering the room and seeing the food on the table, Jingwan still did not see the person she wanted to see most. The bad feeling intensified again. "Where's your prince? Where's he now?" It was reasonable that he did not go to pick her up. But how could he explain avoiding question mark? "Princess, Prince is at the back of the room. You can eat first. I will take you there later." "There's no need. I'll see him first." This person was just inches away. If he didn't see him, how could he eat? "Princess," when Jingwan turned around, Guard Qian reached out to stop her. "Please forgive me, Princess. Prince asked me to invite you to eat first." "Don't worry, Prince will be waiting. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think about the child in your belly." Jingwan looked at him. Even if she had to eat regularly, now it was just a short time. If he insisted that she eat before going, then there might be a reason why she could not eat after seeing him. Guard Qian felt his scalp tingle under Jingwan's gaze, but he was still determined not to give in. Jingwan did not make things difficult for him. She sat down and began to eat. She waved her hand and did not ask Nanny Gong to serve her. It was just a small square table, and she was alone. There was no need to ask others to serve her. It was not as exquisite as the food in the prince's mansion, and it was not as delicious. However, to Jingwan now, everything she ate was the same. It tasted like wax, but she still ate as much as she could. She did not want to think so much about the why. Anyway, she would know in a while, right? However, as she ate, the tears in Jingwan's eyes rolled down her cheeks. She didn't seem to notice it and continued to stuff food into her mouth. She clearly didn't swallow the food in her mouth. She clearly had good dining etiquette, but now she didn't seem to care about her image and was in a sorry state. "Princess, princess," Nanny Gong called out, trying to stop her. It was better not to eat at all. However, Jingwan did not seem to hear her. Her movements were mechanical. When she tried to swallow, she could not swallow and spit it out. Wang Fei, Mama Gong, hurriedly supported her. She took the chopsticks in her hand and patted her back. "If you can't eat, then don't eat. Later, Wang Ye will accompany you to eat." Mama Gong really wanted to ask, why was Wang Ye avoiding her? Being stared at by the female guard, Guard Qian was under a lot of pressure. He also wanted to know why. "Nanny, I don't want to cry, really, but I can't control it. Sometimes people's grievances came so inexplicably. No matter how much she tried to prepare herself, it was useless. It's okay, it's okay." A woman is pregnant, and her emotions are changeable. She can do whatever she wants. Granny Gong had been by Jingwan's side for so many years, but she had never seen her so fragile. In the past 2 days, she had shed more tears than she had in the past. Madame Luo had said that her princess consort had never cried much when she was young. She was probably the child who cried the least in the world. Now, she wasn't hysterical and there wasn't much emotion in her eyes, but it was enough to break anyone's heart. After vomiting, she rinsed her mouth and wiped her face. After crying, she seemed to have cried all her emotions away. Jingwan sat upright and looked at Guard Qian. "I've eaten." Before Guard Qian could react, Nanny Gong's knife-like gaze had already turned to him. "Hurry up and lead the way." Guard Qian felt a little wronged. He did not say that he would not lead the way. Unfortunately, he could only think about it in his heart and did not dare to talk back. Not to mention Nanny Gong, even he could not bear to see the princess in this state. Behind the hut, there was a relatively flat piece of land with 2 trees. Li Honyuan was sitting under one of the trees. In front of him was a small table with a zither on it. However, what was unbelievable was that the saintess was leaning on him as if she had no bones. The back window of the hut was actually open, but it was not closed. What happened inside, not to mention Li Honyuan, even the saintess heard it. In her eyes, Li Honyuan looked indifferent on the surface, but his clenched fists, the bulging veins on the back of his hands, and the restless male venomous insect in his body all showed that he was not calm at all. Even in this state, he could still have a reaction. The feelings between them were indeed so deep that it was unbelievable. Was this really the living king of hell in the past? It was obvious that everyone revolved around him, but he gave his heart completely to a woman. This was something that she did not dare to hope for in the past. Although some things were just guesses, the facts proved that her guesses were right. His control over the male venomous insect had increased a little. Yes, it was really something to be happy about. As expected, the opportunity came when our Jean Princess consort appeared. However, when others were in pain, she was happy. With a happy mood, she curled up a strand of Li Hongyuan's hair and brushed it gently beside his ear. He was the one who pulled her to his side. She could not even be within 3 steps of him for such a long time, but he took the initiative to reach out to her. Who would believe that there was nothing fishy about it? However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if she knew that he had an ulterior motive, she could not let it go. Li Honyuan loosened his fist and began to play the zither. Even if he wanted to tear the woman lying on his shoulder into pieces, He resisted the urge to kick her away. Moreover, the influence of the emotion locking Gu on him was getting stronger, but he did not want to do anything. Perhaps it was because of the emotion locking, he did not feel any heartache. However, there was still a very uncomfortable feeling. Perhaps it was even more uncomfortable than direct heartache. Bypassing the thatched hut, Jingwan stopped the moment she saw her husband. The people around her were shocked and could not believe it. They were even furious. Even if it was their master, their anger could not be quelled. If he had been controlled by the emotion locking Gu from the beginning, perhaps he would not be so angry. However, after so long, they knew that their master was indeed invincible. At this time, when the princess consort appeared, he gave them a head-on blow, making them dizzy and their brains buzzing. How could they not be angry? On the other hand, Jingwan seemed to be very calm. At least on the surface, no emotions could be seen. On the contrary, a certain holy maiden who was prepared to watch a good show was very disappointed. Clearly, she did not even have the appetite to eat because she did not see the princess consort. She was like a dodder flower, which made people very disdainful. Now, she was so calm that it was frightening. Not to mention breaking down, her posture was still natural and upright. It was as if she would not move no matter how fierce the storm was. In such a short time, it was as if she had become a completely different person. It was really puzzling. Li Hanyuan also stopped playing the zither and met Jingwan's gaze without any ripples. The princess consort is here. Then, as if nothing had happened, he moved his gaze away and fell on the holy maiden beside him. He even reached out and touched the bell bracelet on her wrist. Jingwan lifted her feet and slowly walked over. She stood a few steps away from Li Hanyuan. "Your Highness, do you still remember what you said before?" Jingwan said calmly. She raised her right hand and touched the cuff of her left hand. "I have said many things." "Your Highness, what are you referring to?" Li Hanyuan looked at her carelessly. Perhaps because he did not have feelings for her for the time being, Li Hanyuan could not see Jingwan's true feelings now. However, his intuition told him that his wife was very strange now. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Jingwan slightly tilted her head and smiled. "Then, I will use practical actions to tell your highness." Her smile did not fade. Step by step, she approached Li Hanyuan. When she was behind him, she reached out and touched his neck gently with her fingertips. Her right hand suddenly pulled up the sleeve of her left hand and pulled out the dagger tied to her arm. She raised it and stabbed Li Hongyuan's heart. "You said that my sincerity could be exchanged for your life. As long as you change your mind, I can take your life." Jingwan said softly, as if she was whispering the most intimate words to him when they were intimate. Things happened too quickly in the blink of an eye. Probably no one would have thought that Jingwan would be so ruthless. She did not give anyone time to react at all. For a moment, everyone was scared silly. Even a certain holy maiden, who was still lying on Li Hongyuan's shoulder and blocking Jingwan's arm, widened her eyes. She did not even react to the change of the emotion-locking spell in her body. Jingwan did not stop at all. She pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into the back of the neck of the person under her elbow. Originally, this holy maiden was wearing clothes full of silver ornaments. Jingwan was determined to take her life. Her eyes were very accurate and her hand was very steady. Just from the side of her neck, the dagger, which could cut iron as if it was mud, directly cut off her aorta. Blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. The holy maiden tilted her head in disbelief and looked at Jingwan. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, she fell to the ground just like that. Her eyes were still fixed on Jingwan. Soon, a large pool of blood flowed out from her body. However, although the blood of ordinary people had a fishy smell, her blood had a faint stench. Jingwan held the dagger. Blood dripped from the tip of the dagger. She lowered her eyes and looked at the holy maiden emotionlessly. "Coveting my man is a crime worthy of death." Finally, the holy maiden breathed her last, but her eyes were still wide open. Obviously, she died with grievances. In the end, what she felt the most was unwillingness and disbelief. Her short life had been filled with extreme humiliation and ups and downs. She had always believed that she would be able to fight to the end, that she would be the final winner. However, she had been caught off guard and died. She had died. She died in the hands of the most unlikely person. Li Hanyuan sat still. Whether it was because of the death of the holy maiden, the male parasite had lost its effect, or because his feelings were recovering bit by bit in his heart. It was painful, very painful. It was not because of Jingwan's stab, but because he had hurt the person he loved the most. What had already happened, he did not want to pursue it. He reached out and held Jingwan's hand that was still on his shoulder. Jingwan did not resist. It was as if this was still the person closest to her. However, she just stood there. How abnormal was that? Others did not know, but Li Hanyuan felt it the clearest. He got up so quickly that he overturned the zither table in front of him. He turned around and held Jingwan's neck with one hand and her waist with the other. He kissed her fiercely. It was raging and crazy. His mouth kept calling out Wan Wan. Jingwan still did not respond. It was as if she had given her husband a blow. After killing her love rival, she also lost her vitality. Wan Wan, please. Wan Wan, can you answer me? I beg you, please don't be like this. I can explain, really, I can explain. Otherwise, why don't you stab me again? Once is enough. I beg you, please don't let me lose it a second time, Wan. It was said that men did not cry easily. It was only because they had not been deeply hurt. Chapter 572. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Who would have the time to resent Li Hanyuan? He was still bleeding. He had seen with his own eyes that Jingwan had stabbed the dagger into his heart. Who knew how serious his injury was? They only thought that it was hard to tell because of the dark color of his clothes. But now, he was hugging Jingwan and refusing to let go. He did not seem to care about his injury at all. If this went on, even if his injury was not serious, he might still lose his life. That was a situation no one wanted to see. Your Highness, please treat your injury first. One after another, they tried to persuade him. However, Li Hanyuan only had eyes for Jingwan. It seemed that his life was not as important as Jingwan's forgiveness. Since they couldn't persuade Li Hanyuan, they could only start with Jingwan. At this time, they were willing to believe that there was a reason behind it. Besides Li Hanyuan himself, Gong Jiu was the one who knew the most about the whole thing. Gong Jiu knelt on one knee. Your Highness, His Highness had no choice but to do this because of the special way to remove the emotion-sealing spell. Please believe that His Highness only cares about you from the beginning to the end. Whether it is himself or external factors, he has never let you down. He didn't know if Jingwan really listened to his words or because she tasted Li Hongyuan's tears, but she finally reacted. Her empty eyes refocused, the dagger in her hand fell, and her body trembled involuntarily. Wan. His kiss became gentle and fell on her lips again and again. Treat your injury first. Jingwan's voice was a little hoarse and trembling. Wan, are you really so heartless that you won't forgive me? You're not even willing to hug me? If that's the case, I'd rather die in your hands. She knew that half of his words were true and the other half was a trick. She couldn't do anything to him. She compromised and followed his wishes. You win. Hurry up and treat your injury. Or do you really want to leave me alone in this world? Li Hanyuan, let me tell you, without you, I can still live well. Jingwan hugged him tightly and listened to his heartbeat. But this time, there was no sense of security. She only felt frightened, as if she could hear the sound of blood flowing. Jingwan hurriedly let go of him and tore off his clothes. Gong Jiu, hurry up. Gong Jiu got up and quickly applied acupuncture to stop Li Hongyuan's bleeding. He didn't have a medicine box with him, but he had the best medicine with him. It looked like he was prepared. Li Hanyuan had been holding Jingwan's hand all along, as if he was afraid that she would disappear if he let go. Even if he had sealed his feelings, this person was more important to him than his life. Jingwan looked at him blankly, but she didn't look at him. Instead, she looked at Gong Jiu's movements. Was he already prepared to take the hit? Was that why he deliberately provoked her? The moment she saw Li Hanyuan, Her whole person seemed to be divided. She was at two extremes. She was surprisingly calm, but also completely lost her mind. It could even be said that she was crazy. It seemed like she was thinking too much, but it also seemed like she wasn't thinking at all. Her tolerance was much stronger than expected, but also much weaker. Did she not trust him in her heart? No, she did. Even if seeing is believing, she still believed that what really provoked her was the coldness and ruthlessness in his eyes. There was no trace of her at all. That was why she didn't hesitate to stab him, and that was why she subconsciously deviated from her target. The reason why she made a move was never because she didn't trust him. Under normal circumstances, she probably wouldn't have been able to do it. Sure enough, she was too provoked. Stabbing him once was the same as stabbing him with her own life. If something really happened to him, she might not die with him because she still had a child. However, even if she was alive, she would just be a walking corpse. However, she still had to say that when this man really wanted to lie to her, she couldn't see through him. However, Jingwan didn't know that Li Hongyuan didn't want to lie to her. He was actually using the power of the emotion-sealing goo. He allowed that woman to use the female goo to affect him. In fact, it was a very dangerous thing. If he was careless, he might really have a change of heart. Li Hongyuan didn't seem to feel anything as he let Gong Jiu do whatever he wanted to his body. His gaze was always on Jingwan. Looking at her expression, his heart ached. However, even if he had no choice, the damage was done. There would always be some scars left. Even if it couldn't be seen at all, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. Li Hongyuan reached out and gently stroked Jingwan's neck. Does it hurt here? Jingwan frowned slightly and was a little puzzled. It doesn't hurt. Why does it hurt? Ruan Fangfei has the mother goo of the substitute goo in her body. You have the child goo in your body. The child takes the mother's place. You have to bear half of the pain caused by the external force on her body. Li Hongyuan explained, but he saw that Jingwan didn't seem to feel any pain. Was it because the mother goo died, so there was no effect? However, when the mother goo died, the host of the child goo would not die, but would weaken. In fact, Jingwan attacking him was more or less expected. But killing another person without mercy was really unexpected, because she had always been soft-hearted and cherished human life. If he had a little foresight in advance, he would have stopped her. Jingwan forgot about the substitute goo. She didn't realize it when she killed the person. However, it doesn't hurt. It didn't hurt from the beginning to the end. Jingwan's gaze fell on the corpse on the ground. This was killed by her, but she didn't feel any psychological discomfort. The so-called substitute goo, could it be a lie? The purpose is just to restrain you from attacking her? It's not impossible. However, he still needed to confirm it. Although Li Hongyuan had already thought of ways to protect Jingwan's weak body, now there was another possibility. Naturally, he hoped that Jingwan was safe and healthy. However, Jingwan noticed another important point. You said she's Ruan Fangfei? That's right. What his subordinates didn't know, he knew. It wasn't that he paid attention to Ruan Fangfei, but it was a coincidence. Ruan Fangfei had a special birthmark under her collarbone. In his previous life, when she threw herself into his arms, he had seen it. Because of its special shape, it left a little impression. And when she wore the barbarian tribe's clothing, the collar was much lower, so he could see it. The impression in the depths of Li Hongyuan's memory was dug out again. Although he didn't remember it immediately, he felt it was familiar. He finally found the origin. Speaking of which, Li Hongyuan's memory was indeed quite good. Jingwan nodded faintly. It was Ruan Fangfei. Then, she had a clear conscience. She had long wanted to kill her. Once, after she understood some things, she felt a little regretful that she had died. She didn't expect that she was so lucky. After escaping from Prince Zhongqin's mansion, she never gave up and was always jumping around. Now that she killed her with her own hands, it was a bit like slapping an annoying bug to death instead of killing a person. This time, it was impossible for her to jump around. It was too easy for her to die, so simply. However, she was simply a cockroach. It was good for her to die so thoroughly. Li Hongyuan's wound was simply treated. Obviously, this was far from enough. The group went back to the house where Li Hongyuan lived before, leaving Ruan Fangfei's body there. Speaking of which, Perhaps because she was too confident, Ruan Fangfei didn't have her own people by her side. So, until now, those people hadn't found out that she was dead. However, this was also a matter of time. When the time came, it would be a fierce battle. When Gong Jiu further checked the specific condition of Li Hongyuan's injury and treated the wound, Jingwan was still a little absent-minded. "What's wrong? Don't worry, it's all right." Li Hongyuan really didn't know how to talk to Jingwan now. He was a little helpless. It seemed that no matter what he said, it would be pale and powerless. Anything he said would be suspected of sophistry. He wanted to avoid it, but some things, if avoided, would only rot in the deep layer. Therefore, he could only try to ease it as much as possible, but it still seemed a little far-fetched. Jingwan looked at him. She didn't deny that she was worried. In fact, she was so worried that her heart almost stopped beating, but she didn't regret it. "If I could do it again, I would still stab you." So Wan's heart is very soft to outsiders, but it's as hard as a stone to me. Li Hongyuan pretended to be wronged, but there was a smile in his eyes. It was enough to show that he didn't mind this matter. "Well, if there's a next time, I will still do it. At that time, you may not be so lucky." Jingwan stated a fact lightly. "You made such a big move to give me time to block it. Sure enough, your heart is actually not hard enough. So, according to your reaction speed, you can completely block it. Why didn't you?" He didn't even raise his hand. "It's a gift from my wife. Naturally, no matter what it is, I have to accept it." Li Hongyuan smiled. Looking at Jingwan's pursed lips, he finally straightened his expression. "Today, even if you don't do it, I will do it myself. So what's the way to solve the love-sealing goo?" Under normal circumstances, when a female goo dies, the connection between the pair of love-sealing goo will also be cut off. But Ruan Fangfei has a substitute goo, so I can't kill her or even hurt her. I can only think of another way. Logically speaking, there's no other way to unlock the love-sealing goo poison. However, there's a special situation where the love-sealing goo poison can't bind both hosts together. The male love-sealing goo poison has someone else in his heart. Then, the love-sealing goo poison can be unlocked by the love-sealing goo poison. Li Hongyuan looked at Jingwan. He wasn't sure if she could accept such an explanation. "So, in essence, you want me to hate you? Is it that, in your opinion, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred when betrayed? You also know that I won't rub sand in my eyes. Even if I know it's caused by external factors, I won't accept it? Buddy Yuan, do you know that from the beginning to the end, I have never hated you? I love you with all my heart, and I can't take out the same heart to hate you. Moreover, I have always believed in you. Even if I don't have clear thoughts in my consciousness, this has never changed. Now, tell me, did your method succeed, or did I kill Ruan Fangfei to get rid of the love-sealing goo?" Jingwan's expression was indifferent. At this time, there was finally a change in her expression. "That dagger, it's not because you have a change of heart, but because you don't have me in your eyes." "How can you not have me in your eyes?" Her voice gradually rose, and, at this time, she was almost shouting. "Don't talk about love-sealing. Even if you have forgotten everything, you can't not have me in your eyes. You can't." Seeing the hysterical Jingwan, Li Hongyuan felt very distressed, but he also felt very happy. What should he do? He was selfish. He had never thought of only giving without receiving anything in return. He had been waiting for Jingwan to return the same feelings as him. Today, he obviously got it. He wanted to hug her and kiss her. In fact, he did do so. However, the white cloth on his body was only half wrapped. Gong Jiu originally tried his best to ignore the sweet and bitter atmosphere between the two masters. He wanted to quickly deal with it and then quickly leave. In the end, he still did not achieve his goal. When the prince hugged the princess, he had to withdraw his hand. It was better to leave and wait for the princess's mood to stabilize. Anyway, although the heart was indeed hurt, it was not deep. It was only at the periphery and did not hurt the major blood vessels. It was okay to stop the bleeding and slow down. Gong Jiu went out and met the eyes of others. His body was a little stiff. He did not feel embarrassed just now, but now he was embarrassed. "I'm going to prepare the medicine." He waved his sleeves and left quickly. He hugged Jingwan and kissed her fiercely. He wanted to completely possess her, but now he did not have the right time, place, and people, so he had to give up. Wan, it's my fault. I promise there won't be a next time. Believe me, nothing is more important to me than you. Even if you are not in my eyes, you are all in my heart. I love you, I love you, I love you. Li Hongyuan held Jingwan in his arms, stroked her back, and whispered softly. Jingwan wept silently. In her entire life as Luo Jingwan, the amount of tears she had shed was not as much as the amount she shed for him, even when she was still a baby. Don't do such a ridiculous thing again. Next time, I will really kill you. If one knife doesn't work, I will chop you into pieces. There won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. Jingwan could vent her anger, and she also knew the root of the problem. Li Honyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that she would be as dull as before. However, his wife had not changed at all. When she was ruthless, she was really ruthless. Jingwan left a deeper impression on others. Even Nanny Gong probably did not expect that Jingwan would do such a thing. The things involved were completely beyond the emotional problems between husband and wife. He was a prince, favored by the emperor, even as his wife, not to mention almost killing him. Even if she only had such an intention, it was a big crime that would bring disaster to the whole family, and even the whole family. However, Jingwan did so without any hesitation. She aimed at his heart, which meant that she was going to die. If it were other people, even if they hated him to the extreme and were in extreme pain, they would never do such a thing. They would not even have such an idea. Of course, ambitious women or women with ulterior motives were excluded. Their nature was different. However, when they killed someone, they would probably only use underhanded means behind their backs. They would not be like Jingwan, who did it openly in front of everyone. However, Wang Ye's reaction was not unexpected. However, once again, he deeply realized that Wang Fei had a special place in Wang Ye's heart. Therefore, the most important master was still Wang Fei. In the future, he should take it easy. Wang Fei might look gentle, but when she was angry or ruthless, she would definitely kill people. The previous things seemed to have exhausted Jingwan's energy. At this moment, she leaned in Li Hongyuan's arms and fell asleep. Sure enough, no matter what happened, this man's arms were the safest harbor for her. This had formed unconsciously. Before falling in love with him, she was rational and absolutely independent in her thoughts. She did not rely on others, but became others' harbor invisibly. Li Honyuan held Jingwan. He did not deliberately be careful, but he knew what kind of posture could make Jingwan sleep comfortably. However, when he was not facing Jingwan, now he was the real king of hell. Perhaps he was not as cold and terrifying as when he was locked in love, but his momentum was still breathtaking, making people breathless. After Gong Jiu confirmed that there was no goo in Jingwan's body, Li Hongyuan's heart returned to the original place. The thing he cared about most was solved. There was nothing else that could restrain him. Then, there was no need to suppress his anger for scheming against Jingwan. The ice covering the volcano that was about to erupt had been broken. No matter who it was, they would have to pay for what they had done. As for how many innocent people would be involved during this period, it was not within his scope of consideration. As this period of time, Gong Jiu came into contact with and understood more and more goo. His memory of goo also increased day by day. It just inexplicably appeared out of nowhere. Until now, he might have become a person who understood goo, at least in theory. However, the origin of these memories was still unknown. Perhaps there would be an answer in the future, or perhaps there would never be an answer. However, after more understanding, Gong Jiu noticed that there were traces of goo in his body. Now that the goo worm had disappeared, if he guessed correctly, it should be the forgetting goo, forgetting only things related to goo. Perhaps it was because of the disappearance of the goo worm that he inexplicably gained more memories. He was interested in goo worms. As for how he knew these things, he did not care. It did not matter whether he knew it or not. When he became a shadow guard, everything in the past, whether it was love or hate, had become a past tense. Because A shadow guard was only a subordinate of the master and had no ego. Being interested in Gu did not mean that he wanted to raise it. Know thyself and know thy enemy to win 100 battles. He just did not want to suffer from Gu poison in the future. However, when he first used the Gu to remove the emotion-locking Gu, his prediction was wrong. However, by a freak combination of factors, he still achieved his final goal. If he encountered it again in the future, he should be more cautious. Naturally, Ruan Fangfei's body had already been discovered. It was later than expected, which showed how unpopular she was. However, her existence was special after all. It might be quiet in the thatched hut, but outside, it was already at daggers drawn. Li Hongyuan's order was only one word: kill. Jingwan had to take care of the fetus, and Li Hongyuan had to recuperate. They both needed a quiet and stable environment. Therefore, even if he knew what was happening outside, Li Hongyuan did not let it affect the hut. Whether it was Gong Jiu or Mama Gong, they were all doing their own things. It seemed that what happened outside had nothing to do with them. As for Jingwan, she slept for almost a day and a night. After Gong Jiu repeatedly confirmed that she was just sleeping, Li Hongyuan was finally relieved. During this period, he also took a few appropriate breaks, but each time was not considered long. Right now, he still needed to take charge of the overall situation. After Jingwan woke up, she did not expect to sleep for so long. However, her spirit came back, especially after Li Hongyuan personally fed her enough food. She was a bit like when she was raised in the prince's mansion. After recovering, there were some things that she could face. Yuan, where did your emotion-locking Gu come from? Was it also silently planted by someone? Jingwan did not believe this possibility. Because of the substitute Gu, Ruan Fangfei wanted to plant the emotion-locking Gu in me while drawing a knife on herself. Therefore, Li Hongyuan did not hesitate to accept the substitute Gu. Jingwan was speechless. Even if it was proven that he had been lied to at that time, even if he was 99% sure that it was true, he would not have hesitated because he cared too much about it. So, he would rather believe it than not. If it did not involve her, how could such a simple and crude method work on him? It's just a bug. I never thought it had the ability to reach the heavens. The fact is, you did fall for it. Jingwan ridiculed. Well, she actually did not believe in the ability of the bug. 1-1, don't hit people in the face and don't expose people's shortcomings. Ruan Fangfei should have been under control, but in the end, she escaped. Jingwan continued to expose the shortcomings of the bug mercilessly. Li Hongyuan was helpless. His wife was obviously still angry. I suspected it and had people investigate it, but they didn't find anything, so I didn't care. After all, we were not in the capital when Prince Zhong's mansion caught fire. I underestimated some people and caused negligence. It won't happen again in the future. Sure enough, they should eliminate the root of the problem from the beginning, but you can't generalize everything. Everything depends on the situation. Regarding Ruan Fangfei, she might have to bear a little responsibility. At that time, she thought that Ruan Fangfei had schemed against her and the Luo family, which made her angry. At one time, she felt that it was too easy to trample her to death. Someone had been secretly spying on her, so it was not surprising that he knew her thoughts. The things that happened later really made Ruan Fangfei suffer a fate worse than death. According to someone's style, he might have killed Ruan Fangfei from the beginning. So this pit, she dug it herself in the beginning? Jingwan expressed that she did not want to admit it. She had long forgotten about what happened 800 years ago. However, at this moment, Jingwan did not feel that Ruan Fangfei's death was too easy. Sure enough, she should be more decisive. This statement was quite strong, with an imposing manner that could not be refuted. His wife was prepared to not be merciful. Li Hongyuan could only be helpless. Who asked him to be in the wrong this time? He was weak. However, speaking of which, it was obvious that he was injured. No one comforted him. No one felt sorry for him. This was fine, but he still had to be humble. However, who asked this to be the most precious treasure in his hands? He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Chapter 573. What about Fu Rong and Sun Yilin? Have you dealt with them? Jingwan asked. Li Hanyuan glanced at Jingwan. His reaction was different from before. It was just mediocre. No, it's locked up. Locked up? I'm afraid it's not just locked up. Not dead. At least several layers of skin have been shed. There's something wrong with Sun Yilin, and there's something wrong with Fu Rong. Isn't it obvious? Ah Yuan, you know what I mean. Don't try to get away with it. Jingwan looked at him faintly. So rational, so calm. Li Hanyuan felt that he was a little suspicious of Jingwan, who always followed him and indulged him. However, his wife was so attractive now. He wanted to rub her into his bones and blood. I'll leave them to you to deal with. Okay? Li Hanyuan compromised, as if he was angry, and kissed Jingwan hard on the mouth. Jingwan didn't react on the surface, but her heart was completely soft. She knew how possessive this man was, and she also knew that he was not so calm now. However, because it was her, he was willing to control himself. He could put away all negative emotions. His real thoughts might be that he couldn't wait to tear those two people, especially Sun Yilin, into pieces. Jingwan reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. She buried her face in his neck and didn't speak. At this time, silence was better than words. Li Hanyuan smiled silently, gentle but cruel. Jingwan walked out of the door and prepared to stretch her muscles and bones a little. Then, she smelled something different in the air. Jingwan's sense of smell was much sharper than that of ordinary people. What's more, she was afraid that ordinary people could smell something different. When they entered this call yesterday, there were only a few of them. Now, it seemed that only their own people were left. Although they had expected such a situation, were those people dead? Jingwan frowned slightly. That was a real enemy. There would be no mercy. Kill them all? Yes. Li Honyuan replied, but he didn't hide it. So, when will we leave? We've been out for a long time. Grandmother and the others should be worried. Maybe we'll have to wait. They couldn't leave now even if they wanted to. Are there a lot of enemies outside? Jingwan guessed. This place is near a mountain range on the western border of Qiyuan. Further west is a small country. When the previous dynasty ruled this territory, the country of Zhang was still the territory of the previous dynasty. When the great ancestor rose up in the flames of war, a local official took advantage of the situation and ceded the land to become the king, establishing the country of Zhang. When Qiyuan was just established, the country was not stable, and the mountain range on the side was a natural barrier. Zhang was easy to defend and difficult to attack, so Qiyuan allowed the existence of Zhang. Later, Zhang voluntarily submitted to Qiyuan and paid tribute. So, for 100 years, there was peace. But now, things have changed. Li Hanyuan gave the answer in another way. Zhang betrayed Qiyuan and sided with the southern Qi kingdom. That's right. Although there's a mountain range on the side, a road was opened up in the early years. It's connected to Qiyuan and formed an official road. Every year, Zhang country pays tribute and uses this road. It's difficult for a large army to travel, but if it's only a few hundred people, it's not a problem at all. Our current position is only a few dozen li away from that official road. It was not a military fortress, so the number of people guarding it was quite limited. Moreover, it was the border between two countries. Naturally, there was a certain amount of trade. There were always a few people coming and going. Otherwise, they could change the route in advance. It was not difficult to cross the mountains with light luggage. Jingwan knew it. They couldn't have chosen such a place for no reason. Wan, there may be some obstacles later. It's probably not just weapons. Don't be afraid. We will definitely return to the capital safely. Jingwan chuckled. Why should I be afraid? Don't worry. Even if I'm a burden, I'll do it with a clear conscience. I'll stay where it's the safest. I won't run around, and I won't try to be brave. That's how it should be. Li Hanyuan kissed her. Moreover, you're not a burden. You're a treasure worth protecting with everything. She didn't know if it was worth it to protect her with everything he had, but she knew that he would do it. In addition, even if he didn't show it, she could feel it. It seemed that because of what happened before, someone seemed to be insecure. She could guarantee that even when she was asleep, he didn't leave her side for half a step. When he was asleep, he hugged her, and when he was awake, he looked at her. In this relationship, he was actually the passive one. As strong as he was, there were times when he was worried about gains and losses. Jingwan touched the corner of his lips. Yuan, you could do whatever you want. Really, you don't have to endure so hard. In the past, she had told him that if it wasn't necessary, he should try his best not to kill. But now, she didn't want to say this anymore. He should live freely and do whatever he wanted. There was no need to wrong himself. They had come to this point today. What else could they not accept from each other? No matter what kind of person he was, even if he was really sick or really perverted, she would accept it all. No matter what kind of karma he had, she would accompany him. When Li Hanyuan heard this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was really undisguised wickedness. He held Jingwan's hand and kissed her fingertips. He didn't say anything, but it was enough to show his happy mood. As for what to do next, it was another story. When Jingwan saw this, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Someone is going to be unlucky. However, the thought only flashed through her mind, leaving no trace behind. No matter who that unlucky person was, whether they were dead or alive, they could no longer arouse her emotions. Jingwan still lived her life. Gong Jiu had prescribed her miscarriage prevention medicine. Although the conditions were limited now, this was after all a backer. Even if there was no ready-made medicine, she could still think of a way. Every time before and after the medicine, she would take her pulse. Other people took her pulse once every 3 days. Now, she took her pulse 3 times a day, far more than that. Li Hanyuan also changed his medicine frequently. This kind of medicine was ready-made. When they left White Dragon Temple, after all, the road ahead was very dangerous. The most probably was the medicine. In addition, Gong Jiu also gave him acupuncture to accelerate the healing of the wound. In the current situation, a healthy body was far better than an injured body. After all, his martial strength was there. If he couldn't move because of his injury, he would waste more than just a portion of his combat strength. However, he was injured. It was not something that could be healed in a day. Did Jingwan regret her stab? She still didn't. She would feel heartache, she would worry, but she did not regret it. Li Hanyuan did not hide the situation outside from her. When the people below reported to him, she listened at the side. The situation was more serious than expected. Thinking about it, since Prince Jin of Qiyuan knew that Zhongguo was colluding with Southern Qi, then for his own safety, it was imperative to get rid of Li Hanyuan. After all, no matter what ambitions or plans Southern Qi had for Qiyuan, before they succeeded, it was all empty talk. And no matter how bad Qiyuan was, if they were determined to deal with the traitor Zhongguo would not have the slightest ability to resist. Therefore, before Southern Qi realized its annexation of Qiyuan, at least the large territory bordering Zhongguo and Southern Qi would become Southern Qi's possession. Zhongguo would not publicly acknowledge Southern Qi as a vassal. Meeting behind the scenes was one thing, but betraying on the surface was another. Dealing with Li Hanyuan had originally been Southern Qi's plan. The Saint of the Barbarians, Ruan Fengfei, was the main executor. In the middle of this, there were many people who cooperated with her. In short, because they knew that Prince Jin of Qiyuan was not a small matter. Controlling such a person was far more valuable than directly killing him. The chances of success were very high. Some people in Southern Qi, because they understood the emotion-sealing curse, believed that after planting it in Li Hanyuan, they already had the overall situation under control. When the people of Zhongguo acted, it was only to add a layer of protection. They did not think that it would be used at all, so they were so thoroughly exposed to Li Hanyuan. And the result was that Ruan Fengfei died. It must be said that the curse in Ruan Fengfei's body was not just 1 or 2 types. When she died, some people in Southern Qi, thousands of li away, already knew. The people of Zhongguo hidden in the mountains also knew. There was nothing much to say. Since they couldn't use someone with great ability, they could only be completely eradicated. If 1 person could not kill him, then 10. If 10 could not kill him, then 100. In short, they could not let him leave alive. Jingwan looked in the direction of the exit of the colonel. Although it was not the only way out of here, if they retreated into the mountains, it would probably be even more disadvantageous. She herself was the biggest problem. She lowered her head and looked at her belly. Indeed, in the beginning, it was correct to wait for everything to settle down before having a child. However, this child did indeed have a special meaning. Jingwan was full of expectations for it, in various ways. The people outside were certain that they would not enter the mountains, so they did not attack with all their strength at the beginning. It was nothing more than relying on their numbers and wanting to fight a battle of attrition. However, they did not know that Li Hongyuan had brought out shadow guards. Shadow guards were the least afraid of a battle of attrition. They had undergone endurance, hunger, and other training. When the other side could no longer increase their numbers, in the end, it was not clear who would win and who would lose. However, when the other side discovered this, the peace on the surface would soon be broken. It had been almost 18 hours since Yuan Fangfei's death. The other side should have almost figured out some things. Even if they wanted to continue to delay, the other side would not wait any longer. As the saying goes, a long night means trouble. Even if they were at the border, after all, it was the territory of Qi Yuan. More than 10 miles away, there was a garrison of Qi Yuan. Even if there were fewer people, they were more than the people from Zhang State. Once they were alarmed, the roles of the hunter and the prey would be reversed. This night, it was estimated that there would be a hard battle. The sky had already darkened. The light in the room was only a small one, which could illuminate an inch of the room. Jingwan leaned on Li Hongyuan and did not say anything. At this time, there was no need to say anything. Gong Jiu took Jingwan's pulse again. Actually, Jingwan felt that it was unnecessary. How many times had he done it today? Nothing happened to her. What problem could there be? However, her husband insisted, and Gong Jiu was never careless when he took her pulse. Even if he had to do it once every 2 hours, he wouldn't do it half-heartedly. Forget it, it was just taking her pulse. However, this time, Gong Jiu's pulse reading time seemed to be unusually long. Jingwan's mind wandered for a while, but it was still not over. Her heart couldn't help but thump. Could it be that something went wrong? Li Hongyuan's brows also wrinkled. When Gong Jiu stopped, he asked, "What's wrong?" replying to Wang Ye. Wang Fei's body is no different from before. However, after checking her pulse today, this subordinate realized a problem. Wang Fei was poisoned by a sleeping goo. This is a fact that can be confirmed. Sun Yilin asked Fu Rong to remove the sleeping goo and took Wang Fei away from White Dragon Temple. Normally, no matter what kind of goo worm it was, whether it was removed from the body or died in the host body and disappeared, the traces of the goo worm in the host body should be maintained for about 3 months. However, from Wang Fei's condition, there is no trace of the goo worm in her body. Jingwan sat up a little straighter, and Li Hongyuan's face also showed a bit of seriousness. Go and bring Fu Rong here. Originally, Jingwan was going to deal with Fu Rong and Sun Yilin after returning to the capital. As for what to do, she would think about it at that time. But now, it seemed that Fu Rong had other uses. If she wanted to harm Jingwan, her performance at the beginning was wrong. When Jingwan saw Fu Rong, she was a little surprised. No matter what, she was much better than expected. It seemed that her face was a little worse, and it didn't look like she was tortured. This servant greets Wang Ye and Wang Fei. She still regarded herself as Jingwan's maid and didn't forget her duty. Fu Rong, what method did you use to remove the sleeping goo for me? Moreover, I was indeed poisoned by a substitute goo before, right? Looking at Fu Rong, she lowered her eyebrows and narrowed her eyes. Fu Rong, are you really not going to say anything? Fu Rong was silent for a moment. Then she slightly raised her head and looked at Jingwan. This had already crossed the line. After learning the rules, it was the first time she made such a mistake. Fu Rong concisely said her own background and concealed all the bitterness. It was the Minister of Rights, Su Darren, who protected this servant's chastity when he was the governor. He is not a person of the Qi Yuan, but a person of the former way, and his status is not low. They clearly gave this servant a miserable fate, but they still want this servant to work for them. Based on what? Even if this servant's background is low, this servant still has a human life. Some things naturally have to be returned. Good. Jingwan also understood the meaning of Fu Rong. That was, those people dominated her fate. She was angry and unreconciled and wanted to retaliate. However, she was just a weak woman, and she didn't have that ability. So she borrowed force, and the target of this force was, of course, Jin Xinhuang. Therefore, she meekly accepted the task given to her by those people and put a gu on Jingwan. In essence, it was not to hurt Jingwan, but to anger Li Hongyuan. She believed that Li Hongyuan would eventually find out about the former way. At that time, the former way would more or less pay the price. The price paid by a country, no matter how small, was far more than her own hatred. Although she still couldn't find a real culprit, at least she could be a little comforted. Not to mention Jingwan. Even when Li Hongyuan looked at Fu Rong, there was a slight change in his eyes. He really didn't see that Fu Rong had such a temperament. The firmness in her heart had never been smoothed out. Even if she accepted her fate, she didn't accept it. She looked docile and harmless. But once the bottom line of her tolerance was exceeded, then she would secretly show her claws and use her intelligence to plot little by little. In fact, until now, Fu Rong wanted to borrow Li Hongyuan's power to deal with the former way. Although, even if she didn't do anything, Li Hongyuan still wouldn't let the former way go. However, whether she did or not, the nature was different. What's more, she accurately and ruthlessly stepped on Li Hongyuan's weak spot. Li Hongyuan chuckled. Women like Fu Rong existed in large numbers. He never put them in his eyes, but now he was ruthlessly used. This experience was quite fresh. Jingwan glanced at him. She could feel the danger in his eyes. No matter how he acted in front of her, he had absolute pride. In his eyes, Fu Rong was like an ant. It would be strange if he was happy to be played by an ant. But now, this was not the main point. Fu Rong, what's the matter with the sleeping insect and the substitute insect? In response to Wang Fei, this matter begins with the true identity of this servant's mother. They all believe that this servant's mother is an ordinary woman. This is true, but not completely true. This servant's mother is actually from Nanxi, a barbarian tribe. Speaking of this, Jingwan didn't know what expression to show. When I was young, father wasn't around all year round. Mother was with me almost every day. At that time, she told me a lot of things over and over again. Perhaps I didn't understand, but it would be hard for me to not remember after hearing it over and over again. As for her past, she didn't say much. I vaguely remember that she was the daughter of the leader of the barbarian tribe. In addition, she was very talented in raising insects. She was secretly chosen to be the saintess. However, I don't know what happened later. She left her home and was in the situation of the former way, where her life and death were controlled. She didn't raise any more insects. I don't know if it was because she couldn't raise any more, or if there was some other reason she didn't raise any more insects until her death. As for the insects of the barbarian tribe, she told me everything. However, she only told me the signs of being infected and the method to cure it. As for how to raise the insects, she didn't say a word. When she was dying, she gave me a bead that can cure hundreds of poisons and eliminate hundreds of insects. It is said that it is a sacred object that has been passed down for thousands of years in the barbarian tribe. Because of it, the sleeping insect and the substitute insect in your body were eliminated. It was also because of it that I was able to get the medicine from the Gong family's hospital when I was in the mansion. Hand over the bead, and I can spare your life. Fu Rong was silent. She lowered her eyes and glanced at the Buddha bead on Jingwan's wrist. Li Hongyuan sneered. You don't want to hand it over? When you die, I can always find it and take it away. Wait, Jingwan held Li Hongyuan's hand. She remembered that Fu Rong had said something profound to her before. Now she thought about it. Fu Rong, is that bead with me? Since you cured me of the insect, you haven't taken it back, right? I can't repay your kindness. It's useless for a person like me to take it. Fu Rong admitted in a disguised way. But where did you put it? I don't even have a purse on me now. It's been so long. It's impossible for her not to notice that there is one more thing on her body. Because of doubts, she slightly lowered her head. Then, her eyes suddenly fixed on the Buddha bead. This is the only bead on her body. The question is it possible? Jingwan reached out her hand and fiddled with the beads one by one. That bead is quite strange. It can change its appearance within a certain range. As long as the size is about the same, it will change into the appearance of the nearest bead. Did that mean that there was an alien in her Buddhist prayer beads from the beginning? Jingwan's expression was a bit stiff. This is, the insect can go against the heaven, and the bead has become a spirit? The effect of the insect can barely be regarded as something in the insect's body that targets human nerves, hormones, or other things. But this bead, is it possible that there is something in the body of the chameleon in it? But the chameleon is alive. Even if the existence of the chameleon itself is unscientific, Jingwan still needs some time to accept it when she encounters something unscientific. Li Honyuan held Jingwan's wrist. His acceptance was much higher than Jingwan's. Such a good thing. He will try his best to get it for Jingwan. Now that it is with Jingwan, he will not be polite. However, it is for Jingwan to use, so naturally, it must be absolutely safe. Therefore, Li Honyuan directly took off the Buddha bead and handed it to Gongjiu. Without Li Hongyuan's explanation, Gongjiu also knew his intention. There are many poisons in Gongjiu's body. In the house where Ruan Fengfei lived before, there are many poisonous insects. It is very easy to verify its function. As for its safety, in fact, during this period, Jingwan has been carrying it with her all the time. There is no abnormality in her body, which is already very good proof. If it is harmful, even if it is very small, after such a long time, there will be more or less signs. And if it takes a few years for the harm to appear, then even Li Honyuan will probably not wait so long. No matter how suspicious he is, he will not go to this extent. If she doesn't wear it, it may lead to the treasure being covered in dust. The result of the verification was quite obvious. When those poisonous insects touched the Buddha bead, they turned into smoke in an instant and disappeared without a trace. And when the rabbit carried the Buddha bead, Gongjiu sprinkled all kinds of poisons on it or directly poured it down its mouth. It was more than enough to poison hundreds of people to death, but the rabbit was still alive and kicking. Hearing it was naturally not as shocking as seeing it. This bead is really a good thing. Do you know the range of effect of this bead? Li Honyuan asked Fu Rong. Wangya, forgive me, this slave doesn't know. She had obtained something from her mother, but she had never had the chance to verify it. Perhaps she had, such as poison or something. After all, she had probably gotten in the way of the other sisters. However, she had been unknowingly dealt with, so she naturally had no way of knowing. Wangya, this subordinate, knows something at this moment. Gongjiu said. Li Honyuan was already used to the memories that popped up from time to time in the past few days. The sacred object of the barbarian tribe does have such a function. For the poisonous insects, direct contact is what you saw just now. If you don't touch it, it will take some time, at most 3 days. Wearing the sacred object, it is basically impossible for the poisonous insects to get close to the body. If there is an accident, it will not affect the host. Like any poison, the maximum range of effect is 10 feet. Chapter 574. No matter why the barbarians worshipped their most precious treasure as a sacred object, it had nothing to do with Jingwan. Li Honyuan also understood some problems, so he put the beads back on Jingwan's wrist without hesitation. Li Honyuan could take all the good things in the world for himself, but Jingwan couldn't. Although she didn't deny that she wanted this thing very much, if she had it from the beginning, then there wouldn't be a series of things later. However, there was a contradiction in itself. If Fu Rong gave it to Jingwan early, Fu Rong wouldn't have the capital to take revenge. The premise of Fu Rong's betrayal was that she could ensure Jingwan's safety. After achieving her goal, she did not hesitate to give the treasure to Jingwan. She might have thought about it in the past, but at that time, Jingwan was protected by Li Honyuan so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. The barbarian tribe's holy relic seemed to be just icing on the cake. Now that Fu Rong had given the treasure to Jingwan for no reason, she, who was already not very trustworthy, was afraid that it would only lead to more suspicion. Therefore, even if she wanted to give the treasure, she needed to look at the right time. As for Li Honyuan, to be honest, his weight in Fu Rong's heart was really low. His identity as a prince may not be comparable to the identity of Jingwan's husband. What Fu Rong praised most about him was his deep love for Jingwan. Because he didn't have any weight, Fu Rong didn't hesitate to use him. Jingwan fiddled with the beads, but she didn't take them off in the end. First, her husband would definitely not allow it. Second, she wanted it anyway, so there was no need to pretend. The problem now was how to deal with Fu Rong. She took her things, and she didn't betray her. According to reason, the previous things should be written off. However, she was indeed poisoned by the sleeping insect, and then her husband was taken out of the capital and fell into a series of dangerous situations. Fu Rong's actions were the cause of everything. In the big picture, it was not excessive to punish her. It was not something that could be offset by a bead. She wanted to punish her a little, but her husband wouldn't let her go easily after knowing that he was tricked. Some people's dignity was often more unforgivable than a true betrayal or a true crime. Seeing that you are sensible, I can spare you from death, but you can't escape punishment. Ah Yuan, let Fu Rong make up for her mistakes. You said to let me deal with it. Jingwan said. Li Honyuan glanced at Jingwan. Jingwan's eyes were very firm. Obviously, she already had a plan in her heart. Li Honyuan snorted softly, which meant that he acquiesced. Fu Rong, the person who contacted you in the White Dragon Temple, was Sun Yilin, and the people who traveled with you along the way. Except for the few of them, the others were probably all dead. We want to let them believe that you are still not exposed, and then we will send some news to them. What do you think? However, there is a lot of danger in this matter, so you can refuse. There was not only one way to atone for her mistakes. Fu Rong was very smart. Fu Rong was a very smart person. Not only was she a fast learner, in fact, if she was given enough conditions, she would not be worse than several women in the palace. Moreover, she had advantages in some aspects. For example, after living in a brothel for many years, it was easy for her to please someone, especially men. For example, she had a lot of ups and downs in her life, so she did not care much about her life. Moreover, even though she had experienced so much, her heart was not corrupted. She still had humanity and knew how to be grateful. For the current Minister of Rights, Su Darren, who was a black-hearted person, in fact, he would not like people like him, because he knew best that people like him would do anything to achieve their goals. There were some things that they could do themselves, but the people below them absolutely could not do that. Therefore, if all kinds of advantages were used properly, they might play an unexpected role. Fu Rong listened quietly, and her eyes flashed slightly. Wang Fei, this servant is willing. If possible, this servant also wants to take revenge on her own. She put a gu in Jingwan and used Li Honyuan. Her purpose was not simple. Because of the unwillingness and resentment in her heart, she used the strength of others to achieve her goal. How could it be better than doing it herself and participating in it personally? It had to be said that Fu Rong was really unexpected again and again. The things hidden in her bones were too different on the surface. However, in the end, the culprit who made her what she was today was the royal family of the former way. Using a weak woman's body to compete with them was undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree. Fu Rong, have you thought about it? This is not a joking matter. Your Highness, I originally thought that everything that happened in the past was due to my bad luck, but since I was able to meet Your Highness, it meant that I wasn't completely bad. If I could serve Your Highness for the rest of my life, it would be an excellent thing. However, someone came out and told me that everything was man-made and wanted me to serve Your Highness for the rest of my life. It's just that my bones haven't completely softened yet, so I have to repay you for the rest of my life. It would be good if I could repay you with 20 or 30%. It would be even better if I could repay you with 50 or 60%. How could this be called bones are not completely soft? She was made of iron. Her appearance looked soft and easy to pinch, but if you really took a bite, you might break a mouthful of teeth. Such a talent, if she was placed by her side as a servant, it would definitely be wasted. However, thinking about the spies sent by other countries to Qi Yuan, the top spies were all women, but they could not be clean and innocent. Whether they were really dissolute or forced. In short, they did not have a good ending in the end. Jinwan did not want Fu Rong to go to this step. Moreover, she did not have any training. Wan, don't worry. I also have people in the former way. When the time comes, I will send people to help her. Of course, the so-called help is also surveillance. In Li Hongyuan's eyes, there's a stain on her that cannot be easily washed away. Besides, there's still a lot of things waiting for us to deal with in the Qi Yuan. It will take a lot of time to arrange for her to go to the former way. During this time, she can learn some things, but she does not need to learn too much. Especially trained spies and ordinary spies have their own uses. The former may not be better than the latter. Many times, it depends on how they are used. Li Honyuan looked at Fu Rong's face. When Imperial Consort Su wanted her to be Li Hongyuan's concubine, she resolutely disfigured her face. Anyway, it is already disfigured. She will be infected with the goo and become even uglier. At that time, probably no man will want to covet her. Li Honyuan did not even need to guess. He knew that his wife was most worried about the last thing. Jingwan was silent. If there was a so-called beauty goo, there would naturally be an ugly goo. Speaking of which, the former was made up of young and beautiful women, but the latter was far less exaggerated. Jingwan suspected that Sun Yilin had a similar goo. It seemed that it was not as simple as making people ugly. Moreover, no matter what kind of goo it was, Jingwan was against it from the bottom of her heart. However, when some things were not used on one's own people, one had to admit that they were actually very useful and effective. Compared with her disgust, as expected, her husband could get things done more easily. That was why she had the upper hand. People were indeed selfish. Even if they were selfless, it was only relative. The only person who was truly selfless at any time and in any position was probably the sage. As for where those goo came from, if they knew where they came from, would they be afraid of not being able to get them? Moreover, Gongzhou's current state was quite strange. Perhaps at some time, all the methods of raising goo would appear in his mind, regardless of whether he wanted to raise them or not. As long as Li Honyuan said a word, he would definitely do his best. Let's see how Fu Rong chooses. Jingwan said. She even specially looked at a certain someone. Was there a need to speak so harshly? For most women, chastity was important, but appearance was also important. It may be easier to rely on beauty to gain a foothold, but at the same time, it is also fragile. From other aspects, things may be more difficult, but once you succeed, your foothold will be more stable. Moreover, people in high positions never lack female confidence. It may be easier to not be a female confidant, but it may be easier to be a counselor behind a female confidant than to approach the master directly. There are many things that you don't need to inquire about personally. In this way, your own danger will also be reduced. At this moment, perhaps Jingwan needed to admit a fact. Those who treated Fu Rong as a chess piece actually unlocked some of her dangerous attributes, and whoever unlocked it would experience it. Jingwan was a little bit looking forward to the storm that Fu Rong would stir up in the future. You can leave. It won't be peaceful tonight. Eat something and refresh yourself. Since she didn't expose herself in front of her, she should treat her like Hey Mei. As the saying goes, prepare for a rainy day. Even if Fu Rong was a chess piece that couldn't be used for a while, she should pay attention to the details now and try to make it as seamless as possible. Yes, I will leave now. Fu Rong squatted and took 2 steps back. She seemed to have thought of something. Princess, I exchanged one of your prayer beads. Master Liaochen should know. The implication was that Fu Rong could rest assured. Otherwise, she could go back and ask Master Liaochen for confirmation. Jingwan didn't suspect anything. She wasn't that suspicious. She just glanced at a certain someone who was still calm. Gong Mama had been waiting at the door. When she knew that Fu Rong betrayed her, she was angry, but she was used to being cautious and stable, so she didn't show her emotions easily. At this point, her view of Fu Rong became a little complicated. It was the same as Jingwan's previous thought. It was a pity that Fu Rong was a maid. It was a good choice to send her to the former way. However, Gong Mama valued Jingwan very much. No matter what Fu Rong did, in Gong Mama's heart, she would never be able to clear her name. Of course, it was different from Li Hanyuan. Li Hanyuan looked at whether Fu Rong was trustworthy. She looked at the possibility that Fu Rong could continue to serve Jingwan. Fu Rong never denied what she did. She didn't feel guilty. So, no matter who she faced, she was frank. After Fu Rong walked away, Gong Jiao, if Fu Rong has any injuries, take some medicine and let He Mei help her apply it. Also, try to reduce the burden on Sun Yilin. Jingwan said. Anyway, she didn't believe that these two people were really intact. Yes, Gong Jiao responded. He didn't even look at Li Hongyuan's expression. With the princess, the prince could only be the second. In order to recover her energy, Jingwan also went to bed early. Even if she knew that the second half of the night might be very dangerous, because Li Hanyuan was there, she didn't worry. Therefore, it was easy for her to fall asleep. After falling asleep, she slept very soundly. When Jingwan was woken up, Gong Mama, He Mei, and Fu Rong were all waiting on her side. All the things she needed to wash up were prepared. When she was completely dressed, Jingwan was completely awake. At this moment, her clothes were very simple and neutral. There were no ornaments on her head or body. The only ornament was probably the Buddha beads on her wrist. However, in the end, Jingwan still asked Gong Mama to tie the dagger to her arm. Although the sleeves were much narrower, it was still easy to roll up the sleeves. With me here, what does Wan need it for? Li Hanyuan was a little dissatisfied. He was injured, so he wouldn't use force easily. Moreover, he didn't feel at ease leaving Jingwan to others. Therefore, his most important task in the future was to protect his wife. I believe in you. This is just in case. Jingwan was worried about him. Sometimes, even if she knew that her ability was limited and she might even be more of a hindrance, she still wanted to protect her lover. Of course, Jingwan had learned self-defense in her previous life. When she went to Northwest, she learned it from Gong Mama. Because she had a good foundation, she was not as good as a well-trained person. Therefore, she definitely wouldn't be a hindrance. Li Hanyuan frowned, but he didn't say anything in the end. When everything was ready, Jingwan stood up and moved a little. When she lowered her head, she silently found that her belly seemed to be a lot bigger. She didn't know if it was because the clothes were more close-fitting or because she didn't pay attention to her belly for a period of time. After careful calculation, it had been more than 5 months since she was pregnant on June 11th. She would be born in more than 4 months. Jingwan slowly exhaled, looked back at Li Hanyuan, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Li Hanyuan touched her face and leaned over to kiss her lips. Anyway, these 2 days, he kissed Jingwan without any scruples. Jingwan was used to it, and the people around her were also used to it. When they saw it, they just tilted their heads. Even the most innocent black girl didn't blush. There were not many torches outside, but they weren't few either. Basically, they were controlled to the extent that the enemy couldn't see clearly, and it wouldn't affect their progress. Jingwan saw Sun Yilin at a glance. Compared with the other people who were almost integrated into one, he was a little unique. He seemed to be in poor spirits, much worse than Fu Rong. It was enough to show that someone really took special care of him. However, compared with the way on the way here, the treacherous aura on Sun Yilin's body was much weaker. Even if his face was still ugly, she didn't feel uncomfortable. Sun Yilin's abnormality could only be explored later. Although it was unforgivable, for the sake of Sun Yijia, Jingwan was still willing to find reasons and excuses for him. Sun Yilin's current position was hostile to Jingwan, so there was still a person who was watching him. However, this person couldn't be expected to do much. If necessary, he might directly kill Sun Yilin. After all, he was an enemy. If he couldn't take him away, he would kill him. Was it possible to let him go back? What a simple logic. Li Hanyuan was protecting Jingwan, and there were a few other people around them. There weren't many people, and it was similar to the formation on the side. If they were too tightly protected, it would only make them more conspicuous. At that time, they would become targets. In addition, Blackie and Fu Rong were walking together, and there were also people around them. In a sense, they were also Jingwan's substitutes. Jingwan was walking silently and attentively. The noise outside the valley gradually entered her ears. In fact, there were a lot of people, but it was still much weaker than the shouting on the battlefield. At some point, her footsteps quickened, and she was about to jog. And it seemed that because of the appearance of these people, the noise suddenly doubled, and she could even feel the pressure of the crowd suddenly surging up. When she was in the northwest, Jingwan was the closest, and she was also at the rear of the battlefield, so she didn't see the scene with her own eyes. Perhaps it wasn't as grand as that time, but the difference wasn't too far. Especially when she was close, she could hear the sound of sharp blade piercing flesh and blood, and there was also an unusually obvious smell of blood, which made her faintly nauseous. Jingwan wasn't sure if she could bear it, so she kept her head down and followed Li Honyuan closely. In fact, as a special personnel who needed to be protected, looking around was a big taboo. Jingwan wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Li Honyuan didn't stop walking, and his direction was very clear. And from the beginning to the end, Jingwan didn't hear any voices nearby. Obviously, he and his subordinates had a way of communicating without words. Zhonghua was determined to take Li Hongyuan's life, and all directions outside the call must have been blocked. However, because of the terrain and the arrangement of the other party's personnel, there were always relatively weak points. Li Hongyuan's subordinates must have figured these out clearly. Without communication, how could they be unwavering? Jingwan felt the stickiness under her feet. In the absence of rain and snow, it was obvious that it was soaked in blood. The light of the torch was limited. At some point, Jingwan stepped down and stepped on a soft but hard object, and she stumbled slightly. Jingwan's first reaction was that it was an arm. She had clearly killed someone before, and whether it was physical or psychological, she didn't have any reaction. But now, sure enough, whether it was killing someone or dying someone, she had to choose her target. Li Honyuan hurriedly supported Jingwan. Wanwan, I'm fine. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart. Li Honyuan frowned in the darkness, but without another word, he carried Jingwan in his arms. Caught off guard, Jingwan's body leaned back a little, but her mouth was tightly shut. She wrapped her arms around his neck to prevent the nearest enemy from hearing. She lowered her voice and said, Yuan, put me down. This is too eye-catching. It might not be easy to see clearly if they were walking by themselves with the torch swaying. But if they were carrying someone, as long as the torch swayed slightly and someone saw them and shouted, they would be exposed. Wanwan, don't worry. Your husband will definitely bring you back safely. Li Honyuan subconsciously kissed the corner of her eye again. In this wilderness, the road was rugged and uneven. For the average person, even in the daytime, it wouldn't be smooth to walk, let alone when they couldn't see clearly. If she followed them, it would indeed slow down the speed. Jingwan pursed her lips, hugged her hands tighter, and no longer spoke. In this way, she didn't have to concentrate on walking. She could see the situation nearby. The weapons on the periphery were clashing, and the middle was ready to strike at any time. Upon closer inspection, she found that they seemed to be blocking her figure, and the torch could only illuminate a small area. In this way, her worries seemed to be superfluous. Compared to the people of Zhang, who were shouting to kill, the people surrounding the husband and wife were very quiet. Jin Xinwang Fei is over here. It was unknown who shouted, but this direction was obviously a bit different from Jingwan's direction. The enemies in front were reduced by half in an instant. The pressure suddenly decreased, and the speed of the breakthrough was obviously faster. Because Jin Xinwang didn't want his Wang Fei to be hurt, even if it was only a possibility, he would rather be controlled by others. This showed how important his Wang Fei was to him. In this case, even if the two separated and Jin Xinwang Fei was in danger, it was impossible for Jin Xinwang to be indifferent. And Zhang's plan was to keep an eye on the husband and wife while they were breaking out. It would be best if they could directly find Li Hongyuan. It should be known that before this, The people of Zhang who were responsible for intercepting and killing Li Hongyuan had set a high reward. They took Li Hongyuan's head, high official, generous salary, and beautiful women. Not a single thing would be lacking. For ordinary soldiers, this was a temptation. Just by killing one person, they could reach the sky in a single bound. Compared to struggling in other places for a lifetime and still being at the bottom, there was basically no need to think about what to choose. Therefore, the attraction of this sentence was absolutely strong. The people who were attracted didn't even hesitate. Jingwan's heart couldn't help but rise. She turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. Under the dim light of the fire, she could only see the crowd moving. More and more people were rushing over, and they were still fighting. It was enough to see that there were people of Zhang and also people of her own side. This time, the one who used her identity to lead the enemies away was either Fu Rong or He Mei, and the two were together. The two might have the intention to be her substitute, but there was no deliberate arrangement. Jingwan didn't know if they were accidentally discovered or deliberately. Her fists clenched tighter and tighter. If she could, she didn't want anything to happen to them. If she could, she hoped that all of them would be fine. But in this kind of situation, how could they not be injured or dead? Jingwan gritted her teeth. Her breathing became a little heavy, but she still didn't speak. She knew very well that only when the couple went out, they had a higher chance of surviving. If they were left behind, it meant that everyone would die here. Everyone around her was fighting for her, giving their all for her, and even dying for her. That kind of feeling was definitely not a good feeling. As long as one was not absolutely selfish and ruthless, it would be impossible for them to remain indifferent, let alone Jingwan. That kind of impact was definitely unprecedented. Li Hongyuan could understand Jingwan's current feelings. After all, he had tasted that kind of feeling in his previous life. Later, his heart became colder and colder. Although it wasn't completely indifferent, it was no longer enough to move him, let alone make him do something irrational. Chapter 575. Surprisingly calm, the speed of their feet became faster and faster, and the people around them were the same. When they almost completely broke out of the encirclement, the other side seemed to have discovered the truth. Jingwan heard some buzzing sounds, but she still heard someone roaring angrily. That person was probably the person in charge of Zhang country. Trash, trash, hurry up and chase after them. It was obvious that since the other side was fake, the real one must have taken advantage of this time to rush out. Judging from the swaying torches everywhere, there was more than one group of people who broke out. Who knew which direction Qi Yuan's Prince Jin was in? He spat and cursed. You let him run away like this? He was very clear that if he couldn't kill Qi Yuan's Prince Jin, when he returned, his head would be moved. Trash, hurry up and chase after them. He kicked the person closest to him. He was angry not only because the other person ran away so easily, but also because he was so easily fooled and angry. He obviously knew that it could be a scam. No, how could he be fooled? It was obviously his group of subordinates who were eager for quick success and kept dispatching people. Li Hongyuan ordered some people to stay behind to stop the attack, and the rest to continue forward. The torches in their hands were directly extinguished. Without torches, the following path was naturally more difficult to walk. However, as long as it was not pitch black, after their eyes adjusted a little, they could basically see the vague outlines of nearby objects. Then, Jingwan realized that their speed did not slow down by much. As they walked further and further, the sound behind them became weaker and weaker until they could not hear it all. It was quiet. In the winter, there were very few insect sounds. Suddenly, a ball of fire exploded in the sky. With the previous battlefield as the center, there was about a 90-degree angle with the direction they were at. Although she had never seen it before, Jingwan knew that it should be a signal flare. Gunpowder had long appeared in the history of Qi Yuan, and firecrackers had already been used. It was not surprising that there would be a signal flare. Jingwan watched it disappear completely and did not retract her gaze. Wan, don't worry. Our people are already trying their best to break out of the encirclement. Li Hongyuan said softly. Jingwan responded softly. Her nasal voice was a little heavy. They were basically shadow guards, and their lethality was originally very high. Although there were many enemies, if they wanted to, they could always kill their way out. Previously, they had been fighting with the people of Zhang because their master had not left. Now that their master was safe, and Zhang had sent a large number of people to chase after Li Hongyuan, as long as they were still alive, it would not be difficult to escape. But they were not sure how many people would be left. Don't worry, Princess Consort. They're all elites under His Highness. It's not a problem for them to fight against 10 people. Gong Mama also spoke out to comfort her. Jingwan responded with a smile. However, that smile was extremely forced. The so-called 1 against 10 was probably under the situation of being defeated one by one. If they were besieged, how many people could do this? That was because they had a mortal body. They only had a pair of hands and 2 legs. They could block 1 or 2 sides, but how could they block 3 or 4 sides at the same time? Moreover, the Shadow Guard's attack power was indeed high, but they mostly walked the path of craftiness and focused on individual combat. Their battlefield had never been in such a situation. Jingwan was not stupid. Even if she had never encountered Shadow Guards, there were similar occupations in her previous life. She could always find out from some channels that she could use. As the saying goes, different roads lead to the same destination. In fact, there was no other way to mobilize so many Shadow Guards. There were not many guards in the Wang residence. Although Li Hongyuan also had the ability to mobilize troops, those people were not involved in the things he had done before. To mobilize them, at least official channels were needed. Li Hongyuan was trapped. Although he could still barely communicate with the outside world, the people outside did not know his specific location. In this situation, he could only rely on Shadow Guards. Jingwan leaned on Li Hongyuan's shoulder. They did not want her to know, so she would just pretend that she did not know. However, Li Hongyuan and Jingwan's minds were connected, and they could not understand each other better. Their bodies also had the most direct contact, so how could they not feel it? They were Shadow Guards. It was their honor to die for their master. Li Hongyuan could not say such words to Jingwan. Rest for a while. Gong Jiu, take my pulse. Li Hongyuan opened his mouth and said. Jingwan heard this and did not care about anything else. Yuan, did the wound split open? She asked anxiously as her hands gently touched the wound. Don't worry, it shouldn't split open. It just hurts a little. Li Hongyuan comforted her gently. It was so dark that she couldn't see anything. Jingwan could only quietly lean against a tree and watch the blurry figure moving. Gong Jiu had practiced the skill of treating wounds in the dark. Just by feeling, he knew that Li Hongyuan's wound had split open a little and was bleeding a little. However, if it was any other time, he would not even frown, let alone cry out in pain. He would not reapply medicine until the matter was over. Not only Gong Jiu knew, but the people around also knew that he did this to divert the princess's attention. In fact, it was very successful. If it was any other time, they would probably think that he was treacherous. He actually shamelessly used the trick of injuring himself to gain the princess's sympathy. However, it was special now. No one thought that he was wrong. They had more or less experienced their companions dying for one reason or another. It was only because of external reasons that their 7 emotions and 6 desires were weak. It wasn't that they didn't have any. When they faced it for the first time, especially when their companions died for them, that kind of feeling was really so painful that they wanted to die. The princess had not seen most of the Shadow Guards, but she had always cherished her life. So many people died, and it seemed to her that it was because of her. How could she feel good? It was best to divert her attention. Although she was still worried about the prince, she knew that the prince's life was not in danger. Naturally, her emotions would not be so heavy. She groped around and finished treating Li Hongyuan's wound. Your Highness, don't worry. The wound is bleeding very little. It won't have a big impact. That's good. Jingwan breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, She was also worried that she did not notice Li Hongyuan's scheming. Since he said that he wanted to rest, he would definitely rest. However, the conditions did not allow it. Li Hongyuan was not so particular. Li Hongyuan casually leaned against a tree and sat down. He pulled Jingwan into his arms and whispered to her. In short, he wanted to divert her attention. He basically knew what the situation of this battle was. Originally, he chose to break out in the second half of the night, when people were most tired. In this way, it was not far from dawn now. Jingwan did not even walk a few steps. She was not tired, but her mind was tense. Moreover, pregnant women were easy to be tired. Li Hongyuan kept talking to her, which imperceptibly soothed her nerves. When she relaxed, she was a little sleepy. However, she was worried, so she could not sleep well. If she could sleep well, she would definitely recover a lot when she woke up. Li Hongyuan exhausted his patience and coaxed Jingwan to sleep in the end. By the time his voice had completely disappeared, the surroundings had quieted down once more. Li Hongyuan turned his head and stroked Jingwan's hair from time to time. No one knew what he was doing. Obviously, he did not intend to get up and leave. Although this place was not far from the call, he was not worried because of that. Some of the people who followed them were also closing their eyes to rest, and some were scattered around to keep watch. Granny Gong untied the bag tied on her back. There was only a cloak in it. Originally, it was a burden during the breakout, but Granny Gong insisted on carrying it in case of an emergency. Obviously, it came in handy. She took it out and put it on Jingwan. After this rest, when they got up again, the sky was already slightly bright. After confirming the direction, they continued on their way without waking up Jingwan. When Jingwan woke up naturally, the sky was already bright. She hurriedly asked Li Hongyuan to put her down. She did not know how long they had been walking, but no matter how good her husband's physical strength and arm strength were, he was still injured. Moreover, no matter how capable he was not a machine. After a long time, lighter things would become heavier, and Jingwan's weight was not light. Coincidentally, there was a small stream in front of them. They also needed to eat something to maintain their strength. After all, it was not completely safe now. For the shadow guards, there was no need to worry about food in the wilderness. Even if it was winter, they would quickly bring back something that could be eaten out of the forest. The only problem was probably the taste. They were used to it. It was fine as long as there was something to eat. However, when the food was about to be handed to the two masters, they realized belatedly that it was very embarrassing. Li Hongyuan looked at it with disdain. Jingwan accepted it in a good mood and even glared at a certain someone. After putting it in her mouth, it did not seem that bad. The specific location could not be confirmed, but it was generally clear. The people of Zhang did not want Li Hongyuan to return to the capital of Qiyuan. For this reason, they did not hesitate to cut off the path where the garrison was, followed by the official road, and then the nearest village. In this way, their manpower would definitely be scattered. However, as long as they blocked the nearest path, there would still be a considerable number of people on each path. At least, it was far more than Jingwan's current manpower. Moreover, it was easier to be discovered in broad daylight. Therefore, the safer way was to bypass these places. In this way, they would have to cross the mountains and ridges on foot. This was not an easy task. If Jingwan was not pregnant, this trip could be regarded as a hiking trip. Anyway, Jingwan's physical strength was very good, so it was not a problem at all. Therefore, after thinking about it, Li Hongyuan decided to stay in place and move around. If they were careful, they would not be in danger of being exposed. Of course, unless they were extremely unlucky. If they did not see them for a long time, Li Hongyuan's people would eventually find them. At that time, his side would have the advantage. In the territory of Qiyuan, no matter how arrogant the people of Zhang were, there must be a limit. If they dragged on for a long time, they would only be at a disadvantage. Therefore, as long as there was no problem with Jingwan's body, Li Hongyuan was not in a hurry. At most, it would only take 2 or 3 days. You will have to suffer, Li Hongyuan said to Jingwan. Suffer? Not really. In fact, this feeling is quite novel. In her previous life, This kind of activity was very popular. Jingwan had participated in it once or twice. Of course, it was actually quite tiring occasionally. But it was different now. Everything was taken care of. It was just that it was inconvenient to wash up, and there was no change of clothes. Originally, not to mention 2 or 3 days, even if it was a longer time without changing clothes, Jingwan had also experienced it in her previous life. Any discomfort could be forced to adapt. However, in this life, Jingwan was born into a good family. It was not a top-notch wealthy family. Her food and clothing were carefully taken care of. It was not that she did not change clothes for a few days, but she changed a few sets of clothes a day. For more than 10 years, it was like this. Especially in Jin Wangfu, it was even more meticulous. Now, she always felt that her body was a bit itchy. Things like habits, even if you were forced to change, it was not something that could be changed in a short time. However, when there was nothing to do, she would nestle in someone's arms and let him tickle her. It felt quite comfortable. Jingwan was comfortable, but Li Hongyuan was a bit tormented. Originally, when Jingwan was pregnant, he did not have many opportunities to eat meat. This time, he had not eaten for a long time, touching his wife's smooth and delicate skin. How could he not have any reaction? However, he still did not have the right time, right place, and right people. At most, he could kiss twice to satisfy his craving. On the 3rd day of staying in the same place, a shadow guard came to report that there was a group of dozens of people coming in their direction. From their attire, they looked like ordinary villagers. Including the things in their hands, they were all used by farmers. However, thinking about it, one would know how careless this disguise was. In this large piece of land, there were actually very few people. The nearest village was a few li away, and there were very few residents in the village. For dozens of young and strong men to appear out of nowhere, who would believe that there was nothing fishy, even if it was the bandits of any mountain, it was impossible for them to be so orderly. These people, they really don't give up, Jingwan said coldly. It's just a deathbed struggle. Naturally, they want to come out and try their luck instead of continuing to guard a few roads and wait for rabbits. Are they sure that I'm a hindrance and can't go far? Even if Jingwan herself was very self-aware, if she was treated like this by her own people, it would be fine. However, it was unpleasant to be treated like this by those enemies. This is also the truth. Wan, don't bother about it. Li Hanyuan was still in the mood to tease her. Jingwan gently rolled her eyes at him. It's just that, are we unlucky, or are they too lucky? Who knows? Let's go. Li Hanyuan directly carried Jingwan up, and his footsteps were not slow at all. While they were talking, the others quickly packed up the things that should be packed and quickly followed. Although there were some traces that they did not have time to deal with, it did not matter. There were several places where there were traces, and they were deliberately left. Following the traces, they would only be going in circles. As for other places, it was impossible to find them unless they were very careful and professional. Moreover, they had already figured out the surroundings where they could hide, where they could have a good line of sight, and where they could not be found. It was easy to take them for a walk. However, it did not take long for them to find a problem. This group of people was not fooled because they actually had a hunting dog with them. The traces that they had just left were very fresh, and it was easy for the hunting dog to find them. Everyone's expression became serious. They went in circles and took the initiative to leave when they did not find them. Obviously, it was not going to work. If they did not want to tire themselves out, they could only get rid of the hunting dog. In this way, they would be completely bitten. In that case, let's kill them all, Li Hanyuan said lightly, but the content of his words was unusually cruel. However, no one thought that he was boasting. If they did not face it head-on, there were ways to not face it. Once they faced it, there were also ways to face it. They had already thought of a way, and naturally, they had thought of a way. Without hesitation, they went straight to the place that they had prepared beforehand. On the ground, it was dangerous and narrow. It was a good place where one man can hold the pass against 10,000. However, although it was a good place, it could also be considered a dangerous place because there was only one way in and out. When they chose to go in and the outside road was left to the enemy, They had no other way to go except for victory. It was as if the back was against the cliff and the feet were on the clouds. The place was not big, and there were vines hanging at the entrance. When they found this place, Jingwan was also there, but she did not go in to take a look. Now that she was there, it was really a little scary. However, Jingwan leaned on the innermost seat and looked around. The bows and arrows were made at the last minute. They were originally equipped with crossbows, but there were not many arrows left. Otherwise, they would not have needed these zero-hour bows. Although they only had a little more than 10 people, and the number of the enemy was more than 5 to 6 times, Jingwan, who had no experience in this kind of situation, was not afraid at all. As long as they controlled it well, the possibility of annihilating the enemy and their side would be very high. The only problem was that they did not know if these people went back to find help, and the location and number of helpers were unknown. Therefore, they needed to end the battle quickly. Hurry, hurry, they are in front. The person who said this was quite excited and took the lead. A high position and a beautiful woman was in front of him, and she was waving at him. How could he not be excited? Not to mention that they might not be the target. First, there was no one around, and no one would easily move around in this area. Second, if they did not have a guilty conscience, why would they avoid them from afar? Therefore, they were very confident. Standing behind the vines, through the gaps, they saw everything. The 5 crossbows were already set up, and they only needed to wait for these people to come closer. In just one round, at least 20 people would be killed. However, in the end, they were not blinded by the imminent victory. When they came closer, they did not see anything. If the hound were not barking at a cluster of vines, they might have missed it. Therefore, they became cautious and stood up, using the nearby trees or stones as cover, and hid. However, Li Hongyuan's people were not lacking in patience. When the other side appeared one after another, they were still calm and waiting for more people to come closer. The battle last night was fierce enough, and Jingwan did not see it, but heard more. Now, perhaps it was not fierce, but seeing those people getting closer and closer, she could not help but hold her breath, and her palms began to sweat. She was not afraid, but nervous enough. Li Hongyuan stood beside Jingwan, and his expression was natural and relaxed, showing that he had a card up his sleeve. Li Hongyuan kissed Jingwan's forehead, but Jingwan did not seem to feel it, and stared outside without blinking. Li Hongyuan suddenly felt a little funny, but also a little unhappy. He pinched Jingwan's chin, and with a little force, turned her around, and then kissed her hard. Jingwan also did not expect that this bastard would still play this trick in such a situation, and she was so angry that she hit him with all her strength. With this ruckus, the tense atmosphere was gone. Originally, they could not hear any sound from the outside, but now they heard some movement. Startled, they first dodged and waited for a while, but still did not see any movement. They thought in their hearts that they should not have weapons like bows and arrows, and then they thought about what if there was a way out? Maybe they had already run far away, and they could not let the duck in their mouth fly away. No longer hesitating, they aggressively pounced. Shio, after the first arrow flew out, the second and third arrows flew out one after another. The arrows of the hand crossbows were relatively short, but the lethality was great. Moreover, the arrows were close to the body, and occasionally 1 or 2 arrows would fly out, directly piercing through 2 people. The control was precise, and there were no missed shots. Therefore, after this round, the harvest was more than expected, and these people of Zhang people were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. And those at the back hurriedly retreated, afraid that if they were a step slower, they would be unlucky. The hand crossbows were put away. The bows that were made temporarily were not so accurate, and because the arrows were wooden, the lethality was also much weaker. However, they were still calm and unhurried. They pulled the bow, aimed, and released. The final result was at least 70%. These 50 to 60 people fell one by one, and if they were not dead, they were injured. It was so tragic, but in the end, they did not even see the shadow of the target. Even if they had been warned before that this Jin Xin Wang of Qi Yuan was not a small matter and was very difficult to deal with, they must be careful. However, when they really faced him, it was terrifying. There were less than 10 people who could still stand, and all their courage turned into nothingness. What high position, generous salary, and beautiful women, they had to be alive to enjoy them. And now, the situation was that even if they had to pay with their lives, if they wanted to give this merit to their family, they had to be able to kill the target first. The problem was that if they went up now, they would only be sending themselves to death. Run. In order to save their lives, they had to run quickly. Except for Li Hanyuan, Jingwan, Gong Mama, and Gong Jiao, the rest came out from behind the vines. 2 were left behind to deal the finishing blow, and the rest quickly rushed out to chase after the few people who were running away. In the forest, because the people who were running away were scared out of their wits, and because they were not used to such an environment, they stumbled, rolled, and crawled. The people who were chasing after them were running on flat ground and chose the shortest path to advance. In this way, even if the people behind were fewer than the people in front, the people in front were killed one by one. From the beginning to the end, it took a very short time. After coming out from behind the vines, Jingwan looked at the scattered corpses. Her heart was beating a little faster, but it was better than expected. Let's go. Li Hanyuan put his arm around Jingwan. They did not know if there would be more people chasing after them, so they should not stay here for long. Chapter 576. There was no need to clean up this place. In any case, there was no need to worry about an epidemic in this location. Moreover, when the matter was settled, there would always be someone to deal with it. Even if Li Hanyuan was extremely unlucky and lost his life in the end, the people of Zhang would definitely come to clean up the mess. After all, the traces of their activities in the Qi Yuan were too obvious. If they did not clean up the mess and angered the Qi Yuan, it would be a disaster for them. However, it was obvious that if Li Hanyuan fell so easily, he would not be Li Hanyuan. As for whether there would be more hounds behind them, it was hard to say. However, even if there was nothing to be afraid of. There were only so many people from Zhang. Previously, at least half of them had died outside the kernel. Now, they had to spread out and guard each road. In order to be absolutely successful, there would definitely be no less than 20 people. As a result, the number of people that could be deployed to search the mountain was very limited. There were already 50 to 60 people here. How many people would be left? Therefore, Li Hanyuan thought very clearly. As long as he was careful, the final result would be his victory. It was only a matter of time. If Jingwan was not by his side, he would have already turned the tables and directly went to find them. First, he had to ensure that Jingwan was absolutely safe. Only then could he retreat now. However, no one else appeared even after an hour had passed, so there shouldn't be anyone else coming. Li Hanyuan slightly narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the foot of the mountain. Under normal circumstances, even if no one went back and did not report, it was still dozens of people. As the person in charge, it was impossible to be indifferent. At the same time, he should have thought that it was very likely that they had met Prince Jin of the Qi Yuan. Li Hongyuan's approximate location was clearly written. There was no reason for him to ignore it. Could it be that they knew that it was impossible to complete, so they gave up? Jingwan guessed. The possibility is very low. After coming out of the call, as long as one of my people went out, it means that Zhang's matter has been exposed. Even if the identity of his shadow guards is sensitive, and they did not find the local garrison for the time being, sooner or later they will find those who are loyal to me in the court. If they wanted to give up, they should have done so at the first moment. Besides, the one who really wants me dead is Southern Qi. Zhang is at most a pawn. If Zhang is exposed and cannot complete the mission, then Southern Qi will attack Zhang before Qi Yuan does. On the other hand, if Zhang completes the mission, even if Qi Yuan's revenge, Southern Qi can still ask Southern Qi for help. So, if they kill Zhang, there is still a chance of survival. If they don't kill me, then there's only one path left. Li Hanyuan was such a dangerous person. He could not be used by Southern Qi, so he had to find a way to destroy him. In any case, Southern Qi's national strength was not inferior to Qi Yuan's. Even if they killed a prince of Qi Yuan, they would not be afraid. Getting rid of Li Hongyuan would reduce the danger. So, in fact, one could imagine the threat that southern Qi posed to Zhang. So, not only would they not give up, but they would also become crazier at this time. The real situation was completely different from what they had expected. It made people wonder if there was something fishy going on. Uncontrollable things were what people hated the most. Li Hongyuan sent someone out to investigate the specific situation. They did not make any moves for the time being, but they would not stay in place and wait. That secret guard had been gone for nearly 4 hours, which was much longer than expected. However, he came back with good news. It turned out that the person in charge of the state of Zhang knew that it was impossible to complete the mission, but he didn't want to die. Therefore, while he arranged for his subordinates to continue searching for Li Hongyuan's whereabouts, he secretly slipped away and prepared to sneak back to the state of Zhang quietly. Before the news of the failure spread, he would take his family away. After leaving the state of Zhang, there would be a place for his family to settle down. Therefore, Li Hongyuan's previous plan was flawless, but he still missed a person's heart. He probably didn't expect that the person carefully selected by the state of Zhang to carry out the mission would be a coward when faced with a problem. He didn't care about the national interest at all. It was just that this person's luck was not very good. Because he was in a hurry to return to Zhang, he did not follow the original route of smuggling back. Instead, he took the official road. It must be known that there were troops stationed at the border. Unlucky people would not know how to arouse suspicion. With a little interrogation, they would be exposed. So, how could they return? Although the number of troops stationed was not many, when they knew that Jin Qinhuang was in danger near them, how could they ignore it? So they immediately sent people to clean up the people of Zhang. And the person in charge of Zhang ran away by himself. The people left behind did not know anything about it. So, they were all caught without knowing. The situation was reversed like this. To be honest, the appearance of a pig opponent, no matter who it was, they would be very happy. Including Li Hongyuan, his expression was slightly relaxed. He looked at Jingwan. He did not care. The main thing was Jingwan. The earlier the matter was over, the earlier Jingwan could relax. This kind of environment was harmful to her. Now that the matter was resolved, there was no need to hide anymore. They went down the mountain openly. During this period, she learned from the shadow guards that because the troops stationed at the border were cleaning up Zhang, some of Li Hongyuan's scattered subordinates had gathered. Among them were He Mei and Fu Rong. Both of them were injured. Fu Rong was more seriously injured, because on the night of the breakout, she pretended to be Jingwan. In fact, she was the one who proposed the strategy of luring the enemy. Fortunately, she did not suffer a fatal injury. She also did not lose all her limbs. If she slowly recuperated, there would be a day when she recovered. Jingwan sighed in her heart. Fu Rong was a rare person who valued friendship and righteousness. If she grew up in a normal environment, she should also be a woman of peerless beauty. Qi Yuan's troops were close at hand. There were at least 300 people. However, this number would only make people feel at ease. What is the name of this garrison? Li Hongyuan asked casually. Although there were only a few thousand troops stationed here, the highest-ranking officer was still a garrison, a fourth-grade official. The shadow guard said a name. It was this name that made Li Hongyuan stop. The expression on his face was slightly serious. As soon as he stopped, the others stopped as well. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this person? This person was right in front of them. If there was really something wrong with this person, then Jingwan's nerves instantly tensed up again. Li Hongyuan held her hand and was silent for a moment. He wanted to smooth things over, but there were some things that it was better to be mentally prepared in advance. And maybe he was just thinking too much. Did you see Sun Yilin before? Li Hongyuan asked. Replying to Master, I saw him. He also suffered some injuries, and his consciousness is not very clear. At the mention of Sun Yilin, Jingwan suddenly understood why her husband asked this. It was because this garrison's surname was Sun, and the word in the middle of his name seemed to be the same as the current Duke Ding's. Although it was not a coincidence, it was very likely that he was a member of the Sun family. The Sun family was led by the Duke Ding's family. This position was too delicate. Moreover, Sun Yilin wanted Li Honyuan to die. Yuan, you should have known about the Sun family, especially those in the officialdom. He had forgotten about this garrison's son, and the shadow guard beside him should not have forgotten about it. Yes, I have. There is no such person. Jingwan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it should be just a coincidence. However, when she saw Li Hongyuan's expression, she swallowed the remaining half of her sigh. What's wrong? The minister of the Ministry of Rites is also surnamed Su. The implication was that Li Honyuan already had doubts in his heart. It was as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. Sun Yilin, you should have killed him directly. You should have killed him directly. Jingwan really regretted and blamed herself. She should not have completely reduced him to a prisoner and could not cause any trouble. It was impossible for him to pose a threat to her husband. Also, because of Sun Yijia's compassion, she only thought that no matter how he was punished, it would be enough to keep him alive. Li Honyuan was the one who disliked Sun Yilin the most. However, when he saw Jingwan's current state, he completely forgot about Sun Yilin. In particular, when he saw that there was a trace of blood on Jingwan's lips, he did not know where she had bitten. His thumb brushed across her lips. Wan, everything is just speculation. However, if this speculation was true, then they already had no way to escape. Everything that had happened before, at this time, was actually just a small matter. The hundreds of people who had originally made them feel at ease had now become their prison, making it impossible for them to escape even if they had wings. Wan, you don't need to blame yourself, Li Honyuan said softly. In the blink of an eye, he had already sorted out all the clues. As a member of the Sun family, they would certainly support Prince Kong. As long as they knew the danger of Li Honyuan, they would think of a way to get rid of him at the first opportunity. Their thoughts were even stronger than those of the Southern Qi people. Sun Yilin didn't even need to do anything. He didn't need to reveal his identity. He only needed to let this guard know the tip of Li Hongyuan's iceberg. That was enough. He didn't even need to give any evidence. The people of Zhang wanting to kill him was the best evidence. He didn't need to give this move now. He only needed to give a vague hint before Li Honyuan left the capital. Li Honyuan explained in detail. So, it doesn't matter if Sun Yilin is still alive or not. Speaking to this point, he suddenly laughed lightly. Previously, he had felt that he had overestimated Sun Yilin. He really hadn't played any role in this matter. Perhaps he had only formed a relationship with the Southern Qi Kingdom at the beginning and given them a little hint. However, it turned out that his true killing move was not in the Southern Qi Kingdom. Rather than saying that he had thrown himself into the Southern Qi Kingdom, it was better to say that he had used the Southern Qi Kingdom. This plan was actually very simple. However, no matter what the process was, it was not very difficult to reach this point. Perhaps everything was within Sun Yilin's expectations. As long as I leave the capital and come here, it doesn't matter if he participated or not. Even if he dies, the plan can still proceed. Li Honyuan thought to himself that it was no wonder he was the youngest Grand Secretary to be promoted from First Minister in his previous life. Because of his different experiences, he had grown faster than in his previous life. If it weren't for his relationship with Wan, he would still be willing to continue using such a talented person. However, there was no if in everything. Looking at the hundreds of Qi Yuan soldiers coming closer and closer, they were all dressed in the same uniform, with shining weapons and bows in their hands. They were moving faster and faster, and even the bows on their backs had been taken off. No matter how one looked at it, they did not have good intentions. Yuan, hurry up and leave. You're their real target, as long as you can escape. Jingwan anxiously pushed him away. Wan, Li Honyuan softly interrupted her. I won't leave even if I can. Wherever you are is where my heart belongs. You have to know that as long as you are in their hands, I will definitely walk into their trap. Moreover, if they use you to threaten me, then I will do anything for them before I can save you. Jingwan's eyes instantly reddened, and her teeth chattered. If it weren't for me, if it weren't for you, there would be no meaning in restarting my life. Wan, you should blame me. I'm the one who dragged you into this. However, even if it were 100 or 1,000 times over, I would still do it. So don't say such things. Your husband will be sad. Li Hongyuan's fingertips brushed past Jingwan's eyes. As long as I have you, I can accept any failure. So, Wan, will you die with me? Okay, Jingwan said without hesitation. Her only regret was that she would not be able to accompany them after the baby was born. However, it did not matter. Jingwan believed that they would still be a family in their next life. After making preparations, Jingwan was no longer so nervous. Looking at the Qi Yuan soldiers who had not yet come close, there was nothing to say. Her guess was the truth. Li Hongyuan and the others were surrounded. Although they had all heard Li Hongyuan and Jingwan's words, they still dutifully protected them. They held their weapons and faced outwards, showing a defensive posture. Even if they were faced with hundreds of arrows, they were still too weak. Guard Sun walked out. He looked like a decent person. It seemed that he really had not done any evil deeds. However, people nowadays were too good at pretending. The so-called, one's appearance comes from one's heart, was not so reliable. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not his heart. Guard Sun stared at Li Hongyuan for a moment, and suddenly cupped his hands. This subject greets your highness. Duke Dinghua, there is no such person within the 5 servers. Which branch of the Sun clan do you belong to? Li Hongyuan asked faintly. Hearing your highness say this, it seems that you have a good understanding of the Sun clan. Under normal circumstances, even if it was a prince who held great power, he would not go to such a detailed understanding, right? After all, it was no longer the time when the aristocratic families ruled the world. Who would still study the genealogy, and those who would do this kind of thing would definitely not be purely interested. Jin Xin Wang is useless. Who said this? Guard Sun's face was full of emotion. As for his own birth, it was the one he did not want to mention the most, because it was a stain that could not be washed away, causing him to be holed up in a barren mountain for the rest of his life. Other than muddling along, there was still muddling along. But he did not expect that the heavens would actually give him such an opportunity. There are quite a lot of people who said this. At least half of the Sun clan said this. The remaining half must have thought about it. Guard Sun's face twisted. This was ridiculing their entire clan for having eyes, but failing to see. But then he sneered, so what? Jin Xin Wang has been dormant and deceiving the world, but he will die in this wilderness. Even his corpse will not be left behind. Since you are from a prestigious family, why don't you know how to leave some leeway when speaking? No matter whether the target is dead or not, you should not leave behind anything to talk about. Your Highness has good willpower, but thinking about it, if you don't have this willpower, how can you hide from the world for so long? Just before this official arrived, I reckon that your Highness had already realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was still a bit late. Otherwise, your Highness probably would not be standing here, but would be running for his life like a stray dog. However, even so, it is not just a matter of living a few more hours. The final result will be the same. In the capital, the other princes all see your Highness as a threat and want to get rid of you quickly. In reality, you are indeed a big threat. It is not as simple as being favored by the Emperor. If I send your Highness's head back to the capital, to Prince Kong, even if you don't reach the heavens in one step, at least you will have a meteoric rise. Jingwan frowned. Even if her own husband was now a fish on the chopping block, he was not someone that anyone could humiliate. However, Jingwan did not open her mouth. Even if she was prepared to die, she would not give up easily until the last moment. Li Hongyuan's expression did not change. He even nodded as if it was a matter of fact. Your thinking is quite good. Thinking? That is the truth. Get ready. Wait a moment. Li Hongyuan raised his hand. Where is Sun Yilin? He should want to see Ben Wang die with his own eyes. Where is he? Did he not come along? Jingwan tilted her head slightly to look at Li Hongyuan. Her own husband seemed a little strange. At this time, he was still thinking about his love rival. Wasn't a little. Does your Highness want to see me? A voice that sounded like a broken gong sounded from behind the soldiers on the road. The soldiers moved aside to let a man in black slowly walk up. Halfway through, he clenched his hand into a fist and coughed a few times. He was different from what Jingwan had seen before. He was wearing a large hood that almost covered his eyes. When he lowered his head, his face could not be seen. When he raised his head, there was a mask on his face. He was very calm before, but now he was covering it up. Jingwan glanced at Guard Sunday. In order to cooperate well, it was normal to cover it up. I really want to see your highness die. At this time, if I don't say something, I will feel very uncomfortable. After realizing that your highness is not simple, I know that it is not easy to deal with your highness. I can only overestimate you. After all, you have the ability to deceive the world. If I underestimate you, I am afraid that I will die without a burial place. Therefore, I must not act blindly without thinking. I must be patient and wait quietly. I also need a careful plan to win in one strike. Don't look at how happy Ruan Fangfei and the others were before. I didn't think that they would succeed at all. The truth is as I expected. However, to reach this point, in my opinion, is not as difficult as I expected. Sun Yilin and Li Hanyuan looked at each other. His eyes were covered by the hood, dark and frightening. In the end, I still won. Is that so? You're not sure? Li Hanyuan asked faintly. Sun Yilin's gaze shifted slightly and landed on Jingwan. Wan, come with me, okay? What I said before is still valid. It's broad daylight, don't dream. Quickly wake up. Jingwan said expressionlessly. Sun Yilin knew that if Jingwan had any emotional reaction to him before, there would be nothing left now. He won. Did he really win? His own fate seemed to have changed from liking her. Because he liked her, she was the one that Jin Xinwang had long set his eyes on. So she was ruthlessly suppressed and then pushed to a dead end step by step. Could he blame her? In fact, Sun Yilin knew that he should not blame her. She was not wrong. However, sometimes a person's emotions were not so easy to control. Therefore, Sun Yilin admitted that when he was ruthlessly tortured and driven mad, he blamed her. The more it was like this, the deeper his obsession, the more he wanted to get. If she is the object of competition, it seems that I really can't win against you. Sun Yilin saw clearly that she would really follow him from the blue sky to the yellow springs. It really makes people jealous. Wan is not an object. You treat her as an object and fight for it. Sun Yilin, now I am very suspicious. Do you really like her? Li Hanyuan frowned and looked at Sun Yilin, as if he was re-evaluating her. Sun Yilin was startled. He liked the Luo family's third young lady. This point, he had always believed. Wait, Luo family's third young lady? Young Master Yilin, why are you still talking nonsense with them? If you really like this Jin Xinwang Fei, just kill the others and snatch her. Guard Sun said this, but his eyes flashed with ridicule. The dignified Dingwa Gong Fu's legitimate son. How honorable was he? He actually kept thinking about a married woman. Yes, this kind of person, no matter how capable he was, there was a limit. However, Sun Yilin did not pay attention to him. Guard Sun's face was somewhat green. He raised his hand. Get ready. Who allowed you to make decisions without permission? Sun Yilin looked over. Guard Sun's face stiffened, his eyes somewhat unfocused, and then he ordered to put down the arrows. Puppet Gu. Gong Jiu whispered softly. The nearby people all stopped in their ears. Just by hearing the name, they knew what it was used for. In a flash, Jingwan thought, could it be that Sun Yilin also wanted to use this kind of Gu on her? Wan, you really don't want to consider it? If you agree, I can even give Jin Xinwang a way out. Whether he liked it or not, he did not want to pursue it. A way out is the same as living a life worse than death. Jingwan sneered. That's still living. Isn't living good? Just like you, like a rat living in the dark. You used to be the capital's #1 young master. Do you think you are very good now? Jingwan ridiculed. In the end, he was once a proud son of heaven. Jingwan's words pierced his heart until it was dripping with blood. Okay? Not at all. Since that's the case, then there's nothing to say. In any case, I can't get your heart. It's enough that your body is left behind. Sun Yilin turned around, send them on their way. although they were already mentally prepared. But when it came to the end, facing hundreds of fully drawn arrows, thinking that they would be pierced into a sieve, they still couldn't help but feel some fear. However, none of them closed their eyes. Li Honyuan held Jingwan's hand, and Jingwan also tightly held onto him. Li Honyuan squeezed her fingers. Wan, don't be afraid. His eyes were serene as he said a few words that Jingwan didn't understand, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.